Hello, hello, hello. Tonight we have a special one for you. Tonight is Salty Gammers Episode 1, starring Pook Ninja, right here to my left. Episode 1 is going to be about the PlayStation, the original console. Oh, nice. Yeah, you got the hat. My dumbass didn't even think about that because I actually got a shirt.
Yeah, I got the shirt. Got the shirt too.
Tell us a little bit, like you told me, how you said it got started. How did it get started, or whatever that?
Well, originally the Sony PlayStation was going to be the CD attachment for the Super Nintendo. They Nintendo paid Sony. They had a contract with Sony to make the CD-ROM attachment for the Super Nintendo, and it was going to be called the Sony PlayStation. But then things fell through, and Nintendo decided to go with Philips. And then Sony was left in the lurk. Well, Sony is already wanting to get into the video game, console stuff anyways. So they decided to make a CD-ROM console, and they just went with the name that the CD-ROM attachment was going to be called PlayStation. That's pretty much how it started, with Sony making the PlayStation.
And you said Sega CD was a thing when PlayStation. See, I never got Sega CD. So
well, yeah, like back then, Genesis had the Sega CD, and like TurboGrafx had their own CD. Everybody had a CD but Nintendo. Everybody had a CD.
I heard TurboGrafx didn't do too well.
No, it didn't. Not in America. It did in Japan and stuff, but not in America. It didn't do well at all. But
now, PlayStation was the first one I went to. I don't know if I did get it on launch. But when I got it, Crash Bandicoot was hot. So you said that was a little bit more down.
That was quite a bit. I would say about a year, maybe a year and a half after it already came out, was when Bandicoot and stuff. Because even Crash Bandicoot, when you would see the game case, it's like a regular CD size case. All the regular first PlayStation games were those big long cases.
See, I don't remember. Yeah, that's so. When I was getting into PlayStation, then I was kind of.
Yeah, PlayStation
from the launch.
Like when PlayStation first came out, there was no like big franchise or anything at first. It was like Ridge Racer, Tekken, Raiden Project.
Well, let me say hi to a couple people. What a bad feedback from you, Passion. Oh, my microphone.
The voice changer, I think, is echoing.
Oh.
My voice changer was on. Oh, my bad, guys.
I thought you knew it was on.
No, what the fuck? Hold on. Oh my God, sorry about that, people.
Nemo Boss said he had the Sega Saturn. I had that as well too. I actually had the Saturn before the PlayStation.
Check. Yeah, see, I knew a couple people had it. What up, Jay Ward? Just saying hi to a couple people. He had the Sega Saturn. Stupid voice there. Sorry, I didn't know that. Thank you for reminding me.
Evie and Harry in the house.
Hello, Sheriff. Turn the voice thing off. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know it was on.
I should have said something. I thought you purposely had it on. So.
No, dude, I can't believe that. I can't wait to watch that later. Now, so I'll tell you what I think my line of games was. And this definitely proves I got it late in PlayStation, because Twisted Metal 2, which was awesome, and Crash Bandicoot. I remember 8-Bit Escape was a little bit down there, but I used to get some of the role playing. Now, if you compared Crash Bandicoot to Sonic, which one did you like better?
Oh man, I really dug Crash Bandicoot. I love Sonic, but I dug Crash Bandicoot.
Me too. The original one, I was really.
Yeah, I'd probably have to give it to the Crash. Those first 3 Crash games on the PlayStation were great.
Now, I never did end up fucking with the Crash Bandicoot Racing. Yeah, I saw some bad reviews around that, and I think I only got into the first Crash Bandicoot. It felt like PlayStation 2 came out real quick. And
it was a while, but
that was when I was introduced to the memory cards.
Yeah.
Because Tomb Raider came out and you needed a game to set, you needed the save.
Yeah, because you just keep playing it from the beginning over and over. I mean, you had to have a
And they
memory
were
card.
it finally felt like in PlayStation they were making games that you could get to the end, compared to like NES and sometimes Sega games that would make it harder to get to the end.
Right. Yeah,
And
PlayStation. So like Nemo says here, Twisted Metal was the shit. Like Twisted Metal was like one of the earlier PlayStation games that was like, wow, this is badass, because you're driving around and you can go anywhere you want and you're blowing the other vehicles up, and it was just a badass game. They're talking about the very first Twisted Metal.
Yeah, and I gotta admit though, I ended up playing the first one after I played the second one. I don't know how I got so behind. I'm trying to think what happened was, this is a true story, is when PlayStation came out, I think I was on punishment because we used to have Sega and I had a sleepover, and my buddy had this when Mortal Kombat 2 came out and it was the hottest thing in the world.
Right.
And my buddy let me use the game. I wasn't supposed to let people borrow stuff of that caliber, and I kind of told a lie to my dad, like I don't have that game, or blah blah blah. I'm not playing the game or whatever. And my dad took it so serious that when he found out I was lying, he took all my systems away, all my games, my televisions, and I don't think I saw game systems until probably the middle of PlayStation.
Damn.
Because I kept getting in other trouble where my dad had the idea that if he was going to do like how this is my stepdad. He had an idea that if you punish the kid severely his first time, usually, and sometimes it does for some people, he just thought, well, if I hit him so hard the first time, not even like a light punishment, let me destroy him on this first punishment, and he'll never cross me again. Before you know it, I'm getting in trouble left and right in school. Not to fucking make him upset, because I didn't like being punished. Like, eventually my punishments were in a room. I couldn't watch TV or nothing. I had to just play make-believe. I used to listen to Howard Stern in the morning, but my parents would be at work. But my dad heard the radio on, he'd be like, turn that off. Open up a book. Open up a book or some shit. I would read like Goosebumps. Man.
That's crazy. No, I remember I got a game system taken away when I was a kid, because I was like 14. I got my first Sega Genesis taken away for getting in trouble at school and shit.
So listen where this is how bad. And then my life kind of took a spin through this. So I was at football practice, Pee Wee, right? And it was like I said, you'd have to Google the year. Whenever Mortal Kombat 2 was fresh out, and like you said, it was on Sega. So for some reason, I kept thinking in PlayStation that was a Sega game because it was hot in the arcade.
Yep.
That Mortal Kombat 2 was like this drug that came out in my neighborhood. It was great. You had that. It was like, yeah, we're sleeping over at his house this weekend. And I didn't even get to enjoy the phenomenon because, like I said, I fucking had it in my sleeping bag. My buddy was going to let me use it, but I wasn't supposed to. Long story why my dad doesn't let me borrow shit. One time something broke and he had to pay for it, and he never let me hear the end of it. And the thing I borrowed was so minuscule, and he acted like a big deal when I broke it. And he goes, this is why you don't borrow people's things. You're too young. You're too irresponsible. So I'm at football practice. Before he took me there, he's like, you sure you don't have this game? My dumb ass should have. When I look back at it, I really wish I would have told him the fucking game's in the sleeping bag. I had a picture of a sleeping bag rolled up because I used to have a bunch of people over my house when we'd have sleepovers, like 10, 11 people. You know what I mean? Dual gaming to a degree that you could in those times. You used to have, there wasn't much choices. You'd have to have winners. But I'm at football practice, and this was one of my first years. So that first year, I was going to get into good shape at least. Whether I was a good player or not, I'd be in shape. Right. From running around, doing all the practices, and it's Pee Wee, so you can't get cut. And my stepdad comes in the middle of practice. I remember we're doing laps. I hear his whistle. He used to do that. When guys could do the whistle real loud? I can't do that with the two fingers, where it's like ear deafening. Well, he did that, and I'm like, what the fuck is he doing here? I remember I cracked the joke. I wanted to go, man, your fucking whistle doesn't play no part here. And I remember when I was running around the track, he went like literally yanked me. I remember he took my helmet off of me. All right? Set that down because he knew that wasn't my property. And ripped the shoulder pads off me, WWE style. To where a coach came over and he's like, sir? And then he goes, my son just quit the team. I'm like, I'm stunned because I was like super pumped about this. And he threw me in the car. And then this is where I really fucked up. Like, this is how scared I was. He goes, do you want to tell me what you did now? And I still couldn't even like spit it out.
Right.
And before you know it, I got home and I used to have a setup to where it was a TV game system, TV game system, some bullshit TV that my grandma gave me where I would just have these TVs hooked up, you know.
Yeah.
There was no internet then. So I came home, that was all gone. My systems, every game. That was pretty much how a lot of, in those days, in the 90s, games were fucking hot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was, gaming was a little bit different. We used to play football outside, and I wasn't allowed to go outside for a while, and he grounded. What's funny is I ended up in prison one day. I always wonder if his groundings got me ready for prison, because in prison you could at least go outside. My stepdad's groundings, you couldn't even go outside. You were inside all day. If you were drinking Pepsi, he'd be like, nah, drink water. You know what I mean? Like, he always thought like that punishment would teach you. Not that he was punishing me, because I was a thugger.
It's a bit, I mean, like, you know what though? Like, that's already, like, you were younger, you already were kind of used to a prison mentality with your stepfather. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, to where in jail you could at least be sociable. I'm saying by the time I remember I was in jail and I was and we were outside or something.
Right.
And I remember this is when I was like really young. I was like in county or something. I wasn't in prison yet. And I remember I'm like, dude, in DH they'd let you play volleyball and shit. I was like, my dad's punishments don't even give me this much freedom. You know what I mean?
Sound like a strict man.
He always thought for some reason the punishment would learn, and then just ended up, I never got out of punishment.
Right.
To where I threw a party and it went the wrong way, and I was so ashamed of the party I threw. It was a 3-day party. Cops didn't come one time because my dad was so respected, and I wasn't like dribbling into the neighbor's yard or anything. It wasn't like there was gunshots and shit. They could just tell I had people there.
Right.
It got out of control to where some shit got damaged that I had incapabilities of cleaning up and hiding. And I was so fucking scared of what he was going to do. Not like he was going to beat me, just like punish me for life. Just like if you did something to your mom that you knew that she could never forgive or something, it's hard to look at him when you're that young. And that was literally how my bad past started. Was I threw that party and I left home and I never came back. And it wasn't because I hated my parents. It was because I was too ashamed of what I did. It was like weird science, pretty much.
Yeah.
In a smaller house. You remember Weird Science where they threw the party?
Yeah, man, I haven't watched that in probably 10 or 15 years, but I do remember the movie. Yeah.
What prisons are there in Ohio? Well, I'll tell you the ones I know. Mansfield's not a prison anymore. That was the one from the old movies. Obviously, prisons aren't ran like that no more. Because they can't afford to have inmates die anymore, especially the wardens. They want that paycheck. But they got Marion, Lake Erie. The one I was in that was OSP. OSP is a maximum, but they used to have a camp on the fucking premises where it was guys like me, minimum security, that are on their way out or got 5 years. Shit, that's not serious. But they would have you work for the maximum prison, which saved them from getting outside people coming. That's what I said. A lot of people who go to prison, sometimes these aren't guys. You could have probably went other punishments besides prison. They were making a shitload of money, at least the county I was in, sending guys there. And the work a lot of these prisons do, I thought about it. I was like, damn, if these people weren't doing this work and doing that work. Look at all the people they would have to hire around. You know what I mean? It saves them fucking.
Alan Reed asked, "Was you in Shawshank Redemption?"
I was not in Shawshank. I would have never been in a prison like that. It was a lot different. That's a maximum prison where they would be able to hide deaths. Nowadays, the wardens are usually let go of if there's too many deaths at their.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We got to keep them alive.
42,000 an inmate.
Oh, now it's 42, Nemo. You sure? I used to think it was more.
Yeah.
Like my lawyer used to tell me, if you weren't in suburbia, you wouldn't have went to prison for years. If you would have lived like where I live now,
Right.
he was always like, "You're in the wrong county. This is a money county. They'll send your goddamn fucking best friend who's never done a crime. As long as he does A, B, and C, gets a felony, they're going to look to send him to prison. They're going to want to give him a probation like I got that I couldn't even pass."
Some crazy shit.
But how that ties in with the PlayStation thing was, PlayStation was the first system I earned my way back of getting.
Right.
I remember my dad's like, you can't even do well. He had to buy me my Christmas presents in the summer. Let me tell you what happened. He goes, "Listen, I'm buying you your Christmas presents in the summer this time." I go, "Why is that?" Because I would never get in trouble at home usually, because he was the punisher. What would happen in schools, I would get into it with teachers. They would always, I would make somebody laugh and they would turn it into, I'm making kids not be able to learn.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or some bullshit. Like, I once told a teacher, she goes, what'd she say? She goes, when teachers would go, "They're laughing at you, not with you."
Right. Yeah.
I once told a teacher after she said that, I said, "What's the point?" I said, "Isn't that the point? I mean, if they're laughing with me, that means Salty told the joke. If they're laughing at me, that means I told the joke."
Right.
Hey, I wasn't shooting for bows. I was shooting for the laughs. So if they were laughing at me, then it was a success.
That's right. It's true.
You know what I mean? Whether it was because I was an idiot or not. And PlayStation, another reason why PlayStation, that was the first Madden game I really liked, and we used to gamble heavy on Madden.
Madden. Game Day just about took Madden out, because like when the first Game Day came out on the PlayStation, it was so good that EA didn't even make a Madden that year. That next following year.
Some people claim it's one of the best games ever, and they wonder why.
That was badass, man. I'm telling you, it was badass.
Videos on that.
That was another one of those earlier long box titles. It was NFL.
Madden was Sega and PlayStation, though, Nemo. I had Madden on.
Madden was on Sega, Super Nintendo. Madden was even on the Saturn. I know Nemo said he had a Saturn. Madden, there was at least 1 year of Madden on the Saturn.
Only fucked with 2 games on Saturn because my buddy had it and he didn't really buy many. But Soul Calibur, which you could play all day. Remember when Soul Calibur?
Oh, you're talking about that's Dreamcast.
Dreamcast. Oh, which one did you say?
He's talking about Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn and PlayStation both came out in America in '95. It's the same era.
Is that when Sony came out?
In America, the Sony PlayStation came out in '95. In Japan, it was '94.
They said a year and a half later.
Yep.
And today, or it was either today or yesterday, marks the 1 year that the new PS5 has been out. Still isn't on the shelves.
Yeah, you still can't find that fucker unless you
If
get
you
lucky.
find them, you can find them. You can find them for $700, $750.
Well, yeah, I mean, walking in
Who
the
knows
store,
how much traveling that thing's done? I don't really like buying from all scalpers.
Nah, man, I just when I get mine, it'll just be from Walmart or something, man. I ain't doing all that stuff.
But yeah, when he said
that NFL Game Day was a Madden killer. I said that EA evaluated their product and they're saying like, well, we can't even touch it. I was actually 1 year that there was no Madden. That whole year, no Madden. You imagine that now?
what was the reason behind that? Were you a Madden consumer?
Oh, yeah, I used to buy every year. See, and that was something PlayStation was supposed to do when the PlayStation was first came out, and EA was one of their licensees. they were saying they were going to put updates on memory cards and sell these memory cards so that way you didn't have to buy a new game every year. You would just buy a memory card, stick it in, and it'd have new roster, new this, new that. You'd be able to play the same game and have new roster every year, just spend like $25 or whatever on a memory card instead of the full $50.
Wow, those were 25, 30.
So, I mean, they never went with that because they would have lost money doing that. It was in EA's interest to keep coming out with the game every year, you know.
Yeah, and I didn't play it ever, but FIFA was already a hit with a lot of people. I just never really got into the soccer.
Yeah, I ain't in the soccer. I remember on the 3DO, there was supposed to be a really good version of FIFA on the 3DO, and then that carried over to the PlayStation. A lot of those 3DO games came over on PlayStation, especially EA games like Road Rash and FIFA, and there was a bunch of other ones too. So,
and I think Sony was when game exchanges started to get hot, because I remember when there was a point where you couldn't find used games. You had to go to Toys R Us. You weren't going to know, like, how you went and picked up some games at, like,
in my
they were
area,
just coming out with those game exchange.
Yeah, in my area, we had one. We had a mom and pop store called Mega Games. That came around the Genesis and Super Nintendo era around here. That was like the big store that we went to if we wanted to buy used or trade in used games and stuff like that.
But I'll tell you this, because of there being no online, we played games and shit, but it was nowhere near like the internet kids do today.
Right.
I remember going outside a lot. We used to play guns. You know, fake guns, but they look like real.
Well, you remember on PlayStation, some of them games to play two-player, you had to buy that system link. You had to have two PlayStation systems, two TVs, like Doom. If you wanted to play multiplayer on Doom, on Ultimate Doom on PlayStation, you actually had to have two copies of the game, two TVs, two consoles to do that.
I never had a computer. I mean, my parents and everything, and it's not like, you know, computers weren't like they are today. And plus, it's not like you got your dad behind you. You want him seeing all the shit you're on.
Right, right.
Back then, that's why people would always be like, your dad's a computer guy. Why don't you get on the computer? And it's like, well, it's not really like I get to like sit down and relax. It's like he's there with me, or, you know, there wasn't no internet. So
yeah, it
was very vague. It was just like you could pull up a page.
Yeah, it was like chat. They had like chat rooms and what was that called? Like board services or something like that. I can't remember. I wasn't into it. I didn't really get on the internet until about 99.
If you didn't have two phone lines, you'd hear the yeah.
Yeah, you had to do that dial up.
And he had two phone lines. I just was never into computers or the games because I liked having a joystick. But the reason why I bring that up is because I played Doom on my grandpa's computer. That came with the PC. Doom was just a load-up game. And I remember I was like, damn, this game's sweet. Yeah. I didn't even realize they had it on systems.
Yeah, it was originally a PC game. It originally came out on PC. Then it came out on the...
I played this too. The gameplay was terrible. It was so like you wanted to be good at it, but the passing was awful. The sports talk was great, though. Remember,
I like sports talk football. That announcer guy, now it sounds horrible. The guy was like, here comes the play. Minnesota 32, Buffalo 0. It was like real. And back then it was bad. It was awesome back then.
They couldn't even use real players. It was just Joe Montana.
Yeah, I don't think they had the player association license.
I'll tell you the best football game that we used to do, minimum 5 a game, was Blitz.
Yeah, Blitz is fun. That's like
I remember. I think that when Blitz came out, I don't even think we cared for like a year or two what was out after Blitz. I remember Blitz, Smash Brothers, and that was about it. And GoldenEye and wrestling. That one wrestling game.
WCW, WWF games for the See,
when WCW first got hot.
Yeah, them WCW and then later WWF, the ones that were made by ASCII and stuff, those were the best ones. Play action football, 10-yard fight. I like 10-yard fight. 10-yard fight's actually pretty cool because you start off as a high school.
Never played GTA until never actually got into Grand. Like when people first were getting into it, and it was the thing. that one game where everyone kept playing number 2 or whatever it was.
You know, it was like everything was, the graphics were overhead. You know, they were like overhead. It was tiny. It was like tiny little graphics. I couldn't get into it until 3 came out. The GTA.
Yeah, we were into a lot of sports. And like I said, if you had the Golden Eye, a 4-person elimination, I think we had a Star Fox mode where you could go against each other on Star Fox.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why 64 killed it, because of the people you could play with. Was that PlayStation's counterpart with 64?
There was, yeah, with PlayStation, Saturn. 64 came out in between between PlayStation and Dreamcast and all that.
I remember hearing about it later when I got into the internet, but
yeah, Saturn was the same year as the PlayStation. It was basically PlayStation versus Saturn, and then the 64 came out a couple years after. But PlayStation was on top. Saturn was dying. TurboGrafx was, I mean, all the other stuff was dead. That was old. So
they are comparing the new PlayStations. They're like, it's like strong as the PC.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a whole different thing now, but you know. Was it not PlayStation versus SNES? No, the SNES was SNES, it was Genesis versus SNES.
And
Genesis and SNES are the same generation.
But I started with Sega.
Yeah, Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo were the same era. PlayStation came out in 95. Super Nintendo was still around, but it was in its dying days. Like Super Nintendo, some good games came out at the end, like Chrono Trigger.
Well, interesting with me and Super Nintendo was after I did Sega, I eventually got a used Nintendo from somebody and then played those games, and that was kind of fun because I was playing them for the first time. They said that Mario that came out with that was one of the hottest selling games of all time.
He traded his in for an AK-47. That's awesome.
He likes guns.
That's awesome. NBA Live 95 says Rusty Shackleton.
If you're talking about that one show Heroes, I have a few things to say about it. I was very unpleased with it.
Never seen
NBA Live 90. See, this is where, NHL 95. See, I wasn't even a hockey guy, but I loved playing NHL 95.
Oh, I used to play. I'm not into hockey either. I used to play those old
NHL 95 on the Xbox Game Pass because it was that good.
Yeah, those games were great.
What's a Romaine AK? Are you a gun guy? I'm not a gun guy.
I got a Romaine. I'm not either. I don't know.
We did fake guns, and then eventually they came out with that red tip on the end.
Yeah, the orange tip. Bullshit.
I mean, and then we got older too, but we'd always play
Super Scope. Nemo's talking about the Super Scope 6.
Wolfenstein I played, but not on PC, many years after the game was released because it's kind of a cheap game, a Doom. I actually liked the new Doom. The new Doom kicked ass, and the one before it, those two Dooms were really fucking good. They're just too short. After you beat the campaign, that's it. Yeah.
Doom Eternal, and then the other one just called Doom. Yeah, those are great. I like the old ones too, though.
In those games, you start to get like pumped and shit. You start to get a feel with the guns.
Wolfenstein, like if you're talking about the newer ones, they're more story-based, kind of storyline-based. The old ones back in the day were just like Doom. It's just it was set with Hitler and all them back then. I mean, Wolfenstein's cool, I think.
You're talking about Heroes? I felt like Heroes fucking started off well, and then basically, I mean, there's a lot I could say about that. I would have to, it's been such a long time, but what I do remember was I hated the ending. I hated where they went with the dude that ended up playing Spock, and where they went with the just everywhere they went with that story that actually it had good premise. It was like Lost. Lost had a run, and then they didn't know how to end it. There at the end, you're like, what the fuck is going on here? I don't know if you ever saw Lost, but if you did, you remember towards the end where you're like, what's real, what's not, and it was just kind of fucked. Similar to what they did with Walking Dead, where they have just flip-flopped that from a show to like a I don't even know.
Yeah, they do that with shit. Yeah, Eevee was a Wolfenstein and Doom on PC were my jam. See, I was always jealous. I had a cousin that had a PC, and they were always playing Doom and stuff.
Now, PCs weren't what they were when I was younger. There wasn't all the hookups, And then when I started seeing what PCs could do, and then you could hook up controllers now.
Yeah. You could.
That's why I was like, I gotta get one.
You could get control a lot of. You could get a decent I had back. My cousin had PC, and I actually bought for myself. For when I went over there, it was just like a Super Nintendo one, but it was made by some other company for Windows 95. It wasn't even a USB. It was that other kind, that 9-pin hookup.
Now, if I were to ever get guns, it would be in this scenario where you had like one of those rooms where you could put them in cases, and they were like the gold guns from Face Off, or like the Arnold fucking Terminator gun with the grenade launcher. You know what I mean? Where you could put it in a case.
Yeah.
Of some case, That's why I stopped collecting shit. I used to be a figure collector and all that, and I was like, man, that shit's just, it becomes a lot of money. Especially
you could
when I was getting rare stuff. Sometimes we would try to beat the truck, but then all these like stores started to get a heart where back in the day, Toys R Us would bring out a box. You were told to bring that bitch out. Nowadays, they'll bring out half the box so a motherfucker can't buy them all.
Right.
I wonder, if the company that made those toys, if they knew sometimes that they were doing that, they would be pissed. That's why Sony has let people scalp these PlayStation 5s to where they're not at the stores, because the dude that made 30 million of them's like, I don't give a fuck who's buying them. If they got the cash, you run that. I don't give a shit about American scalping. Let the Americans figure that out. You know what I mean?
They don't give a fuck as long as they sell them. They don't give a fuck.
I'm just shocked that it's been a year and they have not figured. I have not seen one under $750. Yeah, I just got a problem. And there's not a lot of games out for the system. There's nothing. There's a few. Nothing to like go, double paying for a system. It's not like you got one game on that PS5 that you have to have, because everything is almost free nowadays with microtransactions that allows them to make the money.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked I haven't seen I'm kind of shocked I haven't seen a PS5 or Xbox Series X more in the stores yet.
At least an Xbox Series X. Yeah. Now you might come across the digital copy.
Yeah, I don't want
I think I want to get the black one. I
don't want just digital.
Yeah, tell us what games did you pick up the other day? What system was it for?
Oh man, it was Switch and PS4.
I have a few Switch games that I haven't even opened yet. Meaning I bought them for if I got time to play. Like I have Smash Brothers and Mario Kart, but I got Luigi's Mansion and that one Zelda, Breath of Wild, and the one where they kind of made it look like the old Zelda,
Link's Awakening.
But up here, I'll give Nintendo this. They stay firm on that 60. Finding cheap Switch games.
Man, check out the pawn shops, man. Pawn shops around here get the new games after like 2 or 3 weeks, and they'll sell them for like $20.
Well, you're not finding a Smash Brothers up there for 20.
I bought Animal Crossing. I just got in my last video, I just got Super Mario Maker.
Explain to me what Animal Crossing is. I've heard about it. Explain to me.
Animal Crossing is like you got all these cutesy little creatures, and like
you buy them like cash. Is it a game where you're earning money and you go buy animals and you're building a?
Well, no, you are an animal. Like you live you're a filthy animal. No, you're like you're a character, and like you're building. It's kind of like a Harvest Moon kind of thing in a way, where you're building your house and you're borrowing money, and then you're interacting with people, and like you're going fishing and that kind of thing.
I used to play a mobile game. The reason why I asked if you could buy animals, it was called Build Your Own Zoo, and the game was you had to build your zoo, make money at the zoo, gain coins, and then rebuy animals, and you could buy exotic.
It's not like that. It's not like that at all.
So which one did you get for it? Just that? Animal Crossing? Did you get any PS games?
Yeah, I got what was in that last video? Mortal Kombat 11 for PS4. Shit, I don't even remember.
I got something to bring up about Seth Rogen too.
Evie says, "Oh, bacon pawn shops totally didn't think about that." Thanks. Yeah, pawn shops where you find the deals a lot.
I've never gone to a pawn shop for a video game.
Hell yeah, man! sometimes them $56 game only been out a couple weeks. They'll have it sitting there for $15, $20, $10.
And they got a place
sometimes.
called the Exchange. But believe it or not, nostalgic items from the 90s, some of the values go up on those items.
Oh, yeah.
If I could do it all over again, I always said if I could pick one decade, I would have took every toy I bought in the 90s, kept it in package. Because I used to keep my Hot Wheels in package. But I told you I did that party.
Mm.
One of the punishments my dad did, I had probably, now when I'm talking Hot Wheels, I had rare ones. You remember when Hot Wheels was kind of a thing?
Yeah, they still are, actually. There's a lot of Hot Wheels.
I don't see it like when I go to the stores. I remember they would have sections dedicated, and you could go to like these big flea markets, and people would have their own setups of old Hot Wheels from like 70s, 80s. Oscar Mayer Wienermobiles. I remember I bought the silver one. It was like $11 Hot Wheel, you know what I mean? And we used to keep them in package. I wouldn't open them. And I used to hang them on my wall. So I probably had, I guarantee if I had this collection today, I would have definitely been tempted to sell it. It probably would have been over 10 grand because certain cars would probably be worth 50 to 100 now.
Oh, yeah. Especially you had any like treasure hunt cars and stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember I had the series. Remember they'd have like a 2099 series, 95 series, and they'd have the hot like 12 that would come out. And then they would have some other ones. Yeah, we followed that shit heavy.
Yeah, those would be.
This is what my dad did. I'd do that party, and he literally opened every one. I remember he threw them out the window. And this is like my house because I remember eventually I had to come there and like gather all the shit he threw out the window.
That's fucking crazy.
If I could do it all over again, I would have took all my 90s toys, kept them in packages, not opened to one.
Right.
Bought two of everything. Because it was at the end of the 90s where guys that used to collect Hot Wheels, this is how I learned about the toy scalpers. They would know drop-off days when the new truck would come. That was a thing. New truck's going to be here.
Or you get friendly with somebody that works there, you know. When it comes in, they'll let you know. Yeah, one of the big stores like Target or stuff, you know, they would come right there in the morning, and some people would leave a box open, let them go through it. Just depends who you knew.
I've told people this, and this is some of the things that I tried to send Jake is I used to make Elite figures. Because Elite figures I learned on eBay. This is before they made every figure. You could open up an Elite figure, and some mom, kid, or whatever on eBay will still give you $15 to $20 for an open figure.
Oh, yeah.
Think about how unheard of that is. You go on, you got to type up WWE Elite. Now, they used to be, Vince would be hard-headed, so there was only like one version of Warrior. There was no Goldberg. There was no this guy. There was no that guy. Eventually, he dropped the hammer. They made Kurt Angle's. But one point, I would make certain figures. How you would do it is you would have to find other figures. You'd have to take a blow dryer because you couldn't just take these figures apart. If you took them apart without blow drying certain pieces, it would snap to where the piece was, it's a broken piece. So, yeah, you could get box figures and people buy them, but you wouldn't make much money off that. Where I was making money was I was making custom figures.
You're making customs,
You go on eBay, somebody might have, you'd be like, you would never think to see this on there. Somebody will have a bin of heads of wrestlers, like just the heads. And you're like, when I first started seeing that, I'm like, what the fuck? Because I used to just collect them for my own collection. And I'm like, why? How do guys have a different head? And I'm like, they don't even make that figure. So then I got hip to these kids were making them. I'm like, huh. And I knew where I was like, dude, I could do this. And I made a shitload. I've even showed some on air before where these were figures that they didn't make at the time or they only made a few of. And I would move them on eBay all the time.
Right.
What happened was Vince just eventually dropped the hammer and started releasing all the guys. Like there was a point where there was no Kurt Angle, one Warrior. Now there's like 50 Warriors. There was only one Warrior. There was like all Mr. Perfect, but you can make better versions of them yourself. They didn't have, because he, whether he had problems with the wrestlers or not.
Yeah, eventually he saw there was a profit to be made,
And the Elite figures, it's different than his normal toys. There's always like 2-3 figures in the set that end up selling for big money. And if you go on old figure sites and try to get the box figures, back in the original series, the prices have nearly doubled on all the figures to where it's like, wow.
Unopened and mint.
Oh, unopened and open. You go online right now for the Elite figures and certain ones you want, you'll find some cheapies, don't get me twisted. But the one you want, you'll be like $20. You're like, the figure brand new in the box is $20. They're selling open figures for $20.
That's crazy.
And people are usually giving it to them.
People want them.
Because what happens is in the store, let's just say they had Bray Wyatt the Fiend, his first character, his first figure that came out, was so hard to get that you would go online to buy it in a package. It was $50, and it wasn't at the stores anymore. Stores would be like, it's gone. That was probably because what happens is certain collectors learn certain figures. You see that figure, you'll always grab it.
Right.
With those Elites. But now the Elites are so watered down to where you couldn't make custom figures. If I wanted to sell my collection, I could get big money, but dude, I spent so much time on it. It's like I don't want to sell it.
Yeah, its value to you is worth more than what the monetary value is.
Like I got VHS tapes from the first 13 WrestleManias that my grandma gave me. I don't have a VCR, but I kept those.
Right. I got tons of wrestling VHS.
Yeah,
I might have another. VCR. I know I got one good working one here. I had 3 or 4 of them, but
Blockbuster eventually smartened up and would do the $10 bins. Yeah. And I remember in a $10 bin, I got a shitload of like Coliseum videos with the what was that dude from London, the announcer? Remember he was
Lord Alfred Hayes.
Lord Alfred Hayes videos. Yep.
Yeah.
And those videos were so good because I didn't know, my parents didn't let me get pay-per-views. I was a bad kid. They would have looked at that as like a special gift. And I didn't have $50 to spend on it. And it was the pay-per-views, they were $50 then.
Yeah, they like so that's the thing. Like my parents didn't have the money. We bought our own shit. Cause like I had paper out. I worked a job after school. And like I paid for all my shit.
I still had to do the job. My stepdad, how he did it is he had an earning system. He had the money though. It wasn't like if I would have did the work at school, got good grades, didn't get in trouble, didn't get suspended, phone calls home, I probably would have had anything I wanted. But I always got in trouble to where they used to go on a family vacation with the rest of the family to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I never was academic because they made a rule before they made this Florida trip, the first Florida trip. Think about this. I'm going to tell you how big my stepdad's side of the family was that went. There was probably, because he has sisters and brothers, but they had multiple kids. I was an only child for most of my life. So they go, we're going to set up a Florida trip. Now, my dad's brothers and sisters had kids that were all younger than me, but they were like, they were in school where they had to do academically well.
Right.
They're like, you can't have this percent or whatever. I don't remember what they call grades then, GPA or some shit.
Yeah.
You can't have grade. You can't have this, and you can't have a certain letter. And if you get in trouble this many times, so my dad goes, "There's no way you fuck up Florida," because I really wanted to go because Universal Studios, I really liked. I went there once before, and I always thought if I went down there, I'd be able to become an actor. Right. Because they used to have those little things, and you could pay, and you could do like a Star Trek, and the background was fake.
Yeah.
And they would have you talking lines like you're talking to Kirk, but Kirk's not there.
Right.
But yeah, so what happened was, this is how I fucked Florida up. I was pumped. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to do it. I promise. They're like, there's no way he fucks Florida up. I get put in this science class with, historically, this teacher is known as the biggest, meanest bitch to where years later she lost her, when they started like, remember when teachers had all the power and they could smack you around?
Mm-hmm.
Eventually this girl's, touching somebody. I don't want to say smacking. She was like a teacher that would grab you on the shoulder sometimes, try to move you around and shit.
Right.
You know, I would never strike her back or anything, but she was a person that fed off bad kids. That once she labeled you as a bad kid, you could basically do nothing, and she would send you down to the office in a scenario where you're going to get in a shitload of trouble to where my dad's not going to let me go out for a week.
Right.
And I used to go outside all the time because I used to smoke cigarettes. And that's how I got my smoke in then was I was a big cigarette guy then, even bigger of weed. I was a little bit light on weed because I did not have the balls to go home high with my stepdad, who I knew what weed was because we found it in his couch. I never took from it. You know what I mean? This guy knew when you would watch his porno. I remember we found pornos in VHS.
Right.
And we were watching them downstairs, right? And we would put him back before he would get home sometimes. And I remember one time he came upstairs randomly. He just goes, "Hey, stop watching my VHS tapes." I was like, oh my fucking, I'm thinking about that.
He had them motherfuckers
I
booby
thought I
traps,
used
man.
to.
He had them booby traps so you could see if he could tell if someone fucked with him, man. He
Well,
probably
those were the first ones I ever seen because it wasn't like he had an iPhone. You know, the thought of having a cell, you would probably have a car before you would ever have a cell phone in my day. You know, my dad had a cell phone that he made 5 calls. That bitch was $100.
Right.
They have caddies in my uncle's Lincoln, those stupid fucking with the cord that would come out and they would sometimes work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
I know I've seen them in movies and stuff, but I'd never had it in person or nothing, you know.
The one thing he helped me get out of, I gotta admit, when cell phones first were coming out and people were getting popular and they were minute driven, nighttime minutes, free daytime.
Yeah.
Well, T-Mobile just came out and they were doing this thing where I didn't know what a contract was. You sign this, they give you a phone, but it wasn't like you could use it. All I know is, long story short, by my second bill, somehow I owed them $2,000.
Damn.
And I was selling weed, but I didn't have no money like that.
Right.
And I was like, and I had to tell my dad, you know, eventually what happened. And that was the one thing he paid to get me out of, because that's when the cell phones were getting over on people. And I didn't tell him about that cell phone. And then eventually he found out. He goes, yeah, cell phone. I guess they got my number, because this is house phones. They got the house phone when I didn't pay the bill, and that's the number that they were calling to try to get their money.
Damn, that's fucked up.
And my dad argued with them for like 2 days. This is like when ringtones were coming out, and you get like a rap ringtone. I was just hitting order on the phone.
Weren't those things are like $4 or $5 a piece too? Weren't they like $5-6 a pop?
Like I said, I'm not exaggerating. I got a T-Mobile bill, 2 bills in.
Damn. Rusty said you were calling them 900 numbers.
Dude, Nemo, tell everybody what you did. Nemo was the dude that sold cell phones in the middle of the mall and hustled. But listen, this is when the mall, our mall, Menor Mall, was cracking. Now, the high school I went to is in my state, the most populated high school. It might be different now, but when I went to it, it was the biggest school in the state. So we would go to Menor Mall. That was a place where you hung out, met people, met chicks or whatever. And this is when there's no internet to go Amazon shopping. You got your video games, clothes, whatever. You know, the arcade was there, and some arcades still.
Mall is the place, yeah.
And Nemo worked at when phone kiosks first started, when they were selling the little gizmos and gadgets for phones, when phones were kind of becoming more of a thing. But he worked. I had a pager. My original weed deals were done on pager.
I had a pager, man, back in the 90s, yeah.
North Coast Phone was the first one we could get because they came out with unlimited minutes, but the phone worked in limited places. Meaning you'd be in your boy's basement. If your boy had Sprint, he was down there like, yo, and you didn't need internet, but you needed to use your phone. But you were down there in some basements, you'd be 0 bars. And then eventually I got lucky in the hood because kids in suburbia didn't go to the hood unless, you know, when they were younger. Their parents wouldn't just take them to the hood. Hoods had little spots that were in the back of the convenience stores where a guy could get you a phone with unlimited minutes for this price out the door. But it's a price that when the shit first started, I would have never went to the most dangerous ghetto to look for a phone. I'd have been too scared. You know what I mean? Eventually I met some people that took me down there, and I knew, how to travel when I was down there, and I got comfortable. But the early cell phones I would get, I was getting in the ghetto because North Coast you could get anywhere, but it didn't work in any basement. Yeah, you could go sign a contract, but then you had the daytime minutes, and I was on my phone religiously, and those minute plans sucked. You know what I mean? Where your dude, remember those days where a guy be like, I got a couple minutes left.
Right, yeah. It was
my minutes, man. I would hate that.
5 minutes, killing my minutes. I gotta go.
But yeah, these Habibs popped up, and eventually they were. You've heard of Boost Mobile?
Yeah, Boost Mobile.
I remember when Boost Mobile was underground. I'm saying.
Oh wow!
Like, we could get these Boost cards from Tibet and shit, and they were, this is before touch phone, iPhones. This was when you were trying to get the minutes, because usually people would fuck up their first plan to where these phone companies would get you in 1,500, and then once you fuck up their first contract, it was hard for you to get a phone above ground because it was on your credit.
Yeah.
When credit was, so then you would have to get from the Haninis. But yeah, I had a North Coast, and I had a Boost before it was Boost. I remember they were thinking about what they were calling it. I'm like, they might call it the Boost or something.
Before they went legit.
Before they went like big time. Or they were like big time in Tibet or amongst cell phone. I guess they were, if you lived in the hood, you knew about it. But, if you were in like where your mom lived, you knew about Verizon. You knew about Sprint, T-Mobile. And you had to sign a contract.
Pakistani. There was a Pakistani card like that back then.
What up, Scott Ash? Can you hear that clapping? I got a new speaker hooked up.
I can hear it.
Tell me if you can hear this, because it's a new speaker.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. Yeah, I tried something new. I took the old speaker and I put a TAT TV SAT speaker on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you an interesting story about that speaker. When that speaker first came out at Best Buy, I didn't want to pay the price. It was like $600. 1 year later, they dropped it down to $325. Couldn't believe they still had them.
Nice.
And I was like, wow. So I was like, I'll take that. But when that first came out, I was like, dude, I remember looking at it when it was $600, wishing I wanted to get it. Because Best Buy gave me a $2,000 credit card. And what I'll do is I'll buy something cool as fuck. And then I'll pay it off, and then I'll go rebuy it. Piece them out. Instead of just... I didn't buy my $2,000 computer cash. I bought it on a credit card. I would have been a cheap ass. Probably went with the $600 stand up instead of $400. Because I couldn't believe it. The monitor I have, the first monitor I got, the one when I first started doing the shows with Kenny, that was $850 monitor. That monitor went up $150. Usually that kind of shit goes down.
Yeah, monitors usually do.
And the reason why I ended up getting 3 monitors, it's like, why do you need 3 monitors when you have that? Well, when I started streaming and I was seeing that you have to click, the game will make your chats disappear or your fucking, different programs to see how you're running or see how your microphone is. I'm like, yeah, I'd rather have that because I want my video game screen to project the whole thing.
Right.
But what I've learned, and this has been a problem I've had on Twitch and people have seen this, my screen is so new that they're not used to streaming off that resolution. So I literally have to go into settings of shit, lower the power of that computer when it's going out of these broadcasts because they're not ready for it, or it'll just, lag. So, yeah, because it's like the average gamer usually places sell shit to the average person. They're using these 27 to 30 inch monitors, or maybe a little bit bigger, and they're broadcasting by 1920, 1080.
Right.
What's funny is me and Frank couldn't figure out why we were lagging, because you go to type in videos, let's watch a video. There's not many people that are streaming on those. You'll find a couple more now. It's been almost a year since I've had it. But when we were first looking at them, we're like, the videos for what I wanted to do, there wasn't a million of. And the shit was vague to where, I mean, Frank's a genius. He eventually figured it out to where we had to shrink it. It sounds so fucked up. I had to shrink it. And then when you look at it on my app, you'll see it like in a box form because my screen's a curved monitor. Most monitors are square. Even this curve that I'm looking at, this is a 27-inch curve, but it comes out in a square platform. Yeah, there was a lot of shit with the computers. I did not know. Think about this. In March, I never owned a computer but a laptop, and I only put pictures on it. No games, never watched a movie on it. I was a console guy. I did not stream. When I gambled on my phone, or we went physically to places.
Right.
So when I got the computer, I knew nothing about computers, how to set up the StreamYard, send links, post one, copy, do the voice thing, make those editing videos. It was Frank that showed me most of that shit in the beginning. Because some of the stuff he was trying to learn, not because he was becoming a streamer, but that's how smart, he's just a guy that likes, he wanted to learn how to set up a Twitch, how to set up a Trovo, restream.
I always tell people the PC or Apple or whatever you use, your computer tower is the most important piece of equipment that you have, in my opinion.
Yeah, it took me a lot, and there's still a shitload I need to learn, but this is a guy that didn't even know nothing about a computer.
Right.
You know what I mean? And now I'm doing shit on it that I just would have thought about a year ago. I would have never. I've been like, I don't know how to do that. It was like speaking a lot of, gibberish. I remember having trouble getting my printer to print originally. Right. You know what I mean? But after you get the computer, you learn why they're becoming more popular. And once you get one, you want to have one.
Oh, yeah.
But definitely.
I love game consoles, but I mean, if there was a choice between a game console and a PC, I couldn't have both. I would go with the PC. I mean,
For instance, you see these overlays? I still don't know where to get this. This is from Frank. That's a shout out to Frank Kirsch. He'll be back around eventually. But look, this overlay, the dock thing he made on the above thing, I didn't know how to do that. I still don't know where Frank found these. Frank used to put these in my Dropbox when I first started, to where he made, I'll show you the ones he made that I have. I have this one. That's a Frankie. Not that one. This one is from Frank. Still don't even know where he did that one. That was like my day one.
Yeah.
He like made one for me, made one for we had to make one for Jake. Yeah, but a lot of those early memes were all from him. I still don't know how to make. I haven't asked how to make memes, but I haven't even made any memes yet. I want to make some emotes for my channel.
I know there's like, if you go on like Google or something, you could type in like meme creator. I don't know how good those are, but I've never tried it.
I was supposed to make an emote for Jake, and Jake got mad at me because I haven't made an emote. I don't know how.
I don't know how. I was like,
and sometimes I actually do have real life, Jake, where I can't. And there's only certain people I'll ask for help from the shit, and there's not always people available.
Yeah, I never tried one of those where you go on there and just put in what you want, and then you can download it after it makes it. One of those meme generator things on like go to Google, you can download that way and make a meme. But I don't think they're real good though, real good quality.
And how I want the streams to look eventually is, if you've seen that guy that I like, Dr. Disrespect, he'll just see him and, he goes 9 different cameras. There's different scenes. But he has a green screen set up to where you'll just see him and the game's behind him. So picture seeing me, but all you see behind me in the screen is the game.
Yeah, he's
You don't
got
see
like
my house.
projected onto the green screen. That's cool.
Now he has a button that he can hit that changes scenes, and because it's green screens, makes him look like he's in another studio. But in all actuality, he just has green behind him. That's why I painted these green, just in case. I'm going to get an actual screen, but people are like, "Why did you go with green?" Well, for some reason, I had to do something behind a wall that involved the green screen standing up. It's green now.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Too. I mean, better
But
than
the
having
problems,
everything white. Like
the
my
problem
house.
I've been having early was the one guy that's been, because Frank hasn't been around for a few days, but he'll be back eventually. But I've been trying to ask this one guy how to do shit on my computer, and he'll say stuff like, "You might need to start gaming on a smaller monitor." What kind of guy buys the best monitor and then wants to hear, "Hey man, you might have the downside"?
Yeah, you don't want to hear that shit.
That don't make no sense, man. You don't go get the speedboat and then let's get the rowboat because you don't know how to, work on.
Right.
What computer do you have? Well, I have the. If you look up Best Buy's chart, it's the one that's 12. I don't know how to explain it. Frank knows the way to look it up where it says the numbers. I just know it was meant for gaming. And I asked the guy, what's the difference between the $1,200 and the $900 one? Because they always look the same. You got ones that are made in China now for $500. You would never, you'd be like, oh, I'll just get that. You don't even realize how fucking not good these things are.
Right.
But what's crazy is what I learned was I spent $1,200, but now I'm looking at the one that's there's one that's $2,000 I want. I learned about these PCs is they make them up to like 20, 30 grand. You could get graphics cards that are 2,000 and you can't even go buy them. Like I could go buy a card to upgrade my computer. You can't even find them, and building PCs is becoming a big thing, because streaming and everything, and you could just hook more up than the console. Well, the consoles that were made up to par, I'm pretty sure the PS5 probably has some tricks. I know it has a built-in cam and shit. But the new Xbox didn't look like much. And that's why you go on, you don't have Steam. I bet you if you got hip to Steam, you hip to Steam?
I got Steam.
You do got a computer. I'm sorry, dude. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I got Steam.
Once I got hip to Steam, I'm like, man, I kind of like this.
Yeah,
to where I'll pick up old games like you do. I like that. But I don't really have the old consoles, and they're usually not backward.
Right.
I got an Xbox One and I got a PS4. And the only reason why I bought the PS4 was because Sony was smart. They made all those good PlayStation exclusives.
Yep.
That Xbox didn't have. So I played Last of Us when it was like down to $20. And that was a good game, even though it got some bad feedback on the second one when they killed the guy.
Yeah, I liked it. It's still good.
I hated I don't like killing the dogs. I always try to avoid that, but you can't sometimes.
Right.
I always used to hate killing the dogs in games. I'm like, fuck, can't you shoot these things with there were certain games where you start shooting, not zombie dogs, but you start to shoot real dogs. I can't play this game. Just for some reason, I hate shooting a dog. I remember I'd always be like, dude, because in Last of Us 2, they have that part with those German Shepherds. And there was this part where I spent an hour trying to dodge the German Shepherd without killing it. Meaning I spent an hour of my time trying to do everything not to kill this dog.
Right.
And he killed me every time to where I was like, God, I got to kill this dog.
Yeah, you got to kill a dog. You want to get further.
You know what I mean? And it was like, I can't believe they did that. See, in the original Tomb Raider, it was okay because the graphics were shitty. But nowadays, I wouldn't play the new Tomb Raider because they would have you kill Dobermans in that game. And I got a Dover. I'm not shooting at no Doberman.
Yeah, one of the Tomb Raiders I do, there is a couple parts where at least one part where you got to kill a dog.
I think I did play this one. I played one of them.
Left 4 Dead 2, that's a great
was
game.
The hot one. I think that was the one that was really hot and playable.
Left 4 Dead 2 was what, PC and 360 and
what game did I always? What up, Jason Robbins? I didn't see you in there, guys. What up, Gaming Alpha? Sorry, gentlemen. Good to see you.
Ready.
This is my buddy Pook Ninja with Salty Gaming Episode 1 PlayStation. We've been kind of bouncing around, but it's been a good talk.
Yeah.
But let's go. Let me ask you this now. Back on PlayStation. Favorite PlayStation game, and what game on PlayStation do you think you played the most? Because you might have had a favorite, but it wasn't the one you played the most.
Favorite PlayStation 1 game? Man, I'd have to go. There's a strategy RPG that was made by Konami called Vandal Hearts. And I really, really liked that game, and they made a second one, but it wasn't really quite as good. And they made a newer one digital for 360. It wasn't the same, but the first Vandal Hearts, just the story, the graphics, the blood spurting after you defeated an enemy. It played like a tactics RPG, you know, with the grid base and all that. It was just a cool game. Game I played most.
You know, because I would always say we played the football the most because I always had buddies over.
Yeah.
Twisted Metal 2, I don't know if it was definitely my top 5, but we would play that all day, all night. I remember doing what was the first game you did that you beat, complete walkthrough? I'm going to try to think of mine. I think it might have, I don't even think I beat Crash Bandicoot when I was a kid. I think I beat it later.
You talking a complete walkthrough? Like you talking about on
PlayStation? I think mine was, believe it or not, the beat, like, you know, all the levels, like a Tomb Raider game of some sort.
Yeah.
Not like
But you talking about on PlayStation or just any system?
Go PlayStation because we're doing PlayStation. Trying to think of the one I did. I don't want to say Tomb Raider, but that was one of them.
There's a lot of them.
There was a game called Soul Reaver.
Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver.
I played a couple dumbass RPGs, Guardians Crusade.
Resident Evil on the PlayStation, the very first Resident Evil, played through all of that.
That might have been the first game I beat all the way through, was like a Resident Evil, and I started to get into completing games. Like, I got a game I wanted to.
Resident Evil was one of them for sure. There was an RPG that I liked. I know I played through all that. It was before Final Fantasy VII. It was called Beyond the Beyond on PlayStation.
Well, I'll never forget Final Fantasy VII because I'll tell you this. I remember it was on PS2 because I bought the PS2. I was working then too. I was working at Red Lobster.
Yeah.
I was a dishwasher. They should have had me as a server. This is how dumb this place was. They had me in the dishwasher with 2 guys that didn't speak any English. And I wasn't exactly your fastest dishwasher. Like, I would have been a better guy as a waiter. But they didn't even trust me. They didn't trust me out there. I don't know how I got fired from there, Red Lobster, but I know I never saw the floor. I eventually became a waiter when my dad was paying for broadcasting school, and his rule was if you live under the roof, you had to have a job to where he made sure you had a job. He was monitoring money I was bringing in from tips and shit. But his thought process was, that was strict, but he ponied up to 12 grand for the broadcasting school I would have never been able to go to. I might have fucked up because when I graduated from that, I obviously chose the marijuana lifestyle. You know.
Yeah.
And that was when they were still killing people for weed. Where you get shit, you could get caught selling a bag of weed to your best friend, and as long as he was working with the cops, they could paint you drug dealer 101.
Oh, yeah.
They put you on probation, and they're just hoping you fuck that probation because that just means more money for them. They get more money keeping you locked up than you paying for probation. I remember there would be days where I'd go 30 days without smoking weed, be ready for the drug test. It would still be in my fucking system. For some reason, it would not get out of my system in 30 days, and that would always get me screwed. And I'd feel like the biggest idiot. I remember going 30 days without smoking, and then you piss, and you're like, dude, I've been clean all these days, and there's still fucking weed in your system.
Yeah, I always was told it was 45 days to be completely clean.
I should have went with your 45 days. See, I was always...
I didn't know you back then, but if I could have gave you the advice then,
And the drink never worked, or your piss would come out like purple or some
vinegar.
Shit.
Did you ever try vinegar?
I'll tell you a drug test. It wasn't a probation one. There was this place hiring. I'm like, oh, sweet. I'd love to get a job here. It was like one of those cool jobs. But of course, they were doing a pee test. So this is before they had the fake dick and everything that you could pee out of now, or I don't even know how to use that thing.
They had crazy shit now.
people would pee in the condoms. So this is what my dumbass did. No one gave me the run through, but I got fake piss. So I didn't even think they heated up. You know how they sell you fake piss and they tell you to warm it up? My dumbass brought cold piss in there.
Oh, they could fill it in.
You,
they'd fill it in the container. It was cold. Yeah, when they grabbed it.
So let me tell you what they said. She goes, sir, your pee was a little cold. Like, this wasn't a PO. So she's like, sir, your pee was a little cold. And I go, oh, sorry. What's the big deal about that? She's like, well, would be like the pee out. She said something like the pee out of a dead. You'd be dead at this temperature.
Right.
Or like some shit. Like, it was like, I never thought of pee leaving your body at a hot temp. Never thought of that. You know, when I was taking it.
You should have told her to go microwave that specimen for about 30 seconds. Come back.
So I'm like, damn, you didn't hear me going in there?
It's fucking crazy.
She definitely knows the piss is piss cold. She's like, well, then she's like telling me how I poured it in the thing and it doesn't. She's like, you would be the first person in the world to have piss at them. and I think she said in like just the whatever smart ass. She was in a PO.
Fucking pissing ice cubes over there, man.
Look at that smiler.
Like a fucking penguin pissing ice cubes.
Yeah. Now, Pablo, what's funny is, as big as he looks, he's not even a giant Doberman. And the dog I had before him, his head would come up to me. It was a Cane Corso. His name was Taz. This motherfucker was giant. Where if you walked him, you could walk past him, he wouldn't do nothing to you. He was a very trained leash dog. But he got to a point that if I wasn't here and you tried to walk through that front yard, you were either going to have to kill him or his bites would kill you. He would, you know what I mean? This is a dog that, you know, I didn't pay for this dog. I was the guy that had to take care of. When I got out of prison, I was living in my lawyer's house. And I was like, it was the first time living in the hood. I'm like, dude, I need a dog. And my buddy used to breed Cane Corsos. And they had this dog, Taz, that my buddy was starting to fall out of the dog breeding thing. And he couldn't watch the dogs the same way because he had females. And he always had a male, and he wasn't going to get him neutered.
Right.
And a female dog's in heat no matter what. And Taz, you should see Taz when Daisy got in heat. Taz will go through a door. This door is still missing. See why this door?
Right.
This door is missing because I never put it back when Taz, true story, Cheech, before he died, rest in peace, Cheech, I had a Chihuahua. I used to have to put him in a cage when I would leave the house only because he had a pee problem. I didn't raise him. He was raised by my ex-chick. But when I brought him here, the carpets were brand new. Taz would hate it so much if you put a dog in a cage to where he started breaking Cheech out. When I would keep the door open, he would break Cheech out. But when he'd break Cheech out, he would drag the cage out, fuck the walls up. He started dragging the cage out in the middle of the floor to where I would leave. Dude, you've never seen no weird shit like this. I'll have to dig them up on my my laptop, excuse me. I have videos of where I would stack chairs up in front of Cheech's cage, close the door, blankets, put everything in front of this thing. This dog, Taz, for whatever reason, as soon as I left the damn house, if there was a dog in that cage, if there was a door, which he did bust down, he went through the bottom part of the door where I came in and the one part of the door was there, but the bottom was busted through like a goddamn cartoon. You know what I mean?
Like for a wild coyote in the fucking...
Cheech isn't even a female. He's a male dog. And something would trigger in Taz's head to where not only would he break Cheech out of the cage, he would drag the cage to the middle of this floor where I'm standing because there was no computers here. This room, when I first moved here, was empty. Yeah. When I was first coming in, moving, I only had one couch. You know what I mean? And I was buying furniture. I used to leave this room open because I was watching Ringo at the time. It was another Doberman. And I had Taz, Daisy, and Cheech. But Taz would break you out of the fucking... And he was a human-sized dog to where I had to stop caging Cheech. Yeah, no matter what was in front of that cage.
Dog was freeing its peoples, you know what I mean? It was freeing its peoples.
And he had a weird relationship with a Chihuahua, which wasn't a female, where I got videos of Taz Daisy spayed. I knew Daisy had to get spayed when we were at our old house, and Taz knew Daisy was in heat. And this was the first time I was ever around a dog of his caliber. Now, when I say caliber, we're talking, how much do you weigh? This dog was 275.
Damn.
It took 3 of us to get it to, yeah, it took 3 of us in a goddamn blanket when I had to put him down. It was the hardest thing in the goddamn world because when he couldn't walk anymore, and that's when so I never bought another Cane Corso because I can't go through that.
Right.
At the end. That's why I was like, I bought a Doberman because I already had Dobermans. And if I was going to get a Cane Corso, they were like $3-4 grand, the ones I wanted. I could get a Doberman for $1,000 and I picked up 2. Pablo had a brother, but these Amish people lied. They said these dogs were friendly with each other. When I got him here, Pablo attacked the other dog to where the other dog wasn't really an animal attacker, to where for some reason, whatever it was, and this is when Pablo was, I'm talking about under a year old. I remember when I had to grab this Doberman from Pablo at 6 months, and Pablo was like, went to bite the dog, but I shielded him to where his fucking grip caught my leg, and I was like, ah! I remember there's still like a little knuckle print from when I had holding the one Doberman, and Pablo accidentally bit me on the back of the leg. And this is like when he first came here, and he was only 6 months. I'm like, if his bite feels like that at 6 months, I got to get these dogs separated. These Amish people were kenneling dogs. These dogs were fully separated.
Fucking Amish, man. Amish mafia.
And he ended up being a dog to where I don't know what they did with him because they had him later than other breed. When I went and saw him, how timid he was, I remember at first I didn't want him. Because I go, dude, I can't have a dog that can't be around people. I'm about to bring him back to my Chihuahua, and I like a friendly dog. Right. But then I saw how these Amish people were fucking kenneling him. And I remember the guy goes, you want me to put the dog back? And I saw how these dogs, I'm on a farm, but I don't see no fucking dogs. I'm like, hey, bud, maybe I didn't expect the Doberman to come running up, but I'm looking at 9 farms here. I don't see one dog running around. That threw me off to where I was saying that in their place. And they're probably like, I remember they didn't answer that, but now I know why, because there was a news story done later to where they're just, I don't want to say stacking cages, but they're basically just keeping these dogs. They're not outside running around the farm like a real breeder with, like, you know what I mean, with the mom. They get to a certain point, they're in a cage, bull fed. You're on whatever internet site the damn Amish use. They didn't even have a phone because, you know, they have policies and shit.
Right.
I remember I called them motherfuckers and I'm like, you guys lied to me about the brother thing because I would have not brought 2 male Dobermans in my house at the age they were at. Strangers. In the conditions you guys had them. Thank God my buddy was able to I would have been able to take care of both. But I just got over separating Taz and Ringo. This was another Doberman and a Corso. The Corso just eventually got tired of Ringo and he was just going at him. That's just a Corso thing. Ringo was a good Doberman. You know what I mean? But my chick took him when she was fully trained. But when I saw how smart Pablo was, like, I've never had a dog that could smile on command.
Right.
I've never had a dog that will not make friends with anybody, but he will give you the respect to where you could walk past. Like, he might have seen you 100 times. The more comfortable he gets, what a Doberman will do when he's timid to somebody, he'll get comfortable to where he knows you're not going to do anything, where he searches my buddy's pockets. Like, those, because they'll smell like a dog, he'll stick the hand in there, they'll got food, he'll like a Doberman will just come up to you, start searching everything. He smells something he wants, especially when he knows you. And when Pablo, his thing is, as soon as you try to talk to him, he barks at you because that's how he communicates. And his bark's scary where people will be standing in my kitchen and they'll be like, can you get him?
Right.
You know what I mean? Pablo, come here.
I don't want to fuck with it. We got El Spicy in the house. Hi, El Spicy. Jonathan's in the house. I seen him pop in a little bit.
Look, Salty. I get him a smile. Look, smile. Pablo.
There he goes.
Hey, Pablo.
There he goes.
This dog's smart as hell. Like I said, I told a story once about I've only had two people, but I've only had people break in one time. Now, Pablo's the type to where, yeah, he'll disarm you. Taz would have made sure you're at the hospital.
Yeah,
he at least has a little discipline, but if I'm not around, the one thing he'll do that's funny, if he knows you, as soon as you turn your back on a Doberman, they attack from behind. Meaning, if I got up right now and I kept going in a circle, Pablo's going to try to keep his back to me, or he's going to go behind me. If somebody's at my front door and they walk to the kitchen and I'm not standing back there to grab, go, hey, Pablo, don't even think about it. Pablo, as a joke, will run up to you from behind and grab your ear. Not like a bite. He'll come up and lick your ear. But sometimes his power is so heavy where I'm outside and I always tell people, don't walk to the door without me. He's funny around the door. He gets excited. He thinks you're letting somebody in, and he doesn't like that. So my buddies, when they walk to the kitchen, if they walk to the door without me, he'll run behind them and knock them down. Some guys will be like, whoa! You know what I mean? But usually he scares you, and that's what he does.
Yeah.
And they do it real quick, and they'll headbutt. He'll headbutt you, too. He'll go. I just thought that was funny, the way they attack. Now, a Corso, when we didn't know Taz turned, I used to be able to have people around Taz. There was a balcony. My buddy was coming over to buy a sack of weed. He opened the door. He thought I set him up. This is a true story. He's coming through the front door. I just got Taz back. I didn't realize, you got to remember, I didn't have this dog, I had a puppy. It was raised by my buddies, and something kind of got funny when he was older. I raised him. I took care of him for the last 5 years of his life, but he got older to where if he didn't know you, you couldn't come in the house. They didn't even tell me that when they gave me the dog back. I had my buddy come in because a couple months later, the dog was around everybody. This is what this Taz did. I'm in a fucking picture a hallway. It's a skinny hallway, open door. It's a duplex house. House upstairs, house downstairs. So you had kind of thin hallways. Right. I'm letting my buddy in the door. This is the first guy to come to my house since I got Taz back. Taz, a 275-pound gold cane Corso. I'd never seen an animal eat. I didn't know an animal could move like this, and I never Googled cane Corsos like attack styles. So a lot of this shit was normal. But let me tell you what happened. I'm opening the door. The dog was able to, like a man, pin me against the wall, because what he did was he slammed the door shut. So picture a wall and me between the door and the wall. So I'm like this. Right. You know what I mean? And he's 275. He was a fucking strong dog. He would slow down only when I grabbed him by his collar. So look what he did to my dude. Now luckily we're on the lower level. Taz got up on the cane Corsos will try to attack you with their claw first. A paw print. Now their paw, he smacked my dude to where my dude was falling back. He flipped over the balcony of being scared. And he got 7 stitches from the paw. Damn. From the paw. I remember I'm like, whoa.
That's a badass dog, man.
I call my buddy. This is the kicker of the story. What the fuck happened to Taz or whatever? They're like, oh, my buddy goes, Bruce didn't tell you? Yeah, fucking Taz fucking went after this old lady. I'm like, went after an old, you guys don't want to tell me that the dog went after someone? And he goes, yeah, he's kind of hiding out. These people are looking. The dog didn't get a full bite in, but the lady was old enough to where, a scratch is a scratch or whatever, and they wanted Taz's head. So, and I lived in the ghetto. They had Taz in nicer spots because they were breeding. And what happened was, and my fucking friend's a piece of shit for this. He fucking, the dog got cherry eye. It means, looks like the dog's stoned all the time. He's got a red eye. He stopped breeding the dog, but he stopped treating it like it was his dog originally. That's when I took it. Because I said, dude, if I move in the ghetto, the only people I would have to worry about are the people I associate with. Because you couldn't come in my house with that dog there, nor would you feel comfortable with a dog that's literally, this dog was so big that if you were walking on the street with him, people would just stop and just eye him down. They would go to the other side of the street because of the fear. And he wasn't a dog that pulled on the leash because he was raised as a show dog. So what was fucked up about this dog is as soon as you put him on a leash, you could probably walk up to him on the sidewalk. He would just walk past you if he's on the leash held by me. But as soon as we got to this house and you tried to come through that front door, that's why I used to have to let people in the back. I had the gate up. Even when I knew he knew who you were, because eventually he was smart enough by the smell. And I would be able to tell by his actions when he would hear a voice, he would go away. I didn't trust it because I'm like, dude, if this dog accidentally bites you, you could be gone. You know what I mean? I've seen him attack a dog to where I had to break him and Ringo up. Ringo didn't attack him. Ringo was so scared of Taz that he never tried to even fight him again. He went in a corner. And then Taz he got a mentality to where the only dogs he got along with were Daisy and Cheech. I'd have to keep dogs Pablo wasn't around yet. Right. But I had to keep him separated from any dog that wasn't a dog he knew. He knew the female cane corsos and he could be around them. But he got to a point where if he didn't know you, that's why when I had him on 85th, it was a much more dangerous street than here. I think I didn't lock the door ever because I knew if there was a thief, you would have to kill the dog. So you don't exactly have thieves that are ready to kill dogs and then go through your shit. It's not like I had some kind of house to where a burglar would go, oh, this guy's got 20,000, 30,000. I was
they want an easy place to go into and get shit. They don't want to have to fuck with a 275-pound dog that's going to tear
unless there was like a thing where they knew 100,000 was the take or something.
Well, yeah, they knew.
You're not going to be the TV stealer and go, look, okay, step one, we got to kill the dog.
Right.
So that's why I wasn't scared of the hood and I wasn't screwing around with people on my street. Like if people met me, I wasn't like, yo, you need pot? I always played like a broke card. Like I was like hey, I could get you a little, where I was not a threat to where getting him doesn't, till you got to a situation where you can't trust everybody. It'd be like this. If somebody would ask me for something I could get, sometimes I would say no. I could get you this. Something small to where if they were shady by thief, you know what I mean? Like put the cop part aside. If they were shady by thief, make sure it's an amount you can bounce back from. No need to especially in those back in the day before weed was sold at stores and shit. And, 10-year-olds were selling the shit. There was always people looking to get people for as much as an ounce. And you know what I mean? So how my fucking thought was, well, I'm only going to fuck with usually people I feel comfortable with, but I'm willing to bring in new people, but I'm going to put them on a limit. Just like when I would gamble with some guys, I would say, look, rule, we don't get over 300. We pay at 3 no matter what. No crime. If I'm down 3, I come pay you 3. I'm not going to come bug you for 100. You know what I mean? Yeah. I've lost friends over it. Like a lot of guys ended up stiffing me and gambling money or shit like that. I didn't take it personal. But that's why I used to set limits. Because you let a guy gamble free credit, before you know it, one of your close friends is down $2,000. You never see him again because you feel bad for $2,000. And how I would make it sound was some of these guys' bets I would take because I knew they were already down and I was up money, so I was playing with house money. I had a bookie, but I'd always make them feel like I was going to pay the bookie. I would know when somebody was kind of schmuck bag where I was like, all right, I'm not going to ruin my bookie credibility to call in a bet for you. Yeah. You know what I mean? But that's why I remember when I first got out of prison, I never even really had anything because I was either spending it on my chick or I was gambling. And gambling usually and they just opened the casino for the first time. And I was hooked, like I said on the show yesterday, loved playing dice. We played dice at houses. That was like a picture when you get Scrabble out. No, we would play CeeLo with the 3 dice where you play on a pool table. Picture a blackjack dealer. You're playing against a blackjack dealer. We would do that in dice. And you go in a circle and you shoot against the guy. Yeah, we would do craps. But there was another game called CeeLo. It was a 3 dice game. People used to play it at the party. We played it in school. It was an addicting game. We would get like $20, $30, play each other by 5s up to 20. 5s up to 20. Right. It was like our house hiding from our parents and shit. Because it was unheard of for kids at that age to play dice for money.
That's crazy.
But yeah, do you gamble?
Nah, man, I don't do that, man. It's too easy to lose the money.
You're right. I was able to quit for a year. This was the first year I came back. Now, I did leave the casino. I remember one day I was at the casino for 7 hours. I left there midday. I was drunk. I had a headache. And I remember I was like, you know what? If I were to get pulled over right now, they would probably list me drunk as fuck and I would lose my dealer tag. And at the time, this is when used cars were selling a little bit more easier in our department because we were getting more models than we're getting now. Nowadays, cars are selling. We're getting less models. So the day I quit gambling at the casino was after 7 hours. I didn't even lose. I was up $110. And I remember I said to myself, you were just in here for 7 hours. You're drunk. You got a fucking migraine headache just to make $110. And it was just like, this was after a week of losses, little bit, like always chasing a big score. You realize that that casino was just set up for failure. And I was gambling sports. So before you know it, it felt like I was just paying off gambling.
Right.
So when I quit drinking, I was like, you know what? I'm not drinking no more. Just because I just quit one day. Not because I had a problem. I was just like, if I drink, I want to go gamble. I didn't do podcasts. I'd go play cards. You know, I'll play cards at a buddy's house, but if you go play cards downtown, problem is the guy across from you can have 30 grand. You could be a guy going in there to gamble at 200. This guy's got 30 grand ready to piss off 5, bet you, and, you know, bully bet you. Hey, man, you want to see the card, son, you got to bet $500. And the guy with $200 is thinking twice before the bluffer with 5. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I got my ass out of a casino.
Yeah, that shit's set up to drain your money, man. They drain your money. It's set up. I always thought.
I do sell cars. Daisy did get the mice. We got the mouse.
Yeah,
what
get
up,
that
Daisy?
fucking mouse.
I do sell cars. I'll tell you how I got into that. My 2 partners who I deal with, they're twin brothers. So they the life of doing shit the right way, working to where my one partner is an FFL dealer, the guy that registers guns, is able to sell you guns, where an ATF agent could come in your house any day of the week just to make sure you got your guns in cases and you're doing proper paperwork and you're not doing nothing fucked up. But these guys also were gifts of many trades, meaning they sell houses now and we did the inside, all the painting here, all the carpet, but we wanted to do the car thing because we had hookups to get it. And we knew fucking places to get cheaper cars, and they knew how to do their own work to a certain extent. To where in the beginning we were picking up $900 cars and getting $2,500, but within a day or two. Nowadays, those 900 cars that we were getting when we first started, now those cars are like $2,000. And the ones you really want, see, we're not a buy here, pay here. We sell our cars cash. So buy here, pay here, how they do you is they always have those, you know how you could owe them like 10 grand, you could pay a car off for years, and even though the car's not worth it, you still pay a car note.
Right, yeah.
What the car guys are doing is they're making sure they could get that extra money that the car's not worth, meaning we're only going to, if a car's only worth $950, we're not giving them extra because we're not fronting cars, because we didn't want to be the people that had to go repo. When we were hearing stories about this buddy wearing bulletproof vests down in go get a car that you're illegally allowed to get, where people were shooting at this guy where he had to wear a vest. I'm like, dude, I'm not no motherfucking, I'm not going in no fucking any neighborhood and picking a car. He said he'd be in normal neighborhoods, motherfucker. A girl would start hitting you. She would start doing all this fucked up shit to it. Now, this was a repo guy that was telling me these stories, but I remember we heard some of these stories earlier, and we're like, look, we're just going to sell them cash. We buy our shit cash. People that want to buy them, they want to buy them. Usually the people that get it fronted, they usually end up fucking that up because they get sank in a repair, and then they have the car note, and then their job's probably already subpar.
Right.
So if we are we went to the auction yesterday, I didn't get a call back. That means I don't even think we won anything. Now, we only bid it on 4 cars. There wasn't that many. It wasn't one of those drive-in ones. It's a silent auction, meaning you drive the car, you write the bid down, you give it to the head guy. He calls you later that night. Obviously, there's backdoor politicking going on.
Right.
You know what I mean. We asked him, why don't we get to see the winning price? He made it sound like it was some big deal or something.
Legal official shit. Yeah.
You don't want to see who they're favoring, meaning what did he get the car for? Because then maybe you go get the price, you figure out who they're bouncing off each other.
You bribe the motherfucker, yeah.
So if a car is 900 right now, these buy your payers will go, I'll give you 16. We're not doing that. So that's why we'll trigger some cars that are broken, because I got a great mechanic that'll fix me for so cheap that it doesn't even, like repairs that would run you about $750 in an average place, unless you knew the guy. I hunt the part down. And over the years, because I used to deal with bad mechanics, I mean, guys that fucked me in the long run or just were shitty workers or weren't on time, to where I used to always hunt my parts down. So I've always been smart about the parts, where to get any part for a car. You know what I mean? And what parts do. I'm not no mechanic. But if I'm in 2005 and you say, drive around, tell me what you think, I might have an idea what's wrong. You know what I mean? And I don't know new cars. Like I said, I've never sold a car over $10,000 before.
Right, you got all your experience with the used older cars, so you get after doing it so long, you got an idea what it is. Something's wrong.
Well, yeah, I knew absolutely nothing. I used to lie in the beginning. I remember I would tell people I used to only know the price, so I'd be like, "Look, I'm not a great mechanic, but I would always act like I knew about the car I bought in the beginning."
Right.
But over time, I actually did start to learn the cars to where I've never had a problem, but I'm not afraid to tell everybody, yeah, this car's got this, that, and that, because I'm not selling it for an unfair price to where if it had a bad A, B, and C, oh, well, he's actually selling to me a price where I could get that repaired, wiggle room. Because I know if you owe me a $500 car payment and that $500 repair comes, the repair always wins in that circumstance. These people that get usually fronts aren't the most noble people at one point, because they're usually being told they're being fucked by you for so many months that eventually they're just like, fuck you.
Yeah, they just gotta quit paying.
So that was my philosophy was, I'm not going to lie to you. Hey, I would tell women when they would come there by themselves, listen, make sure you like this. Call whoever you got to call and stuff, because sometimes we would have a guy, we sold a car to these kids. They were younger dudes. Their dad, there was nothing wrong with the van, but their dad didn't. He was a rich guy. He didn't like the van that he was sold, and he was wondering why they were 21 years old, why we were allowed to sell them a van at 21. I'm like, dude, I go, sir, at 21, I didn't have no dad fucking checking what I was buying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was already out of the house. I was in broadcasting school too, but I didn't have them So these people could report you, even though you had no ill will. And we were in a city that they get phone calls. They didn't have car lots. They had brand new car lots. So they were getting phone calls about guys selling, busting up used. It's the type of city that would have got rid of you. We weren't in the ghetto. You know what I mean? We were in a place where we didn't have to worry about our Cadillac converters getting stolen. Down here, guys will do that. They'll cut the Cadillac converter just to get high, knowing, and the Cadillac converter prices were down too for a while. Scrap was super down. Now they're giving you double for scrap. They were giving you like I would have a car that right now scrap's giving you $750 for. They were giving you $150 for. Because I'd have cop cars, my transmissions would always go, and I would always just drive them down to I used to drive the fuck out of cop cars, because you'd always look incognito, and some cops would usually wave at them. They'd be like,
right.
Like, we got those from Gov Deals. You ever heard of Gov Deals?
Nope.
It's a site where you can buy old government shit, tractors, cars that they're not using anymore. Like the city of Euclid or something will have a plow truck.
Right.
As soon as it's got too many miles and they're done, or the city buys them a new one, they put those on an auction site where you could buy. I bought a cop car with stickers on it, and the cop goes, "There's nothing illegal with you buying this car." Now, if you're doing something you shouldn't be doing, like impersonating, he said, as long as there was no lights on it, it had canine and it had the stickers on it. He goes, you can keep that police sticker on there. The stickers aren't illegal. I took the stickers off before I sold it. But when I was driving that car for the first month, most cops thought they didn't think I was a cop, obviously, but they thought I was either a guy that was associated with police or worked on the cars because I was in, I'd stay out of certain cities with it, and I was on a dealer tag. So if the cop didn't pull me over, he goes, "Why are you in a cop car?" Which they never pulled me over one time in a cop car. He goes, "Why are you in this car?" "Sir, I'm a car dealer. I get these from government deals. Here's my salesman license. My dealership number is blah, blah, blah. You have any questions, you contact Phil Harford." And the police officer that sold me the vehicle told me I had nothing to worry about. Stickers are up to me. Now, if I had the blue light going, I had a radio on the outside, and I was riding around a neighborhood saying, "This is the police."
Right.
I'm sitting outside of a mall fucking with kids. Yeah, I wasn't doing none of that, but that was where they would hit you with that thing if they were.
Yeah, that's
because I remember I was eating McDonald's sitting in a parking lot. Cleveland cops walked up to me to where they're like, "What are you doing here?" I was the only one eating in the parking lot. I'm like, "I just want to eat. I don't like driving and eating." And the lady didn't realize I could be in that car to where she got so mad at me. She's like, "Don't argue with me." She called her boss, found out I was doing nothing wrong by being in the car, but gave me a ticket anyway because I was being a disturbance, even though she was wrong. Zero apology, ticket anyway. Yeah, she thought it was 2:30 a.m. I remember, dude, it was the only thing open, no groceries. I went there, and I literally hate eating some food driving. So I'll pull over in the McDonald's. I was the only one there. These cops walked up to me. What was funny was with the lady, when she realized I wasn't doing it illegal, she goes, "Do I smell weed?" And what's funny is normally I would say yes, but ma'am, I go, "Don't pull that one. I literally just came from my house, and I'm smart enough to know I'm already going to be a suspect for drinking at those hours. So why would I bring a weed sack with me
right.
to go get McDonald's? It's not that desperate, lady." But she tried to pull that "Do I smell weed?" I'm like, damn, you guys are really desperate.
Yeah, she's
trying. I wasn't even drinking.
She's
like,
trying to get you to admit to something.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking police, man.
Well, yeah, that's that. Sorry that I rambled on, but I haven't told some of those stories for years.
No, it's cool to hear, man. Shit. It's good. It's good hearing some of that stuff. It's cool.
Because selling cars used to be a lot funner. Uber was around, obviously, years ago, but it wasn't to where like a 14-year-old's like, "Mom, can I Uber in your car when I get my temps?" To where they got car rental spots that say for Uber cars only. That was genius by the rental place. Because what happens is there's all these guys that want to do Uber, but they're too schmucky to be able to afford their own car because whether they're on drugs. Because I remember this one day I got a driver. I could tell this guy was on drugs. I'm like, damn. I'm like, this guy's forwarding the car note. He looks a little bit banged up. Eventually, out of his own mouth, he starts telling me, he goes, "Yeah, I rent this from the whatchamacallit weekly. They rent out Uber cars." So now what's going on with Uber, that Uber probably doesn't know, is a lot of guys that probably don't even deserve to be driving are getting rentals from this hefty place that's selling Uber rentals to anybody. And these guys are then allowed to do Uber.
Uber probably don't give a shit until something big goes down, something happens.
No, they don't. They used to like care about that shit where you had to have a specific car. It couldn't go past a certain year. You couldn't keep changing the models like they're doing with a rental.
Yeah, it's all about money, man. They get the money from the rental place for promotion and all that.
I couldn't do Uber because I do not like people behind me that I would not know. You know what I mean? You get the wrong guy. There was that one guy who shot a motherfucker, an Uber driver.
Oh, yeah, because you're picking them up. It's basically a taxi. So, I mean, taxis get robbed all the time. So
two things I've always done in the neighborhood to where it's as common as tying your shoe. When I initially walk to my car, let's say I'm bringing money with me. I walk to my car initially, nothing on me. So say I was walking to my car and somebody ran up at me in the yard, like they're like, as soon as this kid walks out of his house, we're going to run up on him. You know what I mean? The dogs are going to be in the house. We're going to have a clean shot because he's opening the gate. So usually, same thing if I came home and had money on me, I would not get out of the car when I first moved in these neighborhoods with all my shit in my pocket. Maybe a couple, fake, some money like, "Here, take what I got." But I would put anything, like if I had something in the trunk and I came home and it was nighttime or whatever, I would get out of the car normally and walk to the door to where I could let the dogs out and then go get my personal shit.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, if you're in a neighborhood like that, or you live in a neighborhood like that, and you know what's going on, yeah, you got to figure out stuff like that. You know, put 20, 30 bucks in your pocket. If you have 200 or 300, keep that stashed away, and just have that
And they
20 or
were on the
30.
rise of
You know,
fixing it up. Like investors, the original neighborhood I lived in where I was renting from my lawyer, they bought all those houses up to where these are expensive ass homes. You know, expensive where you would probably be renting it out for 1,500. But when I first got out of prison, it was still like ghetto. You could go in there. There was a lot of riffraff, prostitution. It's been moved up to where I'm at now, to where now I live in like a mixed neighborhood where it's more Spanish than anything.
right?
You know, like you go outside on certain days and you'll hear the Mexican music where it sounds like you're at a fiesta.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, I would rather have that. Be honest, a lot of the Spanish people, they're good folks. They just got large families, so they're looking for bigger, older, cheaper homes. You know.
No, yeah, no, I got no problem with the West Side. That's why
Right.
when I moved down here and I realized that cops weren't just looking for you for a 20 bag of weed like they are in my mom's neighborhood. You know, my mom's neighborhood, if you they smell weed or you have a bag or anything, they're making sure they fucking get you on the paper, they get your license, they get all this shit. Down here in Cleveland, I remember I was pulled over once and the cop was trying to make sure that the girl I was with wasn't a prostitute. And he goes, I don't care about the weed smell. I want to see your ID. I was like, this is my chick. He went around me once he saw I had my license and my plate comes back clean.
Right.
My partners, it doesn't come back. They'll eventually find out my record, but if it comes to that, I'm probably already in trouble anyway. But I remember this is my first Cleveland experience. In Menor, you would have probably went to jail, or you at least wouldn't have had your car or something silly. This guy said I didn't care about the weed smell because we were smoking and there was an ounce in the car. He made sure we were both valid, and he goes, "All right, get out of here, take her to work." I was like, "I'm just taking her to work." I told him I was smoking. But I was thought they were gonna take me out of the car. I'm on a dealer tag and make a big deal. Like I said, I got pulled over by state highway when they were doing checks after the 4th once because I didn't put my dealer tag on the car. I lost my cell phone. This is years back. So in a panic, you know how important cell phones are nowadays. You can lose half your life on these things.
Oh yeah.
I fucking ran out of the house. I was moving at the time. My plate, I always take out the car, put it in a hamper, so some kid can't just run by and take it because it's a metal plate. Because I could put it on any car. But I drove off. I'm smoking. I'm like, where's my phone? I'm thinking in my head where it could be. Cops were doing checkpoints because the day before was the 4th. They're looking for drunks. He saw me, no license plate, middle of the ghetto. He's like, cha-ching. He pulled me over to where, what's funny is, I thought I only had one bag of weed on me. What I was smoking, and then the thing, I wasn't even planning on lying to a state highway. I was like, dude, I'm just letting this guy know. Because I'll be like, I'll tell him where my plate is. And this is what was crazy. I didn't get arrested or nothing, but there was 3 ounces in a hamper in the back seat because I had a load of clothes I was taking to this house. So I had the weed wrapped up, and the hamper was just ready to go to the new house.
Right.
So he goes, what weed do I smell? And I go, it's this. And I showed him in the thing and everything. I remember this, I've never seen a cop pop a hood. He popped the hood. And then eventually he found the weed in the hamper. And he goes, you couldn't tell me about this? I go, dude, I didn't know that was in there. Now all I got was, it was a misdemeanor amount. I remember my lawyer and I just paid $370. But if you were in a suburban town, state highway pulls you over, cars just get towed for some reason. You're at county for some dumb shit, or somebody has to come pick you up.
Yeah, they don't make the money. Tow your property, and then you got to pay to get it out, and all that shit. It's all a racket.
Yeah.
It's all fucking racket, man.
Now, I'm not somebody who says there doesn't need to be law, because I know they would come out over like barbarians. This would be the walking dead.
Oh, yeah, man. It'd be like that movie where everybody's allowed to murder everybody for the, what's that movie called?
Now, let me answer Sheriff's question. Yeah, Sheriff, like I was telling what's his name one time, yeah, in East Cleveland, white boys get pulled over all the time. Why I like the West Side so much is a lot of the people that are in the nursing school downtown that don't have money yet, they're looking for cheap, they'll get a 3 duplex house and split it between 3 people going to college. Like the East Side, it's only one color. Out here, you'll have white people, Mexican people, black people. It's just mixed. You know, the people that own the stores. East side of Cleveland just became predominantly one thing to where there's no Walmarts and shit down there. So if you're driving down there and you're white, it doesn't matter if you were a good person. You're getting pulled over in that neighborhood because they think you got what they want to go find more of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
I remember getting pulled over in my Cadillac out in 1989 Seville. I wasn't even drinking or smoking while I drove at this point. My buddy had like a minor sack on him. In Cleveland, they fucking pulled me over because they saw I was young. They ripped us out of a car. They searched that motherfucker. They took the speakers apart. Meanwhile, my buddy just had one bag of weed. I wouldn't even have had no balls to been on that street with a lot. You know what I mean? At that time, because I was still dealing with my parents. Yeah. They saw me in a Cadillac. They thought I was selling dope at the time, and I wasn't even a dope dealer then. I used to get people rides to Cleveland for like 20, 30 bucks. Hey, man, can you take, because I was an original driver, you know, early driver. Because even though I got in trouble at school, I still would do enough to where when I got, like, I did these house chores, and it got to $3,000, my dad said he'd match any car I wanted, the first car. And I bought a $6,000 Cadillac. It was a mistake because he even tried to tell me a Cadillac's like a grown man's car. When this thing breaks, this is pre-internet. So you had it broken, you were probably dealing with a mechanic that told you, $1,500, son.
Yeah, you've been better off getting a Ford piece of shit, you know.
I was getting paid at Wendy's $5 an hour. Damn. Paychecks were like irrelevant after taxes. I remember then. I was almost like, damn. How do you
CG, you're right. Purge. That was the name of the movie. Purge. The Purge.
Well, when they got 24 hours, they could do whatever.
Yeah, that's like we were talking about earlier.
What's up, Jonathan?
Jonathan.
Now, the Purge. Let me speak on that real quick. I thought the Purge could have been a lot better.
Yeah.
When they did the sequels, they just really kind of some of the sequels they kind of just did not. I don't know. They made it a little too far-fetched when they should have just stuck with that first basis they had. You know what I mean?
I only watched first one. I never.
It had moments. I want to watch the new Chucky series.
Yeah, that's coming out, isn't it? They're talking about that. What's it like on Paramount or Hulu or one of those?
I don't even know where it's at. That's why I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's on one of them. I just seen it the other day. I don't think it's not on there yet, but it's coming out. It's like Paramount Plus or Hulu or I don't know.
Dude, who knows? What do you fuck with do you fuck with Disney Plus?
No, I don't have Disney. I got about all the other ones. I don't have Disney or I got Hulu, Netflix, Paramount, Amazon, Netflix.
The problem with Disney is they're rich enough to make all the movies we really want to see be made. You know, like George Lucas said, Star Wars was expensive for him to make at times to where by the end of the movie, sure, he made his money eventually. But there was sometimes he would run out of money. Disney would never run out of money.
No.
But they've taken everything that we once liked and they've just like destroyed it to where you can't even get one remake right.
Yeah, they rehashed it. It's watered down. It's not as good. Rusty said that Chucky series is on Sci-Fi and it's already out. Okay, I think it's Hulu isn't it Hulu that has Sci-Fi? So that's
I know it's out. I like to wait till the end sometimes and then just watch them all. Like sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I like to do too. I don't like to watch them per week or 4 or 5 episodes and that's it. I like just sit down and just go through the whole fucking thing. Yeah, that's what I like.
They made that Venom movie recently. It was rated R, or excuse me, rated PG-13. You can't even do that movie right unless it's R, the type of character that is. This is the stuff they miss, or they're trying to teach you right from wrong in a movie about make-believe. Like, we're going to make sure this guy's Chinese just so you know that you know what I mean? Or they do everything because they're worried about outside perception and they're not even, like, honoring what the fans want.
Right.
To where it's like, dude, I don't even have hopes for Disney when I look at half the shit they do or the shit that they, you know, there was points of Avengers I didn't like. I thought that could have been better.
That's kind of like what you guys were talking about on the Mr. Marvel about Punisher, the Punisher movies, man. Because Punisher, if you read the comic book, like I always like Punisher War Journals, and I used to read the monthly Punisher thing. Punisher was a vigilante. He had a guy helping him named Microchip. But like Punisher was to kill people. It wasn't anything else. He was killing the guilty. You know, if you're guilty, you're dead. That's the Punisher's mascot.
My problem with Avengers was it was watchable, but look, they always say the best one was. Most people say Infinity War was the best one. Now, I didn't really like Endgame, but you were looking forward to Endgame because Infinity War was so good. Yeah. The first two movies they made in that series, I remember were like mediocre. I'm like, wow, the superhero shit's dying under Disney. It doesn't got a punch. There's no excitement. You know, they're just either trashing a character or they're using the wrong one. And then the first two movies, Avengers, was bad when you should have started with Infinity War and made Endgame more parts. Because remember how they had to go back in time?
Yep.
They had to go back in 3 times. You want to do that in 2 hours, Disney? The movie's going to look rushed and it looks silly at points. Where they had to go back in time and get the stones. Meanwhile, the stones are hard enough to get. They made it seem like, oh, we just got 3 stones, 1 hour, boom, boom, boom. You know?
Yeah, like CG said, like Gonzalez says, Disney, like Vince McMahon, take what I give you. Yeah, it's like, that's what I was thinking in my head. Disney's like WWE in a way. You know?
Sad part is Disney has enough money to maybe make a real, where they can maybe go, you know what, fans? I don't need to make you money on this. I'm getting this one right. Dude, they fucked up supposedly the new Aladdin. I've never seen Aladdin. Did you watch the new one? I guess the one with Will Smith was awful.
No, I didn't see that shit.
I watched I've never seen even the Dumbo cartoon, but these are remakes they tried to make. And you're watching these guys that do the reviews of them, and Disney completely flopped some of these movies where they're unwatchable. Mm. You know what I mean? And they could pull it's for kids. But I look at it from a kid's perspective that some of these movies I don't even think I would have liked. From maybe if I was 6 years old, I can't comprehend. I'm like still playing with action figures heavy.
Right.
But when I was 14 and shit, I was getting mad at some of the superhero movies they were making because they were garbage in the beginning.
They're lame, man. I can see that.
It never looked like they had the right guy making it. And what's funny is Disney paid $4 billion for Star Wars in payments. Mm. But now think about this. $4 billion. There's some franchises, NBA teams that aren't even $4 billion. This is a story that George wrote that had so much value to the hardcore fan base to when toys come out or movies.
Right.
That it was worth Disney to do $4 billion. George, $4 billion, do you? Yeah. Now look at this. They made the movies they made. People are begging them right now not to make another movie. Some people and I always say, when they did that shit to Luke Skywalker and those new Star Wars movies they made, it was a disgrace. Now this is coming from a guy that's always watched the movies. Now I didn't like George's remakes, but they were at least still Star Wars to a certain degree. It looked like he got it too lovey-dovey with the Anakin thing. But I'll give George this. He explained that later. He had young kids at the time. So sometimes whether he wanted to go violent or not, his fucking feelings towards the younger kids he had kept him from doing. Because Anakin's supposed to kill kids in a scene. That's a part of Star Wars where the young kids get killed. And George just goes, I couldn't do that. But he did tell people, I recommend Star Wars for 10 and 11 and up. I don't recommend for under 10. When he made it in the 70s, it was not with the intention of under 10-year-olds. It became a kid phenomenon because of toys. But sometimes people don't realize a lot of those toys ended up being collector items to where toys are worth 10 grand. And it's not kids that have these toys. It's real collectors. Right. Like the original Star Wars, I had probably thousands of dollars. But like I said, when I do that party, my parents got all that stuff, and I think they just gave it to my little brother when he was eventually born. And I never had the balls to ask for it back because I just looked at it like, well, you caused $5,000 worth of damage. I guess him keeping all your shit.
Right. Got Mr. Hazelwood in the house. How you doing,
Well,
Bob?
yeah, see, what's up, Bob? Great to see you. Yeah, so Bob, George Lucas did this interview after Disney bought, and he's living in a cottage somewhere in the woods. And they were talking about Star Wars and the effect it had on kids. He goes, it was great that it had the effect on kids that it does. But when he made it in the 70s, I didn't make this for a child's eyes. Like, I would recommend this to a kid that was over 10 years old. You know, and Disney's just like put a little cutesy tail to it to where it's not even Star Wars at times. You're misusing our good characters. You're telling us they got a fucking theme park made in Disney, and they're talking about how bad the theme park's doing because they got all these characters set up that ended up being failures. Even some of the actors had the fan base was so strong on Star Wars. They had, I remember the one lady goes, I had no idea. Meaning she goes, I thought the fans were big, you know, but to where they will wake up every day and make sure they tweet, let you know how you fucked their shit up. To where these actors were quitting Twitter, and by the end of Star Wars said, well, they definitely don't regret it because of the money, but they said it was not the fun that they happened. And what happened was George Lucas told him he would help him on the first movie. This is how George tells the story. George Lucas had an idea where to go with the story. He wanted to get them on par. They go, George, we like your ideas, but they just did their own thing to where George is telling them things and they're acting like they were listening because they were trying to be, you know, graceful to the fans and him, let him on the scene. He's basically saying, listen, you do that, we're fucked. You do that? You kidding me? George said this to an interviewee. Imagine this. I've never even heard this word before. He said to a guy, it was like watching your kid. Oh, he called Disney, he called them slave something. What was the, oh, it was a word I never heard before. He said, dude, I can't think of it. Bob, if you're out there, what did George Lucas say about Disney? Something like slave something. He called them something with slave in it. And basically said it was like watching your newborn kids getting dragged by a horse through a field. He said this on the thing, and he called them, I'm trying to think of that.
Slave drivers or something?
Something slave something. White slavers. No, yeah, he said the word white slavers. He goes, Disney's white slavers. Called them whites. George, I'm like, damn, George, I never even heard that word. I'm serious. I never heard. That's what he said. He called Disney that. If George Lucas, a guy that just got $4 billion, is throwing Disney through a fucking ringer like that, first it took a lot of balls because a lot of people are going to listen to him. And then you saw the movie. I have never been able, any Star Wars I've ever watched, you put that bitch on the TV screen, I'm there end to finish. I was struggling. I didn't go to the theater for these ones. I was struggling making it through these Disney Star Wars to where I'm like, what did I see? And it's not till now you look at the reviews much years later and you realize nobody knew what they were seeing at times. They were really fucking it up. Picture, did you watch Star Wars?
Yeah. I didn't see the newest ones, but
well, basically they had Luke come back. We've waited 20 years, 30 years to see Luke.
yeah.
The rawest Jedi there is. They made him into this like turkey fucking weak dude. He's not fighting. He's drinking milk out of a nipple. You probably saw that meme where he's drinking.
Yeah,
like a monster.
Yeah, I knew about Luke Skywalker.
Star Wars fans were sick as fuck. This is a badass dude that could do shit that you don't even know. Instead of having his first scene back after 20 years, a scene where he's got to take down some motherfuckers, he grabs the lightsaber, and he just throws it in the lake. And the movie's just like this girl crying to him, please train me. And it was just like, I was watching that, and by the end, I realized the reviews they made on it, they were funner to watch the reviews because they would point out even the shit I didn't see. You know what I mean? It's like you said, hey, let's go see Terminator. You literally go in and then you were watching like Land Before Time. You're like,
Right. They dumbed it down, but
they had flying horses in the one movie. We're like, flying horses? There was never no flying. Disney, this ain't make believe. This isn't fan fucking Tasia. Okay, this is.
Hazelwood said that that's a perspective as an adult. His 12-year-old nephew loved the new movies. So it's like maybe they kind of made the crowd, maybe making the movies for a younger, family-friendly.
Now, let me ask you this, Bob. That's fair, but would you say the money is more with their diehard collectors, the ones that might not have kids, but spend the $5,000 on a light, those fucking, they'll just set up shop, sell any kind of old Star Wars thing there is, to where only the new movies merchandise you could still find on the stands. Most Star Wars merch was planned out to where you'll clear out of it. You'll have some dink and doink shit around. Like you'll see a bunch of baby. Like I liked Mandalorian. Don't get me wrong, that was pretty good. It was a series. It wasn't made by True Disney, and it was made by John, Fario. Obviously, he had limits, but that was better than the fucking actual Star Wars movies. And they made 3 of them and some side movies that could have potentially been good, but everything was just so bleak. Like they did a Han Solo movie, and it at times didn't feel like they even knew the characters.
Yeah. Star Wars is for Rusty says Star Wars is for kids, Star Trek is for adults. I don't know. I preferred Star Wars. Star Trek to me is a little boring.
Never liked Star Trek, and to be honest,
boring for me.
Star Wars wasn't for kids until recently. For many years, it was an adult thing because until he sold to Disney, it was just this, nostalgia thing.
Yeah. Nope, because those people are going to see the movies and buy merchandise anyway. Yeah, I agree with that. They're going to buy the shit anyways.
Well, Bob, we'll go like this from a non-12-year-old story guy, a guy that knows maybe some of George's stories when you think of Anakin and what the Jedis do, when you think how they used the Jedis, how they showed Rey's training. It was disgrace. How they used Luke. How you couldn't even see Luke be a badass one final time. This guy's not going to be able to make movies for that much. He's old as hell. But they could have did some shit. They did one part with him that was actually cool. And you're like, yeah, that's who we want to see. And then Disney literally just killed him. To where Disney had this ideal to where they could create their own version of Star Wars, being kind of on track with the storyline, but in their own way, and we're just going to love it. And they were targeting just kids that, like Bob said, like a 12-year-old, when you don't want to necessarily do that because these ones were kind of more forgettable than memorable. You would have remembered the old ones. I've watched these new ones. I just remember how bad they were. I don't even remember the play-by-play. First 6 movies they made, I could go through each one.
Whiteat says it's all just a bunch of space bullshit.
Yeah, I was in the Star Wars. Look,
I like Star Wars. I dig Star Wars.
Star Wars release day used to get me excited back in the long time.
The characters, man. Star Wars got some cool ass characters.
I was happy for it. I remember I was mad at George for the remakes, but what Disney did was just despicable.
Rusty says Star Trek is science possible and Star Wars.
For instance, Bob, you can't defend the scene when the dude who I thought might have became a Jedi, the black dude who was a stormtrooper to start. I don't know what. Finn. It's Finn something. Well, Finn and that Chinese lady go to that casino. That space ride and that scene in that goddamn casino was the most unnecessary shit I have ever seen in a movie in my life. Where I could have free-handed an idea in 10 minutes better than what they did. And this was some scene that had 2 characters that weren't even really Star Wars. They had no powers, no nothing. They were trying to make Rey look like she was getting training that no Jedi ever got. Just because Disney wanted to make a woman seem much stronger than any Jedi there ever was. Now, if it was a good character, we could have lived with her being a woman. It was because you fucking made Rey Skywalker a joke, and she didn't help by the shit she said to the fans. I need you to back me up for 1 second, Salty. I gotta let Daisy out. You hear her asking?
All right. Spaceballs 2, The Quest for More Money. Yes. Finn Balor.
Finn Balor. When did we bring up Finn? Oh, he's talking about the character. Yeah, it was Finn something. But hold on, let me let the dog out. Now, the Phantom Menace I like, Bob. Let me tell you why I thought the Phantom Menace was great. Because the lead up to the Darth Maul fight scene was awesome. I thought they fucked up, Bob, is when they cut Darth Maul in half and killed him. I think there should have been another Darth Maul fight scene, kind of like they did with Dooku, where he got two, but that was another fight scene they fucked up. Obviously, Anakin was more powerful than Dooku, but he flew in, and Jedi scenes are supposed to be meaningful. They did a quick little ding dong, ding dong, ding. This was George. I can't even blame Disney for Anakin Dooku fight number 2, because Dooku took Anakin's hand in the one before, and Dooku was a badass because he was trained by Yoda. That was the movie where you got to see Yoda fight. The problem with the remakes, Anakin running through a goddamn forest after Padme when they're on a picnic. Come on, George. This ain't Picnic Wars. This is Star Wars. I don't give a fuck who Anakin likes. Okay? Because you didn't do it right. I want to see Jedi. Because every scene he did that was Jedi related in that second movie was great. The scenes they did have. But when he went to that love shit, blah, 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 that's when you got fucked, George. Because movie 3, the Obi-Wan lead up to Anakin, it felt just kind of speed driven. To where it was a quick fight scene. I thought there should have been that fight scene should have been a few parts. You could have ended a movie with it. But then you learn years later, George admitted to some things. These fucking movies, you run out of money. And I wasn't Disney. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all, a lot of stuff's all guided by money.
Like George didn't pay the toy place to put his toys out. They put his toy up and just cut him in. Disney could fill up a whole goddamn theme park. But I'm going to go let my dog out so we could see the generation of fans I come from, the original fans. Yeah, I know. They hated all 3 of them. I didn't overly hate the Phantom Menace. I hate where they went with it. I thought there were some Jedis they could have caught. I'll tell you in a second. Let me let Daisy out. She's fucking... Let's go.
Phantom Menace to me, I'm not a hardcore Star Wars fan. I mean, I just love a lot of the characters, mainly from the older movies, like when I was a kid. You know, I mean, you know, like you guys, like I always was a big fan of like Jabba the Hutt and characters like that, and Darth Vader. I really got into those characters.
I was a hardcore fan because when those movies were coming out, that was before I was a felon, of course. I wanted to be an actor.
Yeah.
I said it'd be sweet to be in those movies. And they were made way less then. You know, Disney came out and they had this 10, 12 movie plan to where they lost $75 million on Solo, and Star Wars movie has never lost money. And then here you are, Disney, you're still paying George $4 billion for a product that, if you made another movie, there will be those fans that show. And there's guys that nowadays that make a living on just critiquing the movie and calling it trash, to where you're going to make some money. But the interest that it once had, that extra money that fans would go through, those things that they get offered, and not kids, because a kid won't have like a $5,000 movie ticket without it. You know what I mean? Those premieres and certain shit they do, that's probably dying to a certain degree, to where they're not going to love it as much. They might wait for it to come out on tape.
Star Wars Stepdad, it's that close.
I was huge on it. I'm not going to lie. That was an excited day when the new movies would come out. Because you got to remember, I was a toy collector. So when they come out the new line, I'd get them. I'd keep them in package.
Yeah, I mean, the toys were almost cooler than the movies to me as a kid. I mean, that's just me. I love the action figure. Those Kenner action figures, man, those are great. And
my uncle had them, and he would hide them from me because I didn't realize they were worth money. I'd always want to play. He had the figures, I didn't.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? The ones where the ones that the lightsaber used to just go straight into the hand. Mm-hmm. Some of those figures sell for thousands.
Damn.
Yeah. Like, that's why I was like the Game Chasers. That's something I actually wanted to do. I just wasn't around those groups of people years ago when you could have did it. Like, you can't game chase and make money like those guys did when the internet didn't have all the prices up. You know, like Secret of Mana goes for 200 on the internet. When these guys were chasing, they might be able to find a Secret of Mana for 30 and know the place where they're moving it for about 50, 200.
Man, I was picking up all them old games, especially from the video rental stores and stuff. You could get games like that $5 or $10, and they were even selling for 30 or 40 on eBay then. If you'd have held on to it, you talking like Chrono Trigger, we pick up Chrono Trigger $10.
Hold on. I gotta argue this real quick. Right. Bob, I'm not missing the whole point. I know it's about Anakin. I just said the Obi-Wan and Anakin fight scene was very fast. It should have been longer. I knew it was about Anakin. I couldn't wait. I remember he was driving the pod racer and fucking they're getting on the ship, Padme's ship. That's why I always said, kind of funny, ended up with Padme because Padme was an adult when they picked that kid up. Kind of weird when you think about it. The guy just, you know, movily grew up. But one of my favorite scenes in that movie is when Qui-Gon goes, Anakin, down. And because Darth Maul snuck up on them. And he does the flip because he was trying to take out Anakin. And they're in that sandstorm. And then they get on the fucking, you know, plane and get out of there. But yeah, I was a big fan. I knew it was about Anakin. Because Vader was my guy. That was my character. I always liked Vader more than Luke. Because if you think about it, he was a badass. Because when you see what Anakin was, yeah, Vader was that legit guy. Only because of a writer he got beat. Meaning he was that badass. The thought of Luke beating him when he beat him was, Luke got lucky. He beat his dad. His dad let his guard down. But think about how epic that fight scene was. The new movie didn't do no shit like that. They didn't even think, before they were shuttling off, they're like, I wonder if we could get rid of lightsabers. Can Disney almost thought about getting rid of lightsabers? Like, Disney, you might as well go make a Dumbo clone. Get rid of lightsabers.
Disney gonna have them fight it out with like little virtual things or something where nobody gets harmed, you know.
They have a Republican show in the works where Disney might release a show where it's like a Star Trek, Star Wars, where it's about politics and diversity. I'm like, why are we doing this in make-believe? Why can't you make a movie called Mickey Mouse is not racist and do your diversity shit with him? Why does it got to be in Star Wars? Something that was written in years before. You know what I mean? Why? I'm watching Jabba the Hutt. Do I need to know about the world that's going on over here? Like, look, it's like they'll always do something. Look, they're doing this for the first time. We could do this. Like Avengers at the end, where they cut to that clip with the 5 women all together and they're just slowly running. I was like, oh my fucking God. And they act like we had a problem with women in the lead role. As far as I was concerned, I used to watch League of Their Own when I was a young kid. And that was an all-woman movie. Remember League of Their Own?
Yeah, well, then they have like Madonna and Rosie O'Donnell, the baseball.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Gina Davis. Tom Hanks was the only guy, but it was a movie about women's baseball, and the movie was legendary, not because we could deal with women in the lead role, Disney, because it was a good fucking movie.
Yeah, it was a good movie.
You know, they'll put a girl in the lead role, and if the movie's bad, like Captain Marvel, Brie Larson said it was the guys that are saying the movie's bad. This is the excuse they try to make. Those are the racist people, and those are the people that can't handle women in the lead roles. Meanwhile, it's their core fan base. I hated Mr. Marvel. I don't know about you. I hated it. It had nothing to do with Brie Larson. You know what I mean? I understand it had part of the story, but that movie was awful. Wait, hold on. Let me see what Bob put. Now, I know the books are really good. If Disney would concentrate on some of the old books, like there's like thousands of books and comic books. Think about that. $4 billion they paid. Oh, I'm gonna let the dogs in. I don't know what time are you allowed to stay till, Salty? You allowed to go till 11?
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm not trying to hold you up or anything.
No, that's cool.
I know not everybody likes Star Wars, but that's something I actually never got to talk about before.
I'm not a hardcore fan of Star Wars, but I enjoy the franchise. I enjoy the video games, most of the video games, like Knights of the Old Republic. It's a great RPG, and I mean, even if you're not a Star Wars fan, that's a great game to play. Because I played that on the original Xbox and stuff a lot. So,
Where do you know by chance where the Mattel factory is?
nah, I don't know.
I'll tell you a true story is I've been making or collecting certain Mattel toys for so long and like making the figures, seeing what they're made from, that if they had a Mattel in town, I would go apply for a job at Mattel, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm saying they could show me any of their toys for a certain degree, a certain point, not like the little kid, shit that's out, this and that. I'd give them ideas on how they could make a strong unit to where they would always sell out, but I could tell you what all the figures are worth, opened, missing a hat, how much it would sell for this, how much it'd sell for that. Just from when I was making figures, going on eBay, I remember for hours when I first found eBay, 2013, I was like flabbergasted by it. That was a brand new thing to me. And I just got it.
California.
Huh?
El Segundo, California, Mattel headquarters.
No doubt in my mind, there's two places, Mattel and Hasbro. Hasbro is more popular.
Hasbro.
I think behind you, who makes those figures behind you?
These here? I think Mattel.
Yeah, see, those are the ones.
These are Mattel. Those are Mattel.
And you remember the ones that were plastic when we were kids? Where they killed it is they remade those and they made some of the rest of
the little smaller ones. Those were Hasbro.
The plastic ones. They only moved in arms.
Yeah, they would like spin or they would, yeah.
They had the sweet ring, and that's when Hogan was at his peak. So they made a shitload.
See, those Hasbro. When I was a kid, it was the LJN, the big rubber wrestler guys. The big rubber style made ones that had like Hogan and Bruno Sammartino and Andre the Giant and all them. Yeah, those were the Hasbro figures that came out that had like Ultimate Warrior and Hogan and Piper and all that, the 90s figures.
See, they don't have good Comic-Cons up here, but I remember when I actually got to go to one, I'm like, oh, so these things are just everywhere. So what you start to learn is a lot of those toys from the 90s and everything are now going for big bucks. People are just picking them up.
Yeah.
To where I'm pissed I don't have nothing anymore to sell. Comic-Con life would be fun, I think.
Most of the toys we had as kids got broken because we always would break, between me and my little brother and stuff, we break toys. I
had a dog that chewed up a bunch of them.
Yeah, see.
I had like Macho Man ones, and because there'd be a point where if the figure sold out in stores, you didn't have no internet. And you would be like, dude, I can't even get that figure ever again.
Right.
You would hope to get a WWE magazine, but even the magazine would run out. The greatest gift I ever got from WWE, I was so happy, was my grandma got me a 13 DVD or the VHS first 13 WrestleManias together in a thing. And she got me every Bendham figure they made. They made like a thing of Bendhams, and the only way you could get them was in this magazine. And, I didn't have no credit card or no way to even order from this thing. And she ordered the shit, didn't tell my dad, because my dad would have been like, why would you spend all this money on them before Christmas? You know what I mean? She's like, you can't tell your parents that I got you this. Because it was like expensive ass shit. Yeah, my mom didn't give a fuck, but my stepdad was literally the type of guy that he could like feel out gifted to where if my grandma got me stuff one year that was too much, he made a comment to where my grandma would give me shit and she'd be like, don't show this to your stepdad.
Yeah.
To where I'd open up a couple gifts and I'd be like, thanks, grandma. And then meanwhile, I got like a TV or a game system that my dad didn't give me or something that she did. And if he would know, see, he wasn't smart enough to know I had a new game system sometimes. Or I would say, I'm playing the one that was always here.
Yeah, he wouldn't know better.
Yeah. And we didn't have online play. What's Segundo?
That's the city in California where the Mattel headquarters is at.
What's your favorite multiplayer game they made for PlayStation?
Man, I mean, the easy thing to say would just be Madden. I mean, but I'll go with Tekken 3.
Blitz was so addictive. Yeah, we loved Madden, but Blitz was so good year one, and it was in an arcade. That one was one I felt like if you had to choose one to play, it would have been that one because it got less tiring because it was always quick. You know what I mean? The guys always caught the ball. It wasn't like,
Actually, think about it, another multiplayer game when me and my wife were dating, and I used to play it with other people too, was it's a puzzle game. It's called Super Street Fighter Puzzle Turbo. It's a puzzle game where you have Street Fighter characters in it, like Rue and Ken and like Zangief and all them in it, and plays kind of like Puyo Puyo or like Tetris or whatever.
Sure, if I can't put my stepdad on, I mean, maybe
they want to talk to your stepdad.
But my mom always says, Michael, if you think I'm going to watch a show where you smoke weed and talk about, like, my mom doesn't like to hear my past stories. Like, she's not one of those people. Like, she hears the shit. She's like, don't tell that story at dinner. Now, my stepdad and me are cool, but it's just like, usually if we go out to eat, we're going to be with other family members. And I'm not trying to hide shit anymore. And what happens is they'll always end up asking me a question to where I give the answer of it. My mom and dad are just shocked by the answer. Like, I'll be like, well, when I was in the joint, because they lived at, like I said, they never got in trouble. My mom lived at a house where her brother or sister, they went to college, baseball, good grades, college, all that. I didn't even have I had good enough grades to graduate, but that's only because they let me under the skin of my teeth. I kept getting expelled in my 12th grade year because I would get caught in a parking lot with like a bag of weed no bigger than this, and they would expel you for a whole year. To where I was 2 weeks from graduation, and this kid got busted with an 8. There's a there's a teacher in a parking lot he's normally in. My dumb ass trying to rush, give the guy the sack in school instead of waiting till we got home. Gave it to him, and the teacher saw, and they basically stopped the kid. Where I was like, why is the kid driving away? Explain to him later why you drive away. They found the weed sack, came and grabbed my ass, and I was expelled. I'm barely making it. You're going to have me do another year? I'm not going to make it here. I'm going to be more of a drug dealer next year than I am this year.
Right.
So,
have a good one, Bob. Bob said he had to take off.
Take care. Love you, Bob. All right, I wish I could. He could tell you some stories. He once said to me, I was his only failure in life, meaning he started this computer company when he first married my mom. Like, I didn't realize how, if I could do it all over again, I probably would have listened to him more and realized I was too young to realize he was getting in a business that was very profitable.
Yeah.
And to where when I got older, he would always say, I can't teach Michael what I do. He doesn't have the brain. Like, he never thought I'd have the brain capacity to learn. He did programming at a high level to where he taught his brother. And it literally took his brother a few years to learn, to where he was teaching his brother day and night because it was his brother. And I always got in trouble in school, was never telling the truth. So he was like, he can't do fucking computers. And I was never on a computer. I was just on consoles. And consoles were like, those things will rot your brains. Meanwhile, years later, now people are getting millions of dollars for playing video games.
Oh, yeah.
That's not even factual anymore. They'll rot your brains. No, they might rot your teeth from drinking sugar and smoking a lot of weed, but you can now make money at all different types of levels, even small levels that are a lot. Like that guy who taught me the thing here. Bob bought 5 subs for me. That's like $60 the one time gifted.
That's cool.
Yeah, so this is the school me and Nemo went. Menor High was the biggest school. And here's the thing. In a suburban city, but high on drugs. So it wasn't like, oh, those are the city of the good kids. No, everybody was I knew more people on drugs than not. Yeah, there was the few sober people. Usually those were like the Tattletales or the hall monitors or the whatevers. But everybody was smoking cigarettes in the bathroom still. There was no vaping that didn't exist.
Oh, yeah, that didn't.
It might have, but at a very level where you didn't see it. There was no Nicorette. But cigarettes was the main thing, and everybody smoked pot. And ecstasy was hot, and people were doing drugs weekly. Now, it wasn't a heroin school, so people weren't dropping dead. So the kids were doing drugs. They just might have bad grades, or they were spending all their money, but nobody was dying like they are off those pills.
Oh, yeah.
The pill thing just became a fucking... I saw friends of mine where they had their shit together. Guys that had hot wives that you would have never had in a million years unless you had your shit together and shit. And they did. And because they started doing pills, they risked women that you just would never get again.
Right.
We're like, damn. And meaning these girls wouldn't even have fucking left you unless you were on heroin and fucked up your kid's thing. I knew a guy that opened his kid's gift. You know what I mean? Oh, imagine you said you needed money to get your kid a gift. We make sure you work, get your kid this gift. We get a call from, not you, we get a call from your girl. Like a week later, we find out this guy who I know was opening his kid's gifts. And he took them back. And he told lie stories like they had to drop their rent check off in a box. He would be telling this story, they lost the check. He'd be like, it was getting obvious and bad. Because this guy would always, he was the type of drug dude that he wouldn't do it around you. He would get his drugs and he would disappear. Because he would do it at such a disgusting level where you'd be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean?
Out of control at that point.
Terrible with money. You had kids, you had a girl. You're a 2-pack a day cigarette smoker. That was a lot of money. And you want to fucking develop a drug habit that you can't even afford.
Right.
To where he would get a check, and from that one check, that one drug night would turn into months of problems. Like maybe from that night a bike got stolen, or this got fucked up, or this was happened, or this was wrecked, all because he got the one check. Because my buddy used to have these guys do side jobs, and they were hell of a workers when they set their mind to it. Jobs not the average guy could do. You know what I mean? Bigger dudes. But when they got that check that paid them $1,000 for that week, if they had the check in their hand, they couldn't go just get maybe like a bag of Coke and party for the weekend. No, they made sure that they had no money. By the end of the weekend,
it was gone.
Headache from doing Coke, asking you for cigarette money by Monday.
And that's where it quits being a party and becomes an addiction. That's the point nobody wants to be in.
Yeah.
Bring your real dad, Dr. Lori, on the show. That would be more interesting.
Well, what's crazy about my real dad is I'll say stuff to him and he won't. We're friends on Facebook, and I don't know because he's ashamed of how shit ended up with him. I'm not a guy that cares about that stuff. He doesn't acknowledge me. Vaguely, hey. Doesn't. Now, I have sisters that I've only met once. They're younger ones. And the one thing I learned from them, and he's actually this guy. You could tell he was painting a picture to my younger sisters to where they really didn't know him how I did. I remember people were saying, hey, my stepmom goes, don't tell any of your dad's stories, please. I go, I never do, but I won't. They were saying to the younger girls because they don't even know this side of my real dad.
Yeah.
And my real dad was a doctor to where he's not a doctor anymore, still has the license. Something happened, but I don't even know. I was never told. My grandma doesn't even really know unless they just didn't tell me. I think it had something to do with drugs, but why, when I asked people that were associated with it, I never got a direct answer. And it was nothing criminal because he would have went to jail. It was just something where they're like, we're taking your license.
Right.
So I never saw my real dad. He always said when I was younger, what was crazy was he was a fuck up. He would never pay child support. He stole jewelry from my grandparents, pawned off a bunch of shit. But he was a smart guy, meaning 10 times smarter than I am, to where he moved in with my great grandma who was alive at the time. They paid for him, and I think student loans, because student loans one of the biggest problems in I get envelopes saying that because I had the same name as him that he still owes on student loans. But my great grandma helped get him into college. Now it was medical school. My dad was smart enough to do shit like that. Go to medical school, do shit. He was in. Before that, what's funny was when he was with my mom, he didn't go to medical school till he was 30. In his 20s, he was just like out of military, just kind of like lived off people. My grandma had a nice house. He'd had like low end jobs. He wouldn't pay child support. He'd always talk to a bunch of different chicks.
He just floated.
Eventually he started to do something with his life with the medical degree. To where he finally got permission to see me. I saw him once when I was 16. Left. Next thing you know it, I'm hearing stories about, his medical license is gone. He's got all these kids everywhere. He's with a girl now who's a year and a half older than me. Compared to when he was in medical school, he was with this girl she ended up dying. But she was a real nice woman. And you could tell she was more of like like be good, not a drug user, probably ready. Probably had no idea who she was marrying. Like, I always look at my uncle, who's his brother, and my aunt who live up here, and they hate his guts with a passion. And, like, they'll tell you some stories here and there, but my mom never, like, when my uncle went to jail for coke, my parents tried to hide that from me. I was like, you can't teach a kid everything when you hide everything. Yeah, I mean, some shit, sure, you don't got to tell them, but they literally tried to hide my uncle being a coke dealer from me. Meaning, he's out at this place for a year. And then my grandma eventually told me what happened.
Like one of them deals like you see in the movies. Oh, your dad's out training to be a fireman or something.
Yeah. Well, nobody believed my dad at first, but my great grandma, he started sending the transcripts home where you were like, he really is. I wasn't allowed to see him because he wouldn't pay. This is back when you could fuck your woman's credit up, when she could co-sign for a car for you. Mm-hmm. And if you didn't pay that car, you probably won't ever see a car again. Well, my dad rang up a bunch of debt credit with my mom. And my stepdad was like a really strict guy. So he said until he got his shit together, paid your mom back, shit like that, was a human, you won't see him. So I didn't see him for a decade until he was getting high grades in medical school, to where my stepdad didn't know what he was seeing. But the thought was my dad was always smart when he was in the military, but he was just so lazy. Not like he's a fat dude. He played video games. He was the first guy to see video. He would rehearse lines in movies that were already made. Like we used to do a scene from Die Hard, because he would do these local plays that paid nothing. But he would do these plays and he would bring me to them. But we would reenact scenes, I remember, of certain movies before he would, go the next day to his play. That's why I always wanted to be an actor early, because I used to help him do that. But then, like I said, he was gone when I was 6 years old. And he was more of my friend than like a dad figure.
Right.
So when he was gone for a while, that kind of ended up to where my stepdad was just like this guy. I never heard of a bedtime. I was all of a sudden given a bedtime. Yeah, I was 7, 8 years old, but I went the first 7 years of my life sleeping in a bigger houses where I picked the bed where I wanted to sleep in. You know what I mean? No matter who was there or not, the parents would have to move away from me. This guy put me in a room where I couldn't even have a TV on while I slept. I remember my first night sleeping with no TV. I was legitimately, I don't know what I was frightened of, but I was like, this is like, it felt so weird. No sound, sleeping, zero sound. Like I still sleep.
You weren't accustomed to it. You were accustomed to having sound in the background when you sleep.
And I watched horror films, so I don't know what I was scared of. But I remember he would put me in bed at 9, and it'd be one thing if I couldn't wake up the next day. I never had a problem waking up. He always give me a bedtime like the next morning I couldn't wake up. I'd always be like, that's you. We'd be like Christmas. It'd be 10 o'clock. Dad, you going to wake up? Or by now, let's go. He'd wear, I've been up since 6. I've been up since sunup on Christmas.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then after jail, if you're not drinking, you'll just always wake up at the crack of dawn, especially when Pablo takes his shit. Religious 5 a.m. Hold on, let me pull this comment up. Yeah, there was Yip. I don't even had half school, after school special in Pepper Tree. Sarah, this Sarah girl, she was hot. I remember we were hanging out with her, but she used to love the party. Taylor, who ended up being is this the snitch? This guy, if this is, and Bo, who was a close friend of mine, who just ended up being like, drugs ended up making him weird to where he's like fidgety, shit he never was. And this guy was a cool guy. He used to bring me around to parties when I was more of the nerd guy because I used to collect toys, figures. I was into shit like that. Wrestling. We didn't really have a giant wrestling school. People like does Macho Man Randy Lurie still stay tuned in? Yeah, but he lives like a life in North Carolina where he rides a motorcycle all day. He's probably in bed by 8. He also plays video games and he watches certain shows. He doesn't like wrestling. A lot of shit I talk about on here, he would have knew about the PlayStation.
Yeah. Had an 8-ball, got accidentally dumped in.
The girl that he's talking about, she drove us to a house. We didn't even know the house was getting raided. We're walking in the front yard. The cops came in. Get down on the ground. It was me, her, and Chris Pearl's house was getting raided. We didn't even see the cops there. We just saw all the cars. We're walking up to the house, getting ready for the party because it was a weekly party spot. It was being raided.
Well, he's saying she absorbed it into her pores because of the towel being
Porta Pat. Yeah, this guy ended up being a rat. This was a dude that I'll be honest. When I did sell coke, this was a normal coke buyer for a lot of people. But with this dude, eventually became so fucking scared that he was on coke, got busted, and he told on some people. I don't know if those people went down, but when I heard he did that, I never talked to him again. This is a kid you saw at every party. He'd act like he was your best friend. He always had 100 on the drugs you were selling. Yeah, piece of shit. Road trip to Uncle Randy's house. No, because the problem with Uncle Randy is he's too strict sometimes. He'd have these little, sometimes he just gets me, we get along great. But when you're with somebody that's that much older than you and your family, they're always trying to tell you what you should have did. And he'll end up drinking, and he'll start going down memory road with all the shit I did bad. And I'm like, dude, I got to always hear about me being a fuck up. He thinks he's not a fuck up because he didn't go to prison. No, you lived with your parents until you're in your 30s. Sorry, boss. Yeah, you did sneak out here and there, uncle. But yeah, he lived with my grandparents where people would always go like, that guy's got nothing going on. He's working for your grandpa as the floor guy. Who knows where he spends his money. He lives off your grandma for free. To where when I got kicked out of my house, my grandma goes, you can stay here, right? This is how cheap my uncle was because he already knew he was freeloading. Thought of another freeloader was crazy, even though I was a grandkid. I was homeless at the moment. He goes, hey, you can't stay here tonight, but don't tell your grandparents I told you that. What the fuck, dude? It'd be one thing if I was like sniffing dope, causing problems, coming in drunk. No, I might have been selling some dope, but I wasn't like a nuisance yet. I was doing it away from my grandparents' house. Even though my grandma, Lurie, wouldn't even have gave a shit. She just wasn't a smoker, so I would have never smoked in her house, cigarettes or.
Free lap dances all night. Why Dad left home at the tender age of 30.
And strip clubs were bigger when I was younger. I remember going there because you would get a lot of weed smokers. I could sit in a club and I was usually in there with a couple, like as Nemo, a couple guys like Nemo that were usually guys that if people started with us, they started with us. But we weren't like the group that, I'm not even a fighter. We were usually with guys that never got fucking roughed up. Yeah. Like I used to always, people would always make fun of me because I had my hat crooked. This is when I was younger. I would never even start with these fuckers or say I could whoop your ass or anything. But they would start picking on me or something funny to where guys I was with that were drunk like Nemo and other guys would end up so pissed that they would just knock these guys out. Where they were actually looking for fights. Like my dude Nemo and these two twin brothers I know, these guys were skinny dudes. You would never know. They could pack a punch. To where they went to a school where a guy would be like, what are you going to do? And these guys not only had a punch, there's a difference between a motherfucker who can punch you and a motherfucker who can knock you out.
Right.
And these weren't bodybuilders. These were skinny dudes that were just fast as lightning, like Nemo could tell you.
Yeah, it's not always about the strength or the force. You know, the force of the punch can be from speed as well. And if you know how to fight, you know how to telegraph a punch. You don't have to be big or strong. I mean, you can be a smaller guy and still
Now,
beat
I
the
just
shit out
talked
of
to Mark
somebody.
recently. Mark, the guy you're talking about here, Mark, let me tell you why he had to quit drinking. He was at a pool party with his girl, a girl that he loved very much. There was a guy there that stole from her purse. He was drunk to where, yeah, these guys didn't fuck around. Usually did something like that, they were going to make you, and they were at a pool party to where even if that dude had boys there, his boys weren't going to run up on Mark and his brothers and shit because they knew these guys fight. This guy took a Patron bottle and fucked this dude up so much to where he had to quit drinking because he almost killed the guy, and he probably would have been in jail for the rest of his life. And he had to quit drinking because what happened was he's like, dude, I got so angry of the thought of somebody going in my, because this guy went in her purse, took something out of the purse, and you were a guest at a party that, you know, at a house that we knew, and Mark almost killed the dude to where he had to quit drinking. He was afraid of legitimately killing somebody again. He got lucky the guy didn't press charges, but this dude was in a hospital in a gurney and shit. And Mark was praying. He's like, dude, don't die, don't die. And this dude's like, yeah, he's bigger than me. He's taller, but he's just a skinny dude. And he's just, like I said, quick fighter, knows how to knock you out. Like, I've seen dudes that he'd hang out with that were bigger than him that would punch a dude and the other dude be able to punch back. These dudes usually made sure that guy didn't get a hit back. Now, sometimes twin brothers, they might get a couple on you. But these guys were never the runners from the fight. And usually everyone they hung out with, whether they were strong guys or not, they were all just ready to go. I was the only non-fighter. I'd never been in a fight. I started hanging out with these guys start fucking everyone up.
Right.
My job was usually to get the car and hide the drugs. Because I remember they'd be like, hide the weed. So, yeah, Nemo went to jail recently because somebody stole from him. And he got basically fucked the kids up so much that he ended up in the paper. And the paper said that he fucking robbed people for ramen noodles. That's how fucked up our place was. The paper said he robbed somebody for ramen noodles. Ramen.
Ramen noodles?
People that didn't know him were put up fucked up memes thinking he literally fucking pistol whipped the guy over ramen. And meanwhile, it's a guy that was stealing from him. And he came home drunk. And some people don't handle thievery when they're drunk well. And Nemo was one of those guys.
I don't want nobody stealing though. I mean, even if it's ramen noodles, it ain't. I mean, it's something small, but still, it's your property. You probably would beat somebody's ass for stealing.
Nemo had a pair of gloves that he didn't wear until it was fight time. It was called the gloves. Literally, how many people you know just become famous for a pair of gloves? He always go, I got to get the gloves out. And he had these pair of gloves that whenever it was fight time, he pulled the gloves out. But people used to always think it was funny that he'd bring up the gloves. Yeah. Well, we weren't always looking for trouble. It was always because back then when the new Hera hats came out, I used to dress a little bit more ghetto, I admit that, to where my clothes were much bigger. And when I have straight brim hats to this day, but I'm saying I used to wear them more crooked. And in the cities we were in, there was always that group of guys that could not, had to make a comment, or they'd start grabbing my hat, and I would politely ask them to stop, to where they kept fucking with me, to where I hung out with a type of group that just hated bullies. So when a guy would try to bully, they let him know. Like I said, I fucking actually smashed this girl's window. Zach was in here the other night telling a story. My buddy paid for the window for me, so this guy stopped talking shit. I wasn't going to pay for the windshield. What's funny was I can't believe my dude drunk handed this guy $240. It was this girl's sister. What happened was she left me in a car hot, and I got mad. I don't know why, but it was longer than I was supposed to be in there. I threw this piece of wood on accident. It smashed the corner of her window. Her and her fucking boyfriends came and cornered me at a bar like I did the shit on purpose. I didn't even realize the damage I did, to where they were like standing in front of me where it looked like they were going to confront me. My buddy just pulls out the money for the windshield and hands it to them. I was like, damn. They kept talking shit to where my one buddy had to fucking punch him. I didn't even see the hand. The hand came out of nowhere, punched. They had two pitchers, punched the pitcher out of his hand. And these two guys that were talking shit, before you know it, they're in the parking lot getting roughed up by the guys I went. A few of them. When they're calling out people, I remember getting the car ready. people were running in my car and we were going to the next bar. I remember seeing the cops go over the hill. This was at the stadium. I remember it was deck packed. I didn't even want, that was like one of the first times these guys did that kind of thing for me. I was surprised because I was like, dude, I probably would have got my ass kicked. These guys were manhandling multiple dudes. My dude, Aaron Pastrano, he's a heavier set guy. He looks like he could be like a junior league wrestler. But when he would drink, he would get this strength to where you could smash a bottle on his head. He probably don't feel that till the next morning. You had to probably, he was on mushrooms once, and all of a sudden there was a fight in this fucking dude's driveway. He comes out of the house with a knife, and it was covered in peanut butter. We're like, what the fuck is that for? He was tripping on mushrooms. He was just eating the peanut butter. We're like, where'd you get that knife? He was using a knife that Michael Myers would have to eat fucking peanut butter. Greatest dude in the world. If I saw him today, dude, great dude. He would drink, and he did not let his friends get. And he was the last dude you would think would be strong. This would be the dude that you would probably throw a joke at.
Right.
And then the next thing you know it, he's not even as strong as you, but he's fucking suffocating you because he's not even feeling the shit that you're giving him. He's in a whole nother. This is how drunk some of these guys would get. I remember the next day looking at wounds, like, when did this happen? We're like, dude, you were stabbed.
Yeah.
I never got drunk like that. And usually I had drugs on me and you knew the cops were coming next. So usually when that shit started happening, I'm running for the drug high. Yeah, see, look at Nemo. Just said what I said.
Calmest dude unless provoked. Yeah.
And if he doesn't drink, probably wouldn't get into a fight unless his very close friends are. But if you're drunk and just say I'm walking through a hallway and somebody just fucking did something to me randomly, all hell. Yeah. But I used to hang out with dudes that sometimes would get fucked up. These group of guys, the Haves, Nemo, and Pastrano, they never got fucked up. Maybe a couple guys might get knocked down or something, but they were always doing the bruising. Like I said, he had to quit drinking because he was afraid that if he drank again, he might accidentally kill somebody. And he noticed he was always getting into fights when he was drunk. And usually the fight wasn't like the dude the next day was like, I got a couple bruises. You knew you fought these guys.
Right.
Because they're not even the picking fights. It's just like they're smaller in size. So usually guys will look at them like take their size for weakness. Aaron was big at this time. He's like a lot skinnier now. I think that was from drug use. But these dudes were as skinny as me, taller, but skinny as like bone skinny, but strong like you wouldn't believe.
Right.
Known for fighting. And they're like, lightweight size. So I never got nervous going into bars, and nothing usually bad ever happened.
Nemo say he used UFC stomp him out.
Yeah. They look like the UFC light heavyweight fighters. You know how Connor's really skinny, get like a tat shit.
Yeah.
I just talked to Mark the other day. Mark said, now he has kids now, and he settled down, but yeah, none of people, no one drinks anymore. We used to go out in packs and droves. Because Menor was so big. And even if you weren't friends with people, a lot of the people partied at the same places. And people
he
were
was 120 pounds killing shit.
He was a little bit more. Was he 120? Actually, man, dude, he might have been. Because I was 150. And I had fat on me at times because I used to fucking. I was a lazy dude, drinking, cigarettes, sugar.
120 pounds. I hadn't been 120 pounds probably in 5th, 6th grade.
Dude, you would never, if this guy was standing next to me, you would never think this guy was whooping ass. And guys, you wouldn't think, guys that used to be like, they would act like, if they were at a bar, they might be fucking with them, some dumbass drunk. And they'd say, these small dudes, what are they going to do? Before you know it, they always made sure. That was the difference. I would go out with groups of guys that would sometimes get into fights, and the other group wouldn't be knocked out. There was guys knocked out or windows were broken, and the point was like across. It wasn't like,
yeah. It wasn't no bullshit. A lot of people do the bullshit stuff where, the little little push, little all talk. They just said blah blam. Finished it. Yeah, that's cool. Never
Like I said,
underestimate your opponent. That's right, Gonzalez. You never know somebody whoop some ass. You never know.
There was a couple times where some guys took it personal that I was talking to a chick that never really liked them, but some guys would take. I'll tell you about a time. You know those blow up clown costumes?
Yeah.
I'll tell you about a time a girl tricked me. We're at the final score. Nemo knows where that is. I'm with Gio, Phil, Pat. I wasn't even with the Hayfords. This girl that I was talking to found out I was talking to another girl. So, and I didn't know she was like into me. That bothered her because I thought she talked to a lot of guys. She wasn't my girlfriend. But anyway, we're at the final score. She calls me. She goes, hey, come outside. Now, I'm cool with this guy that did this because we met in prison much later. And he goes, dude, he came up to me, not as a tough guy. He goes, this girl had me doing shit that I regret. And he goes, nothing but respect. But this is what this kid did. She goes, can you come outside? So I came outside. I didn't come with anybody. We were in a bar full of people. It was raining out. I'm in a clown costume that blows up. You know, that has those fans and it makes you look like you're really fat.
Like the sumo ones.
Like the sumo. But I had a clown on. Yeah. So I'm walking out to this girl's car or whatever to go talk to her. All I hear was footsteps. And I remember I ducked because somebody ran behind me. The kid that she was with had a pair of brass knuckles on, and he went like this on the back of my head twice. What was crazy was he did it so quick to where it didn't knock me out because I remember I was still standing. I remember he hit me in a spot where it didn't you could just feel like he cut the skin a little bit. It was right under where this bone sticks out of your head.
Right.
I remember I run back into the bar. I was like, yo, somebody just fucking. But yeah, this guy hit me on the back of his head. I saw him later in prison. Not that I was afraid of him or anything, but he came up to me. He wasn't with this girl anymore. And he goes, dude, I got to apologize. He goes, I was in Nemo, it's Jenna Taylor. He goes, and this girl's like a prostitute at one point. He goes, he was a younger dude, and she used to look good. Like, she looked good. And when you got to know her, you weren't as attracted to her to where, when I had sex with her, it was just sex. It wasn't like, hey, I'm trying to be boyfriend. But she, even though would talk to multiple guys, if she got with you, she would try to, get with another guy and say everything bad about the guy she was just with. To where this guy probably wants to beat your fucking ass.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, dude, don't bring him up. But that kid ended up being cool. He's a little fucked up. This kid had his car locked. This is stupid, Nemo. In Menor, his car doors were locked. Weed sack in the middle. He calls the cops to unlock his door.
The fuck?
The cops.
The weed sitting out in the open.
Bro, for starters, AAA does open your doors. But dude, why would you ever call the cops in a suburban town knowing I would have had that car towed to hell before I would have had those Menor cops? That not just, here's a ticket, have a nice day, maybe today, but when they were doing that, no, they would call the newspaper, you probably go to county, something weird where you had to stay in jail for the night until the next day and get a bond. You never could get caught with weed in Menor, and the cop was just like, $200 ticket, have a good day, mister, whatever. No, Chopper, maybe the dog, they treated everything like it was the biggest crime in the world. I sold a half pound on my first prison number. They made me in the paper sound like I was if my parents would have read that, and they probably did, somebody probably got a hold of it and showed it to my stepdad. If you were my parents that knew nothing about selling weed, and you read this article about me, you would have thought I was the butcher of Bakersfield. You'd have been like, dude, lock the doors, get him, we got to move. He knows where that's how they make it sound, because they're not like, yeah, this guy got caught with weed. They're like, case number 1075380, drug trafficking it carries it's not, yeah, he had a bag of weed, sir. No, he's a drug dealer, trafficking I threw weed off a balcony and got a year. It wasn't even because of the weed. I didn't know tampering with evidence meant. I thought it meant if you ate it or you were hit a knife. I didn't know if you threw weed off a balcony trying to get the freebie, which they should have known they had a cop at the bottom that looks for that shit if they sneak out the window. Yeah, so, meanwhile, there's a cop down there. He sees the bag I threw. The cop's already inside. I was down. There's no weed in the house. They give me for the 2 pounds in my girl's trunk, but they already wore a wire on me. So no matter what, if there was no drugs in the house, he already got me for trafficking weed. you're kicking in my house because a girl came in there and bought a cube. She oversold me as a bigger drug dealer than I was. I couldn't believe it to this day. Meaning she was making, when the cops brought me in and they were talking about what she was talking about, I'm like, you guys are just, not that I was going to tell them who I was, but I was like, you guys are describing a drug dealer that I fucking wasn't. And this girl was getting a cube off me, and I think she was making these cops think she was getting a lot more at times. And she said to him, oh, if I say I want a lot, he'll be on to that, which I would have been. Because when somebody just all of a sudden wants a very large amount, and you always got a set amount, unless you were like a blood brother, I'd always wore,
Something fishy. Yeah.
And what we found out was I think she got caught doing dope, not weed. Like, I didn't know she was falling apart from pills. And because I didn't hang out with her, I was just a weed guy. And she was smart enough to trust, though. Like, I could front her bag, she would have the money. So she would owe me, tell the cops, hey, I think the cops would give her money to get weed from, and she would probably pocket some of the money. Because I remember she owed me on the bag that the cops said she set me up with. And I'm like, what money are they talking about? I didn't even get any money from her. She owes me. I didn't say that to her, but I'm just saying it to the cops, but this is what I'm thinking. When I got out, when I didn't even know she was a snitch, there was this thing called spoof that I had. That if you owed me money sometimes, I wouldn't call you from my number. I could call you from your mother's phone. You wouldn't know that until you answered that it was me. It was an early thing you could buy, a spy tech thing, that you could put any phone number in the phone you're calling. So if you called your wife, let's just say you had an Uncle David. You could type in Uncle David's number. It's going to come up Uncle David on her phone.
Right.
But it's you. I didn't even know this bitch set me up. I was just sometimes would call you from different numbers. So you would answer, especially if you owed me some money, just so I didn't have to call twice. I wanted to make sure she answered. I called her from her job phone. Meanwhile, she just set me up. She was probably spooked. She was like, I didn't even know she set me up. She's like, oh my God, I just set him up. He's calling me. She don't know what spoof is. She was like probably thinking I was really at her job place. And I remember thinking she sounded weird. I remember all I was saying to her was, hey, I'm coming to pick that money up. The next day I went to that house. She abandoned the house she lived in.
Damn.
And I was like, what's going on? And then I met my lawyer again. They have what's called a motion of discovery, where they don't say the names of the snitch, but they say the scenario. That's why I always think snitches think they're hidden. No, they'll know. They'll know eventually. You might be able to keep some shit under the bird, but the guy that physically wore a wire on you, and that's what she had to do. It wasn't a word of mouth snitch. She had to wear a wire or whatever they had on him.
Right.
And she oversold me as a bigger drug dealer than I was. Because I remember the cops were bringing up drugs that I didn't even know the slang to. It was like some kind of pill I never fucked with. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, wow, that's why they made such a big deal about coming to my apartment over weed. Because she was probably like, I got caught with heroin. I got to bring up coke and all this.
Yep. She's gonna get herself out of shit.
I'll never forget what the cops said that time. I told my girl, if we ever in a scenario and the cops are asking you, did you drive here? Because we were in an apartment. Say no. I say it all the time because the weed, the 2 pounds that added a couple felonies, were in her trunk. They don't know you drive. That car ain't even registered in your name. If they do enough homework to find out that you have that car, you don't ever have to say that car's yours. She was just young and really stupid.
Man.
So when the cops were asking her questions, she mentions that there's a car parked in the garage. If she would have just said, I didn't drive, she doesn't drive like I did, they might have looked past because they went and searched that car, found 2 pounds of weed. So now I got the F3 for throwing one off the balcony, which was only a half pound. I didn't know it was an automatic year. I was like, throwing the weed out the balcony is an automatic year? I was like, I would have never did that. I would have just been like, all right.
Right.
Kicked in the door. I had a balcony, and I was like quickly able to go. So she tells the cops the fucking course that she drives. Now, I knew she would be scared, but I wasn't worried about her rolling on me because I was prepared to take the blame. Here's where the cops thought they would trick me into snitching. They had no idea. Well, they obviously knew my record, but they just don't know me. And I always think it was funny of the thought of telling on somebody because when I got out of prison, all I talked to was drug dealers. It wasn't like I got out of prison and you're a snitch and then that cop puts you in like a, you know what I mean? Unless you were like a mass murderer snitch or something at that degree, but not no fucking weed dealer cop. They might get you out of some time, but you might still do time, and then your fucking record is tarnished. And I wasn't somebody who could get out of jail and had a skill trait where no matter how bad my record is, oh, you can fix a car? Get in here. You know what I mean? I couldn't do that. I can't, fix a house, none of that commercial shit. Only stuff I could do is either a job someone got me or drugs. So I always thought snitching was stupid. And even though I hated going to prison, when I got out from that first time, I remember I was able to make more money because people didn't question my trust anymore. All the rats I ever saw over here, none of their lives are good. They're all pieces of shit no one's friends with. They can't even go out in public half the time. But let me tell you what the cops said. This is awesome. I wish I could have had this on tape. They do, but they wouldn't give me the tape. They pull you in the room where they try to scare you. Now, it's funny, it's the first time they didn't try as hard as they tried this time. This time they came in the room. I already knew what they had on me to a certain degree. I didn't know what buys. I knew I wasn't selling no crazy shit. I didn't have no warehouses of money or anything like that. I was just fresh out of jail, not even 6 months, from a non-prison number, but a different thing. So I'm fresh out of jail. I'm like a small times weed dealer that if I had this type of weed down here, they would never put me in prison. This city, I didn't even realize I was on the border. They were able to come raid over a quarter pound of weed, 112 grams, a couple buys, to where I would have never thought she was a cop. She was getting I would have always thought the cops would have wanted the mother load, or at least more than fucking $400 or $500 worth of weed, whether she was saying it was A, B, and C. They make the 2 buys, she comes in. But the first thing the cop said is he sat down and he goes, I remember he slid an ashtray over to me first. I remember first of all, he goes, do you want a cigarette? I go, do you smoke menthol? He said, no. I said, no, I'm good. He goes, you're not going to be having a cigarette for a while. I was well aware of this because county, there ain't no smoking. I go, yeah, I'm well aware. I asked the guy this, the police officer. I go, sir, I just got one question. It wasn't, give me my lawyer. I knew when I would I knew I'd have a bond. I'm not an idiot. I go, I got one question because I was trying to poke holes. I had no idea why they were able to raid. I didn't know who snitched at that point because that was before the lawyers could do it. They're like, buddy, they're like, that little girl in the other room? All I said was, what happened? I wanted to hear their report. They never tell you. They go, buddy, that girl you got in the other room, she's looking at a lot of time. So here's where they fucked up. I was kind of baffled because I was like, didn't he hear me tell the one cop that this is mine, it's not her shit? And how weed works. Weed's not like, oh, we get to charge you both if I said it was my fucking pot. And you had nothing to do with the wire. You weren't driving. You weren't doing nothing. So I knew they would be able to spook her. But I knew that I was going to take the blame that even if she did tell on me, all you're telling is basically shit they already know. It's not like you're going to be able to do a buy off me, Sarah. You know what I mean? So I took the blame from her. The cops, to get me to roll, were telling me she was going to go to jail forever. Meanwhile, I knew she wasn't looking at no time, which she did not do. They gave her a bullshit program, which I knew they would oversell. They wanted her to go deeper than me. But I didn't tell her much. I always knew she would be scared, and I don't blame her. She was a younger girl, and she didn't sell weed. Cops came in, that shit had to have frightened her. You know what I mean? When they're like, what kind of car you drive? She's like, oh, white Buick. I was like, I don't drive. I get people to give me a ride.
Right.
Let them do that shit. They still had questions. We weren't like under investigation where they're like, all right, Roger 10. It was pretty simple. This girl said she'd tell on me. They got 2 quick buys. We're going in.
Right. My battery's getting low, man. I'm like at 6%. So.
All right. Well, if you want, thanks for coming on. We'll definitely do this again.
Man. Just let me know anytime, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, no
she
problem.
created me up. I'll finish telling the rest of the story.
I'll take care.
Well, the amount of weed she set me up for in my home was an amount that I have a card to carry now. Like, they get a card that's 200 grams. She made a multiple buy of 112 grams of weed. But that buy goes a long way. That's why crack dealers get fucked to a high degree, because even though these guys got no money, they might just have like 10 rocks, and whether they're on the shit or not, they get caught selling to a dope fiend who's buying a 30 sack. The paper is gonna, in the law, is gonna print these guys out to dangerous drug offenders, to where over a 50 bag of drugs they have in their hand and they're selling it to this guy, they could cause thousands of dollars of law shit for you. Maybe definitely get you in jail for 5 years if you got a gun. That's why I always thought the law was crooked, because one crack rock and a gun up here was 5 years automatically. I'm like, that's how they're getting their labor. Because they know half the guys up here that are selling crack, whether they need the guns or not. And we knew tons of coke and crack dealers. And they didn't even use, I never even seen half of them use the gun. Half the times you saw them use a gun, it was in a situation where you weren't there. Because a lot of people, they weren't worried about white dudes. They would just beat them up before they would shoot them. But the gun was more for show. But if you got caught in Painesville with a fucking coke bag and a pistol, they painted you out to be the fucking biggest criminal you ever seen. To where if your mom was reading the paper, like I said, she would be like, Jesus Christ, lock the fucking doors. This is a real ass criminal. And meanwhile, those guys aren't really like real life drug. They're really just street hustlers. Some of them got money. They might know the guy that has money. And that's why the cops started paying fiends. Fuck, we'll get them high. We'll get more from that. They just need to get high. We won't even worry about that part. That's why the cops started giving them the money to buy the dope. Just buy your dope and go do it. You know what I mean? They would put them in a situation where the cops were going to win. And then if you get 5 people, they probably look at it like, damn, that's going to be 5 inmates that are going to be working no matter what. Because probation, no matter how much people tried felony papers, it just never worked out. But yeah. It's fucking definitely, it's tonight Friday? Tonight was quiet as fucking here for a Friday. I was surprised. Yeah, Mount Timer was a quiet night. We were talking about it. I was just telling my prison story. Some of those stories I've never told. Except people I know. But I never told family members that shit. I think my mom hid when I went to jail a couple times from my dad. He doesn't know about this last time. I would be like, what? If you guys are trying to make me start telling the truth, you're always telling me who to lie to about what I got in trouble for. To where like, Michael, what do you do for a living? And when you've had, you go to prison a couple of times, it's hard to just make up a job in front of your aunt when you're in your 30s. Yeah, I'm the head guy at Levin, and I wasn't always selling cars. And that's why I didn't go to Christmas during the 20s, in my 20s, because I was too afraid to be sitting at dinner and have to answer what I was doing, and I didn't want to lie anymore because they would have read that. Well, I had no choice. Eventually, me and Jacob are doing a show. I'm going to tell everybody how weed accidentally became my guardian angel. So me and Jacob are doing a show. It's a good story. It's deep when you hear me say it. Like, weed became your guardian angel. It was a drug. There's a reason why weed became my guardian angel. It has nothing to do with getting high from it. But I will be telling that story soon. And I remember when I was getting out and they're like, why do the same thing again? Well, they were lifting the weed laws to where I got fucked my last time because I threw the weed off the balcony. That felony 3 and that mandatory time. I could have got out of the 2 elbows. Not scot-free, but I would have got out of the 2 elbows without having to do that for sure year. Because our county had a problem with, even though shit was getting lighter in law, if you already had a record and you made it to that certain judge, he told me, he goes, son, I can't go backwards. So you're going to do a year. So I ended up doing a year that second time. Still mad at my lawyer for that. I think if he would have, because I watched him beat this rape case like a week prior, and it was more serious than my shit. I'm like, damn, you're beating cases at that degree. You can't at least get my shit beat down. I think because me and my lawyer were friends, he kind of like grazily did my stuff to where he wasn't charging me for being my lawyer. And this isn't because he's not a good lawyer. He's a good lawyer. But we were friends. You know what I mean? I met him through lawyering, but he was a younger dude. He played chess, and a lot of the guys he defended, he would go out with from time to time. And he was a cool-ass dude to where you could hang out with him. You know what I mean? He liked to gamble. He knew the fucking law. He didn't drive when he was drinking. And usually when I got in trouble, most of my money would be taken because they get everything in your house. You never get back. And then I remember I would owe the dope dealer to where I was paying him off. So I would just be in hole until pretty much going to jail. If I had shitload of money, I probably would have bought 2 lawyers. Now, if I could do it all over again, I would have probably met with Brandon a couple times before and been like, yo, let me get an idea how you're feeling about this. Can we at least get into a blah, blah, blah? But no, the judge was like, year. I was like, damn. I was hoping so bad 6 months, 180 days compared to 364. And it was straight too. I didn't even have a week to get my I'm like, you're never going to give me a week? The reason why the judge didn't give me a week to get my priorities fucking together, he goes, you got more marijuana in your system. Your Honor, I knew it was a 90% chance I was going to fucking jail. You know what I mean? I didn't know what degree. Why the fuck would I stop smoking weed to go to jail clean? Was that going to get me out of the case? No. That just made the fucking guy who does the report on you be able to make sure you go to jail if he wanted you. Yeah, this dude's, he's got weed in his system. There's a little pill in there. You know, judge, meanwhile, is probably a sober guy. You're reading off the drugs by its, like, founder's name. The goddamn judge is like, Jesus Christ. I got to get this kid out of here. Well, there's that money. Meanwhile, some people, prison will fix them. For me, it just meant, well, I'm never going to be able to go backwards. Because I knew guys that were concrete workers, and when they started smoking crack, their only fuck-up was when they got high. They made giant money just being sober. Meaning as long as they didn't buy drugs, they had a great job that they could do. I'm talking like concrete workers. Shit that not the average Joe could do. Where you don't, if you could just tell somebody go do concrete, and you don't have to be there to babysit, that kind of shit pays a lot. But a lot of those guys up here ended up being the coke guys. They go out on the weekend to where they would get so high to where they were making an absurd amount of money, and it would go all towards dope, no matter what. If there was $1 in their pocket, they would spend it until it was dope. And when you got them clean, they were good, and they were working. See, with me, it wasn't like that. I never really was dirty to where I had a problem where if it was life or death, you said you had to quit doing drugs or you're going to go to jail for a year. I could have quit. You know what I mean? I was just smoking pot on my way to prison. And they're like, dude, you got drugs in here. You're still on the dope. On the dope. Sir, why would I? And it's not like I would say this to the judge, but I'm thinking in my head, why would I stop smoking? Of course, weed's in my system. I'm here to be sentenced, for Christ's sakes. What would clean be when we're talking marijuana? I wasn't the guy that robbed my mom off of crack or drained a bank account or nothing like that. And my lawyer, before I walk into prison, goes, if you would have been in Cleveland, where I live now, I could have got you out of prison. I couldn't have got you out of trouble. I would have got you out of prison. Lake County was like a goddamn picture Saved by the Bell jail. You know what I mean? Because they're just looking to, you could be just a normal guy. Let's give him 15 days. He'll learn. We'll get a lot of money from those 15 days. You know, where you always had the court fines and all this, and they always had a program set up that if you didn't pay that fine, you were going to jail, where they get the money back either way. And I was told Lake County, I'm not saying if they wouldn't have sent me to prison, I would have stopped selling weed. But when they sent me to prison, for me, it guaranteed weed, because I didn't get out and have a bunch of my friends like, yo, you want to work at my pawn shop? I got a job lined up for you. I didn't have dudes doing cars yet. I had guys that owned businesses, but they owned jobs that were like roofing, shit that I was not good at, heavy lifting, driving a truck that I didn't have a license to drive. I didn't have the guy that could just go, yo, man, you sitting here, you're my boy, you get $1,500. You just got to talk on a microphone. No, I knew like construction guys that would have never hired me in 1,000 years, nor would I want to be hired. I would just come to their job sites because those are the guys that always got the highest. Were roofers, concrete. But when a concrete guy would get out and he was sober, he'd have dope, he'd have a shitload of money in his pocket. As soon as he started doing the dope, he became an actual criminal where you had to lock him up. That was the difference between me and like a guy like that. If you would have approached me with some job that made the money like that and said, but there's one rule, you can't sell weed or blah, 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 I would have probably been able to put weed away for a certain amount of money. But the only jobs that were looking to hire me and the only connections I had at that point, being a felon straight out of jail, all my connections were drug dealers. So all my A1 credit when I didn't have money were with the guys that, well, the only real work they got for you is breaking the law. Not like breaking into cars and shit and like Ocean's 11. Just weed on credit or something like that where I could go into guys' houses. I've been out of the scene for a year. Just because of my word in the past, I could get whatever I wanted and be fine. If anything happened to me, it wasn't, oh, you got to figure out a way to pay that. A lot of these guys I fucked with always had those guys. They usually didn't want me getting in no more trouble than I had to because they always valued the non-snitches. They had movers. But when you had somebody that you knew wouldn't tell or you had a strong feeling that they wouldn't, I've seen people not tell and tell eventually because they got much deeper in a case than they could ever imagine. My buddy Bryce, I was in here the other night. Like I said, he did a 5-piece when we were kids almost. He was just 18. They extradited him from Hawaii. They went and got him. Like I said, Lake County's fucked up. And they were like that for a while. It's, yeah, over the last few years, but I haven't got any trouble in over a decade. And Mike, what changed? Well, not me, the city. Maybe some tactics changed, but definitely the city. Where you're in Cleveland and it's like this. You got a bag of weed, don't worry. The guy across the street is doing heroin, stealing, no windows, lighting houses on fire, screwing up their kids' life where the kids got to get, trust me. If they're going to go after a weed dealer better have a shitload of money in today's world. If he's got a lot of money, I can't just start going shaking down a fucking kid for an ounce of weed. Or, a low-budget guy. We don't got time for that. We got fucking kidnapped people. We got prostitutes out 24/7 that are doing drugs. When they're not doing drugs, they're usually doing crime for the drugs. Get rid of this person. It's a fake. Well, what's funny is the person that made that fake account probably does eat a lot of Dion's, not the Sanders. You know what I mean? I almost forgot about what's his name. It's sad, so I said some people thought, oh, Pesci's probably going to be heartbroken. No. I'd have been heartbroken if a guy, like I said, like a guy like Frank or Sheriff or somebody that actually, would listen to shit I say. I would have probably been more mad if a person like that just kind of got rid of you. But what time is it? 11:40. I'm going to midnight tonight. Shout out to Salty Bacon. We did the PlayStation. We'll probably do another one of those. I'll tell you what tonight's show did have. Nothing fucking, no one was arguing. No one was crying. Yeah, well, Nemo, your problem was not everybody knew you like we knew you. People would hear stories about you. Like some people are like, damn, you fuck with Nemo? Like think about this, Nemo, when you got in trouble last time. They had Facebook posts up where people that would have never met you would have thought, dude, did this dude pistol whip somebody over a box of ramen? No, I know why you had ramen at that place, but I know why you fucking did what you did to those kids. And you were doing pretty well at the time. I was fucking with you then. Me and Phil and Pat were fucking with you then. When you weren't drinking, you were at work every day. You were hustling a little green. Nothing to go fucking alert the media over. You know what I mean? You were moving an amount that's fucking legal an hour from where you were sitting. And eventually we became smart. You eventually become smart on weed where you're like, well, look, alcohol's a real big issue. Alcohol gets you in a shitload of trouble. And that bitch is as legal as they can be. And they always, and you don't hear any weed stories about serious deaths. And people know if they were a weed smoker and a drinker, if they had to point their kid in the direction of one, which you're not going to want to point your kid in the direction of any, but if you knew he was starting to hang out with dudes and you're like, yo, you might want to stick with the green, that drinking, unless you, probably not the way you want to go early. You'll get in a shitload of trouble. You probably won't be able to drive. You might lose your license forever. Like I got one DUI and I wasn't even drunk. I was pissed. This is what the scenario was. It was hey, sheriff pulled us over. Rarely do a sheriff car pull you over. Rarely. This is in Painesville where the sheriff's deputy office was the county. The sheriff's main jobs were to take the prisoners. Usually a lot of these guys were out of shape. I'm not trying to talk shit on sheriffs, but these guys were like, you can tell they've been in the business for a while. You know, they better be a good shot. I know they're not running. You know, and the sheriffs would take you to prison. They would wait for you, and they would be the transportation usually. But in Painesville, it was right by there, and sometimes they would pull you over. To where this guy said he saw me driving fast. He was in the speeder spot, but it was rare to see a cop. It was party night, but it was rare to see a sheriff taking pullovers. He pulled me over, and I reeked of alcohol to where, yeah, I could never make a case I wasn't drunk because the blow mark, which I blowed. I was like, yeah, I'll blow. The blow mark is at a level to where, believe it or not, I remember blowing, like when somebody was showing me the level of drunk, and I remember feeling like, wow, you're not, the level that they consider drunk isn't even drunk yet. So by the time you are drunk, yeah, you're drunk in a cop standards, even if you're like drivable. Like I was the designated driver and got a DUI. Imagine that. Now we were drinking Grey Goose and Red Bull. I had some drinks in me and it was a very odor drink. When you had that Red Bull on your mouth with that Grey Goose, the way we were drinking it, we weren't even drinking in the car, I probably just reeked. Weed wasn't even brought up because I wasn't dumb enough to travel at those hours with a large sack of weed. You know, we had women for that. But I got a DUI. I remember sitting in the damn tank. I wasn't even drunk. I'm like, dude, you know how much problems this is going to cause me with my license? I'm not even hammered. You could have just told us to park the car. You didn't have to take me to jail. They take you automatically to jail. Bond was like $300, even before you see the judge, just to get out that night. But yeah, only one DUI ever, and it was from a sheriff. Yeah, and then Lake County eventually became heroin addicts. They didn't go with heroin first. I don't know what makes a perk addict go to heroin. I've never been on the drug. But for some reason, people started abusing pain pills. And I never understood doing a drug there. If you do it enough, you get to a point to where, well, if you don't have that drug or something like that, you might get to a very, very sick state to where you're not even thinking clearly mentally. That's where we lost a lot of the friends I knew, to where they didn't fuck you over when they were them. But when they started abusing those pills and the sickness would make them feel like they were dying, that's why I was like, damn, I don't see the high in that drug. It looks like you guys are always in pain looking like shit. Now, I remember when we go to the dentist that they were doing some teeth work and they gave us a pain pill thing. Sure, take those. But we didn't make it up. Like my buddy who did have a crane run over his leg, he did pain medicine, but to a point to where when his leg was healed, he was still abusing pain pills, and he lost relationships, real with family, cars he had, shit he had going on. That was much better going on than me, just because he wanted to do pain pills and not be honest about it, completely just hide it. Yeah, but the sheriffs up here were they were prison movers. They were older, majority. The one sheriff had a kid that he had to lock up because he would drink, do drugs here and there. The sheriff would literally lock his kid up, put him in the pro. Obviously, it wasn't like he had no privileges. He would be taken out by the cop all the time. But this sheriff would get so mad. He was the head guy. I'm trying to think what was the name. It was the name of the sheriff on the building. Fuck. Dude, it was a name on all the cars for years. I can't think of it because it's been so long since I've been in trouble. But this guy had authority sometimes. I don't know if he would have to go through a judge, but he would just throw his kid in jail. His kid was cool, but his kid's problem was he would just go out and get fucked up, drink, get in trouble. All the cops knew who his dad was. And I wouldn't say they would let him go, but, usually they would bring him to his dad before they would bring him to jail. Starts with a D. What was his name, Nemo? Dunlap. Wow, Nemo remembered. Yeah, Sheriff Dunlap was on all the cars. I don't know if you get to be a sheriff at some point where he was just the head guy, but he had a kid who had a partying problem, and yeah, you would be in jail one day. You'd see the sheriff walking with his kid. The head sheriff you would never see. And he would just put his kid in certain pots. Go in there. Go in AA. Right there. Put you in a jail treatment. They would let him. Obviously, he ate different. You would see him go somewhere. Obviously, they would take him to get different food. Because I'd hear him. He would tell us. He wasn't like that. He'd go, yeah, my dad just took me to get blah, blah, blah. Now, he was a grown man. He was like almost in his 30s. But this was the head sheriff. His daughter was my lick in Pepper Tree. Now, if you don't know what lick means, it's the name of the person that's buying the drugs from you. That's what they called, a majority of the people where we grew up called the weed buyer. I stopped calling them licks because it sounded downgrading. Eventually, I just started calling them buyers or something. I got rid of the word lick after a few prison numbers. Is this still alive? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we know you're. Yeah, I gotta give him props, but we've been in a lot. I can't believe I don't remember Dunlap. I don't even remember if he's still on the cars. He was actually a cool guy, but he never looked. He was like the cop that was never on duty. So as cool as this guy was, it wasn't like you were gonna get pulled over by Dunlap. And a Menor cop, it didn't feel threatened by most people they pulled over because it wasn't like in the hood where you're like, am I going to get into a gun altercation with this? Usually they would feel comfortable enough to bully you. They would get a quick look, and then usually the cops would see you were more afraid of them, certain ones, and then that's when they would start bully tactics. It wasn't like what people would say, like, oh, they were nicer to you because you were white. No, when a cop knew you weren't going to probably put a bullet in him and you were scared of him, yeah, they were probably going to be a little bit scary. Because they're so quick to search. What's funny is I remember when they would search you, and they're like searching you as you're trying to tell them what's going on. You're trying to tell them what's really going on. They're already putting their hand in your pocket. Let me keep your hand right there. And you're like, oh. I used to do the same thing when I get pulled over because I saw this one kid did it, and the cop I don't want to say loved it, but he let him go. He gets pulled over, and he puts his fucking key, he turns the car off, and he puts the keys on top of the vehicle, and he keeps one hand up there. And then the other hand's like right here. I got pulled over with this dude. This dude was drunk enough to get a DUI, but not drunk enough to where I shouldn't have had him driving. He was speeding over the bridge. And it was Cleveland, not Menor, of course. And he was honest, and the guy just liked the way he handled the way he got pulled over. The cop saw we didn't have shit on us other than we smelled like alcohol and knew we were coming from downtown. In Cleveland, you could beat, like Menor, they knew you were a certain age. They would paint you somebody. They would see who you were, and they're like, oh, I remember they knew I had a license. I'd always ask the cops when I'd be in the back of the car, how come you guys didn't ask me for my license? Some cops in Menor wouldn't even ask me for my license. They would ask me to get out of the car first. Some of them already knew who I was or what situation I was in. I'd say, how come you guys didn't ask me for my license or insurance? They'd be like, all right, Mr. Blah, blah, blah. Like, they were just like, that didn't matter. They already knew I was a registered driver, but I used to get pulled over and not even get asked my ID. They'd be more concerned sometimes who was in the car with me. You know what I mean? Then a search would come. It wasn't like have a good day. But yeah. Yeah, well, usually if I was in the ghetto or something driving and I got pulled over and they knew you weren't supposed to be down there and I was with black dudes, they're always going to see if they got warrants. And usually I was with one out of two guys would have a warrant. Whether it was for something serious or as simple as they didn't pay a ticket. There was always somebody who had a court warrant I was with. And that's what they would do. Usually they had to have ran my tag, probably knew I was registered. Because sometimes they didn't even ask me. They just already had their mindset, what they were doing. I need his name. I mean, I got out scot-free. Sometimes they were like, sir, license, registration, please? Mr. Blah, blah, blah. If the car was in my name. Yeah, and this is why I don't go to Menor no more. That's why I tell people, I was telling Zach, if I was going to go out there and drink, I'm going to go drink somewhere else. I'm not going to drink in Menor to where there's still some cops out there that know my name. One saw me at Starbucks. I didn't even recognize him. He goes, Michael? I'm at Starbucks, Menor. That's where my car lot is. That's why I had to go out there. But I don't do no shit out there. He goes, Michael? Some dude I didn't even recognize. I'm like, yeah. And then I did a little homework. This guy ended up being a detective who was a cop that just recognized me. I haven't seen this guy in a decade. I'm like, guys, just remember me from that. I remember at Deekers when I was standing behind the DJ booth. These cops came into the bar. They were looking for drugs. The bar was making noise outside. You would never see this except for a Menor. When can a bar be reported for noise violations? Noise violations, and they weren't even loud. There was, I don't even know if it was a real noise violation. But what happened was, it was a white neighborhood and they would play rap. And I think it was when a lot of kids from other cities started coming in. I think people would just drive by and just randomly call the cops on that bar. And the cops were coming in. I saw them behind they were across the street. You knew they were getting ready to do something. You didn't know exactly. You thought they were looking for drivers. I didn't know they were about to come in the bar, start asking questions, search shit. I'm friends with the real DJ that was there. I wasn't an actual DJ, but I remember I was like, oh, cops are there. Usually when I'm walking around the bar, I didn't have anything on me. There was always a hiding spot because I've had a random cop grab me and go, you got a warrant for this. And I didn't even notice he was a cop because some of the cops in Menor drank at the bars, whether it was to do their own type of spying. But Menor was a 20s, sometimes lower 30s where people came and drank from all different cities. And you could ask Nemo, it's not this anymore, but it was a place to go if you were going out. You know what I mean? But this place, Deekers, was great. And the cops were across the thing. They ransacked the place. The cop that was running the thing, we knew. This guy was actually cool. He knew me from the school when I went to school much years before that. His name was Jamie Cole. I'm pretending like I was the DJ with the DJ. Colville looks at me and I go, I didn't think he would say this. Calls me by name. Larry, get the fuck from behind the DJ booth. You ain't no fucking DJ. I'm like, yeah, I'm with him. You know, the DJ, he said, get out of there. I remember when he came over there, he was friends. This cop was like a younger cop. He eventually got graded up, but he was a city cop that was from there. But he was friends with a lot of guys that I used to talk to that weren't necessarily drug related. They were sports guys. And I was always into sports. So sometimes he would try to look out for me when he could, like he wasn't the asshole. But whenever he would see me somewhere, the one thing he would always do is he would get me first, make sure I didn't have nothing on me or something silly, and then he'd go, okay, you could go. But I could never just go, hey, I'm not even drinking, you know? They were pointing me out. I was tired of going to that city after that. I was like, I'm not even drinking. They're like, yeah, there was a noise violation. There was volleyball courts. We were playing music outside. The cops bombarded the spot because what happened was there was people from Painesville there. And the Painesville dudes were all black dudes. And they came to the bar because we were cool with a bunch of them. But there was a bunch of hustlers in there. I mean, everybody in there was a convict. There was no scholars. And Menor was a city that they fucking used to flock to that. That was like vulture spots to them. Yeah, they were busy all night because of the other bars. But when they knew guys from Cleveland were coming up of any sort of ethnicities, they're going to be around there. You know what I mean? They were always at the hip-hop bar. He said, I love Deekers. I used to meet women there and make money there. The bar got so much fucking flack for doing, that was a one night a week, that rap night, where they would play rap music. But dudes that, like I said, will come from other cities. Wait, it wasn't even far. Painesville was one city over from Menor, but Menor was all white. It always was. That's what's fucked up about Menor. Still to this day, you would think it would be, no, to this day, Menor is like all white people. But there's more, when I was there was more drugs in that goddamn city than there was in some hoods. Because the amount of money you could get from parents, and these drug addicts didn't grow up broke like somebody would in the hood. Or that. And some of the kids developed hustling. It wasn't every kid in my school was a drug addict. There was a lot of hustler kids that were driving cars, shit you would never think at a kid that age. That's what I said. Eventually, when I got entangled with it, I was making money to where when you have no record, the thought of me doing something normal and not making the money I was making sounded stupid. You woke up legitimately happy every day. You know what I mean? Because you knew you were going to make a shitload of money, especially when you went to school, because you were going to all the parties. Yeah, there's kids that got robbed and shit. I always knew I wasn't a tough guy. So I made sure when I showed up to spots, I always had those guys to where, well, we could try Lurie, but if we try him, we usually hear a few things about his buddies. That's why I said I never played tough guy to where I was like, yeah, I'll kill you if you don't have my money. Usually, if somebody screwed me on cash, I would just learn from that. Not to where it's like, let's start a fucking turf war. You know what I mean? Because if you can't fight, what is trying to go beat up somebody when you can't fight prove? That's just going to cause more trouble. Learn from that guy's a bad guy. Don't deal with him again. Or learn how to, if somebody screws you over, I've learned ways to get screwed over, but re-deal with that guy. And put him in situations where, look, if you put him here, he's going to screw you. As long as you don't get like the gremlins. As long as you don't feed those fuckers past midnight or hit them with water, we won't see a gremlin. But as soon as you do, we will see gremlins. And it is midnight. Let me plug my phone in. Yeah, this was definitely a quiet night, though. But, oh yeah, so the next show I'm going to tell with Jacob Waters, because Jacob's curious to listen to the story. And if I tell the story, the average person's going to think it's a dumb story, without a doubt. But what's interesting about this weed guardian angel story, this isn't like the guy I interviewed and said Trump was president. This ain't like that. The weed guardian angel thing's very deep story. That's not like, oh, weed saved my life. It did in a way, but I'll explain that in the story. And not from getting high on it either. You know what I mean? But that'll be with Jacob Waters, Deep Diving, episode 4. Shout out to the 11 in the build. We didn't hear from probably a couple people scared. I was thinking about prison. When you're in jail, you don't got a chance to block people. Sure, you could be scared and go, lock me up in the hole, but I was never doing the hole. Unless, obviously, I did cop put me there. But I was never going to go, sir, I'm afraid of Jimmy. Can you put me in the hole? I would have been more afraid of what the hole will do to your mental shit. Like maybe you get a book that you want to read if you're lucky on the library cart. It wasn't like you had shit to read. Sometimes the books would get grabbed up. And I used to like to walk outside when I was in prison until they had closed the yard. You know what I mean? It wasn't fun, but the hole thank God. I remember I told the guy, I go, sir, I was at a poker table, and this guy goes, once if somebody took your shit, how would you approach this? I told this guy like this. I go, look, man, I'm in here for a year. If you just took my Butterfinger, you didn't pay me the Butterfinger you owed me. Look at the size of you. What would me trying to start a fight with you show anybody in here? You know, this was a guy he was just asking me and see how I'd answer this. Me and this guy were cool, and we ended up being really cool after this because I was honest. I was like, so if you took my Butterfinger, usually I was with, something I gambled with. I'm getting out of here in a few months. Why would I want to go to the hole, risk going to the hole, just to get my ass beat by a guy that's been working out, doing one-arm chin-ups with fingers? And then, you know what I mean? Watching the shit he eats, now that wouldn't prove I was hard fighting an unwinnable fight. Meaning, man, next time you take that kid's Butterfinger, he's going to fight you. No, if you can't fucking fight, what the fuck is that going to prove anyway? You might as well try to just ignore conflict. You know what I mean? There's probably some fucking prisons you'd get flack if you didn't go start a fight. But I was in a short-time prison, so I played short-time rules. But thank God, knock on wood, I don't know how, both times I went, I never had problems. It would be crazy to think some of the bunkies that I got cool with and guys that I used to walk with to chow, they used to sometimes wish that a guy would start a little problem so they could show how, because I'd always be like, you guys, when guys would say they had my bag of shit, I'd always say, you're just saying that. Because I used to look out for people in there when I'd get them in gambling circles that they couldn't get into. Meaning there'd be guys coming off a bus and they'd be looking to gamble, but they'd see Leroy and Johnny and they'd go, damn, I don't want to gamble those two. They'd see a guy like me and be a little less threatened by how I look, even though I could be joshing them. But yeah, we'll gamble with him and his partner. Because I'd always say, hey, I'll be the payer. Because usually I would play long enough to, I'm not going to say we never lost, but usually if cards was the game, usually the guy I brought, we eventually got over on him. And I knew what groups to pick. We had guys that would gamble every day, all day. But if you're gambling against another gambler, sometimes that gets boring in prison. Because you might not beat that other guy, and that guy's right there with you mentally to where you need to go get over on somebody. Let's go find somebody. That's why I'd go find a guy that was bigger than me and go, hey, you want to gamble? And he'd look at me. Maybe he doesn't know me yet. I might be able to get a couple free gambles in. Maybe one day he says, yeah, I'll keep gambling you even though you're losing. But usually, like I said, I got lucky in there. I was usually gambling in chess, and I'd whoop people to where they wouldn't gamble me in chess or even think of it if you knew who I was. If you were a new guy, you might have got by me. You might have felt silly at first because you were looking at me like I was the target. And meanwhile, I was just looking to gamble versus you because I'm going around trying to gamble against a lot of people, but they're tired of gambling against me because I'm not an easy win. And usually I had items that they didn't want. Like I used to always get envelopes and chips. I didn't get chocolate because the chips, you'd always be able to 2 for 1. The chocolate, for some reason, in the summertime, when you didn't have a fridge, the melting would become a factor. And guys didn't want you to pay them when you had to pay them in gambling with melting things. And guys that were down for a long time, envelopes might play some win somewhere, but most guys would call gambling games food only. And there was ballers in there that their wives would pay. Hey, you lost 50. They would do cash games, and their womans would put the money on the books. I told everybody in prison I didn't have contact with the outside life. What that puts you out of being a victim of is there's some people that get extorted in prison. I don't know how I would have approached this. Usually I got lucky and got in the right group right away to where it was more like, yeah, you know what I mean? But there was always a target. You just got to make sure you're not that target. And I didn't go in there lying like, hey, I'm some big prisoner. I always would tell people I shouldn't be in here. And they would laugh at that because that's what always every convict says. I shouldn't be in here, and everyone laughs. You'll say that to the cop. But that's how I played prison when I was in there. In a short time prison especially, I didn't play no tough guy. But usually, like I said, I would hit it off with some right dudes where I had no problems ever. I'd be gambling with the right guys. I'd be able to tell from a week where I should not go and where I could go. But usually there would be a dude that you would never think I would be friends with in a million years. And I'd be friends with this guy. And out of the blue, it wasn't because I knew what this guy had. This guy would just have clout to where I was able to get out of the kitchen finally and get a third shift porter job, which was one of the best jobs they have in jail because there was gambling, weed smoking, and you had to have a word in by inmate, meaning an inmate had to tell a cop to let you in because usually the cops that ran that shift were sketchy cops. Some cops that, usually the morning cops were usually the ones that always worked in the morning. The ones that would be spaced around that we called yard dogs, some of those guys did shit with people they knew in the county. It wasn't like they'd come up to me and sell shit. But I remember I was getting moved into a job to where, I was going to see some shit that the guards were doing. And I remember a guy vouched for me. It was a guy who got shot. And he wasn't a gimp. But because of the gunshot, he didn't walk right. Meaning you would have thought he was a mentally handicapped dude. No, this dude got shot in his neighborhood over coke or something. His name was Dre. He was one of my spades partners, not all of them. This guy was really good. He would get me for certain games because his partner was so good. Not everybody's looking to gamble against certain pairs. You know what I mean? And I was always like, well, yeah, maybe we could beat him. We might not be able to beat them, but we could beat him. And that's where, usually I proved them wrong. I was always a good card player. And everybody's got short time in there. A lot of the people I was locked up with were on their way out the door, leveled down to where as long as you didn't act like a whack-a-moo, like even Gary, my friend that was here passed out, he got punched in jail. That was the story I wanted him to tell. When he was friends with a dude, and the only reason why the dude punched him was Gary made like a joke with a shampoo bottle, some kind of like, I don't want to say a homo joke, but he pretended a shampoo bottle was his dick or something. And the Puerto Rican dude who used to work out with this dude, Gary, they were friends. They used to be workout buddies. But because of how Gary joked with them, this guy didn't joke like that. He hit him. Meaning how the dude had Puerto Rican pit tat on his back. He was looking at it like, you don't joke around with like gay shit in the joint in the shower. Because people that don't know you looking at you might see Gary joking around with shampoo bottle and he's just some menor kid not knowing that you can't crack jokes like that. People are going to think, yeah, those two are sweet or whatever. And dude had to punch him out where his eye was black as fuck. No cops got in trouble. Cops tried to get Gary to say, because you're not allowed to get beat up in there. The cops will try to force you to say who beat you up. You know what I mean? Knock on wood. 0 fights and wasn't asked to be in one. So, got lucky. Walk that track, play chess. You'll know where not to go. You know what I mean? I didn't play, when people first come in, while you're a stranger, you don't go to the store day one where you're at Lorraine and the most thieves in the world are there. They're looking to rob their best friend. They don't even have shit. So usually you let the big guys go to the store. You get comfortable with the pot. You see what you could buy. You see who's robbing, who's not. You play the broke card how usually I would when I would first enter an institution. You're not really a target. Well, we could rob and beat the shit out of him for what? He doesn't have anything. And I never would walk around like I had something. Usually I'd be like, can I get something from somebody to go gamble with? Even if I had something. Sometimes you play the broke card because they're like, that kid's just always borrowing to gamble, which people in prison like because that means they made money. They would just charge an interest on something. And they knew with me, I wasn't going to go, fuck you, I'm not going to pay you. So they would be like, guys that ran stores in the joint were always looking, yo, I got you. But I was able to make a way not to go to the store because I wasn't calling my mom like, Mom, can you send money up here? No, I got a closed box once. I wasn't going to be stuck on that phone. And it wasn't like the phones nowadays where you actually get minutes. These phones were fucking, you had to get somebody from the jail to call your house and getting it approved. The number approved. Nowadays, guys are Facebooking. My dude was in federal prison yesterday, and he was Facebooking. I was like, what the finger? Whether it was illegal or not, these guys are Facebooking in the joint now. We didn't even have a phone in the place I was in. There was weed. I smoked once and I felt stupid because I was like, dude, if I actually got caught fucking around, they could recharge me. I'm on my way out the door, I'm smoking weed. Or if they did urine me, they put you in the yellow suit and you go to the hole first. Where you wear that yellow suit when you get out of the hole so they know you were a dope smoker or a trouble starter. Usually the yellow. Yeah, guys will extort guys. Like, if there's some guys they can tell you're afraid, they'll be like, listen, tell your girl, send her 20. Because there'll be guys in there like, I got a girl and she sends me this and I got it da-da-da. And then some dude's like, whether he would fuck you up or not, he might say, I'll fuck you up if you don't give me this or make you feel scared or say, I'll be your helper. Meaning, if you didn't pay him, there's a chance he might not even want to go to the hole or he might just be like, done with you or some shit. You know what I mean? Because I always said, man, go to that hole. You know? And I knew, and Nemo, we knew somebody that got extorted and got sent to another prison. Joe Anderson, this white dude I knew. He was huge. He was with me on my first number. We had a volleyball team called Men Are Legends, me, him, and TK. Rest in peace. TK died. Joe's back in jail for beating somebody up. He beat somebody up to where he got 10 years this time. The first time he got 8. When I say beat somebody up, this guy leaves usually the guy he beat up inches from life, which would make no sense because it wasn't like the guy fighting you was even a target. This guy would be fighting for others. And you'd be like, dude, why wouldn't you just kind of like slap? Why do you have to almost kill a kid that you could manhandle with your open palms? But this dude got 10 years for another 10 for smacking people around. But he was extorting white dudes. He's a white dude. He was extorting other white dudes that he knew from our county, where he'd be like, listen, this dude over here is going to fuck with you. You give me this, blah, 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 help me out at store, some amount. Usually they'll get a guy where that guy always makes sure they get that. Even though they're not even really their protection. They're just saying that. I was always prepared for that. Even if it was 4 guys that corded me and said some weird shit. I was always prepared to go, I don't have nothing. Or I'd let guys run a store out of my box to where he just stole somebody else's shit. So I dare you to steal my shit. Because now you stole red shit. So the guys I'd let run stores out of my box were usually guys that, they weren't going to be coming after me if something got taken. Because they know I wasn't taking it. Because what happens is people run out of room. And they want to spend more money than they have. Like guys that just have it going on. Women bringing shit up. Guys that are already rich, they want to fill up, they want to spend money at the store that you can't. They put a limit. 90's up. And then your box is only so big. And there's a lot of guys that don't have that much shit. And I remember I wouldn't get much shit from the store because I never really got outside money. I'd make most of my money in the barrack, except for state pay, which I would only buy coffee and Kool-Aid. You only got $20 for state pay, but I bought all coffee and Kool-Aid. I'd make Foxy's all day and night. I never had a visit except for a couple times. That's why when people would bring me up, they're like, that's just that kid never has a visit, never goes there. He's just some gambling white dude. They thought I was a drug addict because I was only 140 in there. Eventually, my weight was 140 because I wasn't eating bread because I didn't like the bread they had in there. And when you started working out, your stomach muscles actually come in when you're not eating those carbs. So even though I was skinny from doing the track and push-ups, you were getting a 6-pack, me and my buddy Ohio Man. Ohio Man was doing pull-ups first. When I saw him able to do pull-ups, I was like, dude, we can never do pull-ups. Eventually, I remember we were doing 1-armers. I couldn't even do 1 2-arm pull-up probably right now. It would take me a week to get back to that. But I was doing so many push-ups during the day because you didn't play cards until night because there were certain cops on in the daytime. You couldn't gamble unless you were gambling white, white, black, black, because as soon as the white guy entangled with the black dudes, there were certain cops that would take reference of that. Automatically know you're gambling, even though there's no proof. And they would search your shit. And a shakedown sucks in a lot of situations because usually guys are running stores and they got a lot of shit they don't got a receipt for. And the cops will take it, be assholes. They took all my shit thinking I was going to get beat up because they know I didn't have the right receipt. Red didn't do my receipt. They took all the stuff. They're like, I don't know who this stuff was or you got it, blah, blah, blah. They had an idea. But they're like, you're going to have to go answer to that person. The guy that shit got taken goes, I'm so happy. Didn't even care about the shit. He didn't come up to me after. He goes, that's all that I was looking for. That's what I said. They'll get over food. That's what I said. There's guys in there that don't, those are ho-hos. You know, you get your shit stolen. That's why I was like, dude, I'm going to start a rumble over a ho-ho. Hey, motherfucker, that's my ho-ho. We battled it to death. The hole was no daily thing. Even if you fought and got your ass kicked, even if you were the fight instigator, you got taken to the hole. And the hole to me was more mentally fucked than I would rather have taken an ass whooping to a degree than go to the hole for 7 days where you're 24 hours, you don't see or talk to a goddamn soul. And I was not the type for that, especially when I was usually walking the track in the morning with people I knew or whatever. You know, you might do some, you didn't really play chess in the morning, maybe when you're at count, because you wanted to get outside because you knew eventually that yard closed. And it felt good to get outside sometimes. You know what I mean? And there was people that smoked or whatever. He said to be young again. No, I'm talking about jail. I don't miss jail. But yeah, that was the dumbest thing I did there was smoke weed, because if I would have got caught with the weed, which I never had weed on me, I'd always get it and smoke it right away. I remember this inmate was like, damn, I didn't know you smoked cigarettes. And I go, it's not cigarettes. I was smoking weed. And what's funny was my bunkie was the guy bringing it in. He was a part of a crew called the Greens Crew. It's the inmates that work outside of the prison. You had to have extensive time usually to be in part of that program. They had a dog program. But you got to have like 5 years to be in the dog program. You can't just be a year guy. Short timers were just treated like, there's a lot of programs in prison. But sometimes you didn't get to see them programs unless you were a long stay. Yeah, you might be able to go get some. They had college in there. They had like a Kent course. My thought was like this. Okay, so you go to college in here. You get out and you tell your job, I was in prison, college, and he's supposed to take that serious? You know what I mean? It wasn't like, it was, you were getting like easy, you know what? I don't know, it was a degree, some kind of graduation, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't like you were coming out like a law guy. They did have convicts that were law library workers, meaning you would go in there, there'd be 2 convicts behind a table. You could ask them anything about the law. They'll either pull a book out to show you where you could read about it, or they'll answer you right then and there. Some of the smartest guys you'll ever see in the law library, and they're convicts that have been down for years. And they're just so smart that they just picked up shit. And like the law library is a thing in jail. It's a heavily visited thing too, because some people are facing other law. And some guys want to know what the cops shouldn't have got away with. Can I fight this? Can I fight that? And there's usually the convict in there. Usually you had to give them something. They're supposed to tell you shit for free. But like out of like respect, you go, here's a soup. All right, I had 2 crack rocks, a pistol. There was a broad in the back. And usually the guy's like, we'll go over it. Where you're like, damn, these guys are in jail. You know what I mean? Old dudes, glasses on. Some guys have already been down for years. Smart enough to be a lawyer, but convict enough to where they would never even get a chance to be one. Yeah, they had a lot of drugs. They had kids nodding out on the baseball field. I didn't do any drugs in prison except I smoked weed once. Coffee and the Kool-Aid, the fucking Foxy. A Foxy is a Kool-Aid contraption mixed with coffee. So picture what coffee does to you. Mix that with Kool-Aid, sugar. And then you put Jolly Ranchers in it, more sugar. shook it up till the Jolly Ranchers melted. You did that. You usually drink one of those, you were up, you were going. You know what I mean? I didn't do the drinking hoot shit. Guys, that shit got you too drunk and smelled like shit. But those Foxies, I don't even know why I don't drink them to this day, but I would drink those motherfuckers and I would love them. I remember standing in line for the ice machine because the ice machine becomes a line where guys in the summertime will be at that goddamn ice machine. And there'll be guys that'll be holding 4 containers and you'll be like, motherfucker, you got 1 container. This guy's got 4 containers and it's the guy that always has 4 containers and usually is not a guy that's going to get smacked around. He's hoping that you say, hey, man, maybe come with 2. Because sometimes if the ice machine ran out and these ice machines weren't always like up to speed, they would have problems to where they would take an hour to fill up. Cops would shut them down. You'd be in 90-degree heat, just dying. I remember the power went out and they had to lock you down to where you can't go nowhere. And it was dark out to where it was so hot in there, they were taking the lock and the sock and they were trying to smash the window. The window didn't even break. And the cops weren't going to run in and get them because you're on lockdown. The orders are up front. There's a lady up front with a guy. All the lights are off. All you hear is inmates like making noises on purpose. They'd be like, making animal noises, shit, screaming. It was this one day, it was 100 degrees in there. It was going on 2 hours. We're in a power outage. It was dead summer. You're with all those guys. There were some guys that were like, fuck it. They put their box lock. Some guys just usually had it as a weapon. A box lock and a sock. And I remember these 2 guys went back there. And they were trying to smash the window, and they couldn't even break it. Because the cops weren't about to come in there with unless they had flashlights and shit. There were 2 cops going to run into a dark spot, especially when a lot of these fucking guards have never even been in an altercation with an inmate. Some of them are just probably praying that doesn't happen. Because I've seen a few where the 2 guards that were on duty, when the fight broke out, they couldn't break the fight. It took hitting the man down, which they usually hit off jump. There might be some guys that might be able to break it up. But this lady hit the off button. These 2 guys were fighting. These are 2 random guys. Cops were trying to get between them. They were throwing them off like feathers. Before you know it, you hit the man down button. All cops start running in. The yard dogs from outside. And usually the yard dogs, let me tell you what the yard dogs look like. The yard dogs, if they didn't have a badge, if you walked into prison, you would think the yard dogs were straight convicts. These are dudes, usually big, 6'4", 6'7", big dudes. But they look like convicts. They don't usually talk the same as cops. They're usually walking around the yard. They're usually not doing the count. And then we call them yard dogs. And they're big dudes that usually want to talk shit. You know what I mean? They're probably looking for an inmate altercation. The biggest guys you'd ever see. And only because of the badge you would know they were yard dogs. Because other than that, you would think they were convicts. Because of the way they spoke and acted and how they, conducted their business. One guy, he would dismantle a convict and then go, he was so tough, he go, you know what, if you hit me going forward, I'm allowed to A, B, and C. Basically told this guy how he was going to fuck him up. Because this is what these yard dogs do. They're usually the guys that are just looking for that. Sometimes their job is boring. You know what I mean? You're usually not. In Lorraine, like I remember I was screaming at one of them and I didn't know it was a cop. I'm like, hey, they're like, dude, that's a fucking cop right there. I was like, what? Because in the winter, they start wearing these giant ass coats. And you don't even see the badge sometimes. They're just walking all slow. Yeah, you'll have the normal cops in the barracks, walk guys there, but there's always yard dogs. And they never look like the ones you want to fuck with. two times. I've never seen guys 6'8", 6'9". I was like, Jesus. I remember there was a gay guy in there, 6'8", and I cracked a joke. He talked really feminine. And I made a joke about his voice. It was a harmless one. But somebody came up to me and they're like, dude, that guy fuck you up. And this was like a straight homosexual dude. But it turned out that this dude was like a legit fighter. meaning he wasn't a good fighter, but he was like a legit one. Meaning because he was gay, he usually got in fights all the time. Whether it was with guys that hated gay guys or gay guys that were fighting over lovers. That's why I said usually you weren't made gay in prison. You would see who was gay kind of real quick. Sometimes it would sneak up on you, but then eventually you'd be like, oh, that's what that is. Sometimes it would be a guy you wouldn't expect. Usually they had the voice, but then there was ones you would never know. And then those were the ones where you're like, wow, that guy was gay. You know what I mean? You would have never thought it. They found shit in the shower. I didn't even know what the fuck that meant. We're on third shift. Dude goes shit in the shower. This convict. Usually that was letting know that guys, I didn't know, shit, somebody fucking took a dump in the shower. No, these dudes were fucking. I don't know where shit came from. But that was from these dudes fucking around. And they fought, they started, this one guy who just did not like gay dudes. Found out this one guy that he was fucking with was gay. He starts fighting them. Meanwhile, these two are real fighters. It wasn't like this dude was gay getting his ass beat. The one dude that was doing the fucking on the real, he might have not been gay before prison, but he went to prison and became gay for whatever reason. So usually these dudes were fighting. And you would think like these would be bitch guys. No, these are usually guys who are like, damn, that guy could swing like that. Like I said, somebody told me, he goes, dude, you don't crack jokes on him. He's not your friend. He knows you're not, he knows you're not a gay dude or anything. He goes, he'll fucking swing on you. He's like, that dude's a punk. I thought he was just a loser because he was talking very feminine. And I was just wrote in and I cracked a joke on him. And I remember he was pissed. He wrote out the next day because he got into a fight. And I remember watching this dude fight two guys. And I would have never thought that. By the way, I was like, wow. That was a learning experience when I was like, dude. I was like, so some of these guys that choose their sexuality in there and they know they're going to be gay, they're usually guys that are fighters. There might be a bitch in the group, but there's that fighter behind him where they're fighting over these guys. We're like, whoa. You know what I mean? And to me, I wasn't used to being around guys like that had the voice. You know, you'd had to deal with some of them because they usually had shit. They had the drawings where you would send something home. They could make a drawing of anything. That came into play sometimes because there were some inmates that didn't know how to get those cards. And you could, a while they'll learn how to get them, but you can make money off people that way. Hey, man, I need one of those cards. You go sell it to guys that haven't met the card guy yet. You know, usually I would just do it to get in the game to gamble. Because for me, gambling wasn't about winning because it was for food. It was always about killing time. Anybody that's locked up in jail can tell you when you're gambling in there, the time flies. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. The time flies. When you're playing cards for free, it drags. It might go a little quicker, but it drags. That's why you shoot the gamble. And gambling tables have first priority. Meaning if I was sitting at a table and my, guys that I was usually cool with would go, hey, we got to sit there. We're having a game. If I was playing some other guy in a game and I said, no, me and my buddy are playing. Unless we were physically gambling had first priorities at those tables. I mean, that's not a rule the cops would make. That's like a inmate rule. You just kind of, you're not going to be like, hey, no. You know what I mean? But I always won usually, or I'd play winner or be in the gambling game where I got to be at a table. Some guys would have to go play at the racks because they were playing free. Can't play free cards. Money takes priority. You know what I mean? And you never brought money to the wood. There was always a pair. Yeah, somebody could probably screw you over. But where I was at, those guys wanted more gamblers. They didn't, let's rob future because we can. No, every time this guy's going to want to gamble with low money. And I wasn't some big winner. I just played well enough to play again. That's what I always told people. Or sometimes I wouldn't even act like I was the gambler. The guy I was partners with knew we were gambling, but the idea was when you meet new people you didn't know, well, don't make me the gambler because if they did want to take advantage of me, they are. Make them think they're paying you. So if they are going to double cross us, we don't know them, they're probably going to think twice before they fuck your money up. They know I'm putting us in the game because some guys, I wouldn't expect them to pay in the game because they weren't as good or they were a lot better player than I was. So we could be in a game and yeah, they would throw up their end of the gambling. But if I costed them the game, like some people would say, I could be like when I was first started playing, they'd be like, I'll be your partner if you're throwing up the money, but you're not good enough yet for me to throw my money up with your money. That's how a lot of that shit was. Eventually I got to that, but in the beginning, no. But I also, these guys weren't my partner. I would try to pick my own partner where I knew who I was picking. And to try to get them to be with me, they're like, I'm not going to be your partner. Hey, I'll put us up in the gambling. So all they heard was gambling. White boys got the game. Oh, I'm in. I don't even, and they knew I'd cut them in because I'm not a piece of shit. I would just say, look, you got to act like you're the gambler, though. In some games. Some games, it'd be cool, 2 parties. But a lot of people, like I said, I'd be gambling would be strangers in the beginning. Because eventually they'd be like, I don't want to play you all the time. Because it goes back and forth a lot. You know, as I said, you learn who's good. You learn eventually the sharks, they end up bouncing off each other. Like, yeah, we could get into some wars here and there. Or there would be games where I just didn't have the type of money. There was a $40 spades game that I would have loved to play in, but I rarely had $40 on me in jail. That was a big game. I played in some of those games where I was only cut in because I was the guy partner. I never brought money there. Eventually, when I was playing chess, people would think, they would assume I was that good at cards. I had to get taught on cards. I remember guys would yell at me at the table, but they would tell me after the game, if I'm yelling at you, it's to make you look weak in front of other people to draw them in. But if you listen to the words that I'm screaming at you about, it's teaching you what to do next time. I could tell you like a bitch after the game, but if I make you look like weak, we'll get bigger games earlier, where they'll take you for sweet, even though you're learning, and we might be able to stomp them. This guy, Ron, who was from Youngstown, everybody loved this guy. He was an older dude, and he was like, to the Youngstown people, they loved him. I mean, he wasn't no good guy. He was a drug dealer, but he was like, to the young kids in Youngstown prison, they all knew this guy when he came in, and I hit it off with this guy because he came by me, and he had a cast on, and he needed help carrying a tray, and I was in this room. I helped carry his food. He goes, play me in this chess. I heard you're good. I'll gamble you. So this guy gambled me, and he played me a few times. I beat him a couple times. He's at the card table one night. He's getting in an argument with his partner. I didn't even play no games like that. I was a subpar player. He thought because I whooped him in chess, oh shit, the cards is easier. And it took me a minute to come around to where I partnered up with Ron. I didn't have to put my own money. He said, just bring your brain. Because he knew he could get, because if he went and got his normal partners, some guys would say, I'll only gamble you 20. As soon as he got me as a partner, they doubled the money. Because they know I could make a mistake that will cost them the game in spades. Spades is funny in prisons, not just about suits. There's a lot of crazy shit you can do in that game. Fun game to gamble on. Wish I could still gamble on it to this day. But because of what I look like, I could get guys games that they wouldn't normally get. Now, I wasn't a good player. This guy used to scream at me to where people would ask me, why do you go around that guy? He's always screaming at you. But Ron's thought was, I can't teach you after the game. I want to teach you fucking now. So when I would throw something wrong, you're not allowed to say normal, hey, you throw this card next time. That's called table talk. So how Ron knew how to do it was Ron would make it look like I fucked up bad. But he told me beforehand, listen, you're going to fuck up. When it looks like I'm screaming at your ass, pay attention to what I'm saying. Don't think I'm mad. He goes, I know you're smart enough to fix certain shit. Now, I fucked up a lot in the beginning to where he would win. I would be the person that costed him from winning 180 to only winning like 100. To where I'd have to come to his rack, and I had full access on his box. So that's why I always loved it. Meaning I could just go up to his box, open it, without asking, grab whatever I wanted out of there, whether it was to gamble with or eat. Because I remember one time I gambled at a game and I had no money. I didn't think I was going to lose. And I lost, and I go, I got to go get my money. And I went to that Ron guy's bunk. We had no relationship really, just a couple times at a table or whatever. And I was like, hey, I was fucking gambling and I didn't have the money. And he goes, you should have brought me. He goes, bring me next time. And he goes, go ahead, take that. I was shocked, but he was the only guy I could think of asking because everybody else I asked didn't have no money. Sometimes by midweek, people didn't have shit. This dude had a full box. You know, anything you want to gamble all week. Usually there's guys doing IOUs by a certain day. You know, come store day. And you could only buy, I never know why they put a limit. on what you could buy in prison at a store. But they did. I think for extortion reasons. But yeah, what time is it? All right, I'll end at 1. So we'll go 24, call it a night. I'll roll up one more good nighter. We'll get the fucking Pesci Power Album music going. What's funny is I haven't told those prison stories in probably years. $80? Yeah, it was about there. 75, 80. Yeah, like I said, Nemo, because people had cell phones and shit, and it was hard to call cell phones. I know they changed it, but I was like, you know what? I only had my mom on my call list, but I only called her because she would want me to call once a month to let her know I was alive. And she didn't want my dad to know I was in there. I don't know if she had to tell him. She told him eventually, but she was trying to hide the shit. She tried to make it sound like I was in town. So I was like, don't send me no money. I was like, I'll just eat shit in there. I don't need to go to the store. If I do, it'll be for like shit I really need. There's jobs in there. Like I said, the first one was sweet because there were cigarettes to roll. I'd roll cigarettes during count. Dude, that was my thing. Like when I thought about going back to Lorraine and I could roll cigarettes for people, I was like, damn, how am I going to make money in Lorraine? That's when you first ride in, you don't have none of your shit. You can't even go to the store for a week. You're not even allowed, you know what I mean? That's the fucking worst. Worst place for a child, too. You had to learn to eat. Mega fast. As you're sitting down, keep in mind, as soon as that first guy sits down, as soon as the last guy sits down, the first guy's getting up and you're leaving. So you better sit down and in Lorraine, you're usually getting walked by yard dogs. And they're hoping they get to be yard dogs. Because like I said, these guys are like, damn, they look like Hercules. You know, you might have some like average sized guys, but in Lorraine, the ones that walk the yard, they were fucking giant. Oh, music's too loud? Oh, you said the music was too loud? Damn, it didn't sound loud on my end. It gave me, Elvo, what do you think made it? It's coming out of my wireless speaker. What would make it loud if it doesn't sound like it's coming loud here? I'm trying to figure out what did it. What happened is, I'm not using that speaker right now. I put this fucking sound bar, it's right here. So, I'm going to play. If you're still out there, do me a favor. Alpha, tell me if this sounds, because I don't have headphones on, I should. But that's me being lazy. I like how super loud this mic goes. Okay, I'm going to play 2 beats. Tell me if they're, loud enough to be played. It doesn't have to be silent. Let's start off with this one. To me, that sounds light, but if it sounds just right for you guys, at least I know where to set. So that one, maybe 2, yeah, well, the speaker's right there. I'm probably going to have to do headphones. So right there, gaming, what did it sound like? Just too loud? Like when I play the clap. You're like, ah. Convo? You talking about my voice right here? For the convo, I think it's too close. The conversation. Damn, this thing picks up everything. Nemo, let me know if you can hear the clapping. Can you guys hear this? How does that sound? Okay, now the music and the sound is too close to the mic. Gotcha. He said, yeah, you got to talk at the same time. No, that means my shit's funny. So this probably sound really fucking loud. I'm just doing this so I can listen to it later and see. Super loud there? Damn, I knew I was going to have to do headphones. And he's just joking, Gaming Alpha. He says this because Jake says it. It's a Jake line. This is a kid that comes on my show all the time. Oh, that was way loud. Really? What do you sound like right now, Schmiddleton? I'll probably start wearing headphones tomorrow. He's just so loud. Holy shit. No fucking wonder. He said, I can hear you. No shit, you can hear me. I was saying it's the sound effect's still too loud. Like, for instance, let me play one real quick. Does this sound loud? To me, it sounds fainted to me, but it might just be the way it's projecting out. To get that mixer going. Well, I'm just gonna wear headphones. What does it sound like right now? Schmidt's still fucking blaring? Frank hasn't been around. Oh, not that loud? Nemo is a loud music guy. All right, tell me how this sounds. Might be a little loud. It's meant to have a little feeling, not really library, but is it like aggravating loud? Oh, it's good now. I'll have headphones on next time. I think I know what's going on. Literally, there's a speaker in front of us. Let me show you what I'm looking at. That's the sound bar where the music is coming out of. I used to have it coming out of that speaker, which would be farther away from me. But I wanted to go with this because it slips underneath this screens. There's my two small ones. And then there's the curve. So I'm guessing what I'm learning is, see, I had the sound effects turned up all the way because sometimes they would sound light as fuck coming out speaker. But I'm guessing it's projecting out to you guys much louder than I even know. I might get a little headphones. Yeah, that is too close to the mic, I bet. Yeah, it is. Dude, I look at streamers all the time, all the ones I watch, they all got headphones on. Even the ones that got millions, they have to have headphones because of the type of feedback. Earlier, I didn't even know the voice thing was on. Let me know if this is working properly real quick. All right, just let me know if my voice changes. Let me make sure that's... Set the output volume. All right, ready?
How does my voice sound? Is it working properly?
I did turn on the voice.
It's the last joint of the night, motherfuckers. They were calling it a night. Well, I'm not calling it a night. I'm gonna play some Halo. But I can't play it on StreamYard. StreamYard's a fucking joke. Oh, yep, not too loud either. Excellent. Yeah, it's some settings. We'll play around with it. I'm having a little cord issue with this mic. You buy a brand new microphone, and the cord's not even a cheap cord. But sometimes it'll just click off. Let me get the green going. Oh, that was probably loud. Okay. So, okay. Okay, there's a ground. There's a ground, Monty. That finish him. How did that sound? Clear? Low? Proper? Because if that's on point with you guys, then I know where to be. Can you sing us a song? I wish I could sing. Oh, shit. My fucking voice is on still.
Sorry. All right, so the voice is working. Sounds good now? All right. Well, I could do you one better. I could.
And I'm gonna sing a song about Jesus.
Jake, we miss you wherever you are. I don't know why you turned on your boy. But no hard feelings. There's always a motel. Remember Tom Bo-Datton? I'm Tom Bo-Datton. We'll leave the light on for you. I stay at Red Roofs all the time. Because I never would want to do Motel 6 because it felt too ghetto. The Red Roof was a little bit of a higher. Yeah. He is mad at me, Gaming Alpha, and I didn't even really do anything. Jake's kind of going through this phase where when he gets cool with somebody, he's just telling everybody to fuck off. I didn't physically do a thing. He is like stuck in like a wrestling world where, I don't know, but he's had a month to where he's randomly gets mad at somebody and he like kind of blocks him. He didn't block me on all platforms, but he like removed himself as editor. I think all I did was crack a joke of some kind, but I don't even think it was that bad. Like, I was almost shocked that he took it to the extent he did. So that's why I was like, dude, if he's getting that angry, just let him do his thing. He'll come back eventually. You know, I didn't do shit to him. But yeah, that's another thing. When sometimes, like, if Brad was in here, even though Brad wasn't a problem for Jake would just be on my show and he would start telling people to fuck off. Even if he liked them or not. And he started doing more of that the more comfortable he got. I wasn't against it, but there's some things you got to be like, yo, take your foot off the gas. But if you tried to be the guy that tell him he can't say this or that, he would just get really angry and be like, well, you don't like me, I won't talk to you or something like that. And you're like, no, bro, you're just trying to give you advice. But I'm not going to run back to nobody because I always told them there's no crying here. So if you're crying to get me to run back and feel bad, I'm not going to feel bad. Yeah. It's crazy. Because in the beginning, it was like, me and the guy did shows for months. As I said, you go look on our channel. We originally, the show I was supposed to do before it became the Pesci Power Hour and everything was me and Rome were going to do a wrestling show. But I was going to have Jake come on there because I was always like, Jake's funny sometimes. And in the beginning, he really didn't know anybody, so it wasn't like he'd get angry about things. It wasn't like, all right, I'm leaving. Or this or that, to where it became what it did. But he definitely had more people treating him nice than mean. He might look like he was being trolled, but he ends up trolling himself with his feelings. To where he might block somebody that was a good dude. Like I said, he's mad at me, but if you asked him behind closed doors, like you'll hear people ask him on a show, he'll start bringing up something, but he doesn't actually have the answer. And that's why, and I've never said this to him because like I said, I'm not going to go cry. You don't even know why you got mad at me. All I said was in a group chat, I'm out. You don't even know what that meant. You thought it meant no more money for you. And that's why I was like, you're going to get mad at me for not giving money? What kind of friend is that? To where he turned it around where Pesci rubbed it in my face. No, I didn't rub it in your face. Until you made me sound like a bad guy. And I said, think of the things I did to strangers. That would be like, damn, this guy Pesci sounds like a jerk off. Because Jake will just meet someone and go, hi, I've been dealing with some things. Trolls, fucking, yeah, they wanna. And somebody that's a stranger will be like, damn, why are people fucking with this dude? Meanwhile, it's one guy, and it's usually Jake blocking everybody else. Exactly. Welcome to the ban list, brother. It's been happening a while. Nemo says he needs money. Well, when I say money, like money for bits. Like you give your kid at Chuck E. Cheese. He was like, Pesci said he gave me thousands. I said thousands as in over 1,000. If you add up the packages that got stolen. I know they didn't make it to you, Jake, but you think I lied about sending you figures? That I boxed up in front of you? Told you it's on your way. You told me packages get stolen. The Amazon shit made it to you. He had a microphone, figures, and I gave him a bunch of t-shirts. He blamed me for the neighbors that steal them. I'm like, how does the mail carrier not know how to find your address? It's 2021. And why is he thinking that the neighbor address is the address to where he's like, you know what? I can't find 2134 Shit Creek. I'm just going to put it over here on 4138 Albatross. I never got the package back. And then Jake turned it into, I never received the Pesci package. Well, you received most of them, but he rubbed it in my face like I did it on purpose. Like, dude, you think I would make a living off lying to you about used items? These weren't free. I mean, like, these weren't shit that I was buying from the store. They were shit I already had. Toys. Stuff I wasn't going to use. It was a $40 microphone. And the point of the microphone was so he's not carrying around his computer and he could do a voice mod. But he would rather just do it off his laptop and lag and type. Right. That's what I always tell people. It's not about that shit. This is just a package I sent somebody. And dude, I'll admit, the first time I threw away the receipt with the tracking number because I've never been in a situation where I've had to use it. For real. Maybe when you're on Amazon out of curiosity. But when I've mailed something from a FedEx with an address that's right, I either got the package back to where this when I first started sending packages out there, I didn't pay attention where that receipt was. I remember I lost that bitch. I was doing 24-hour days sometimes. Hold on, let me get the weed real quick. But at the same time, he'll be back around one day. I'm just not going to be the chaser. I bet you I can put together a 14-worded message, and tomorrow he would be back. But that's not my MO. And it's not like I'm bringing him back at the moment to do what? He's feuding with so many different people, he'll just take the time on my show to feud. You know what I mean? To where I get to make funny clips, but then people are on other shows saying I use those clips to make fun of him. I'm not making fun of him. He used to play a clip of my pants falling down where my ass is on camera, no joke. And not even play it once or twice. He played for the whole goddamn show. I never said one word to him. Jake, you're making fun of me. No, I knew it was in harmless fun. They didn't send it back to my house, Nemo. This is Mississippi, where I didn't realize how fucking trailer park. Because if my neighbor had my package, I'm getting the authorities. That's some serious. Hey, guy next door is taking our packages, sir. Why FedEx is putting them there? Like, what is your house not listed? All the Amazon packages made it. But the shit I sent them from here, my house, that was already like items I had. I sent him a belt, a $30 belt I got at the SmackDown when I was ringside. I thought he got it, and his like nephew got it, and they just never pretended like they didn't get it. Because when Jake thought the first time that first package didn't get there, he thought I was going to buy him a whole new belt. This time, just buy me the belt off, blah, blah, blah. I was like, bro, we got to determine why that first box is vanishing. We're talking about mail vanishing, Jake. They're saying like sending a box of weed, and if someone gets your box of weed, you're not going to hunt it down because it's weed. This is legal shit to mail. And they're not even items of great value. It was a briefcase, and inside the briefcase I put a microphone. He wanted the briefcase for his Halloween costume that he never wore that I bought. Some of this shit couldn't be sold. It was like used. Some of it was toys. Like, sure, maybe he could have sold that belt. It wasn't like an authentic John Cena belt. It was a goddamn fucking $30 plastic, ready to be set on fire belt that you'd get a toddler. He said marketplace. Well, the people that got the package, I'm not down that. Or they gave it to their kids for Christmas. Kids! Santa came. Oh, shit, is that a handprint on my wall? Yeah, he's going to have to repaint that. I still got painters doing work. Like, this couch ain't going to be here. All right, final J of the evening. Let's get a little J music going. Check the vocals and locals. Let's find someone to raid. Yeah. What's funny is Jacob, it's like he can't even give people a straight answer why I'm gone, and it doesn't make any ludicrous sense. I don't think so, because you heard him arguing on the show today that I didn't even make a comment on. Somehow I just got sent a clip where he was brought me. I even brought him up, but he brings me up and he goes, "Well, Pesci said he sent me thousands. It wasn't." Dude, when I say thousands, it was over 1,000 when you add up the equipment. I put an S on it. My apologies. I'll send you screenshots. You got the screenshots that go back before June, Jake. Because, yeah, remember, I started sending you money before the Pesci Power Hour existed. When you showed me, he always says, I showed Pesci Twitch. No, you were one of the first guys over there from the bowling alley I met, and you had some people over there. You didn't show me the world of Twitch, Jake. You just showed me some good-ass motherfuckers in there, which he was compensated for. Well, I even sent shit after I knew he was never appreciated, like months ago, where I knew he deep down wasn't appreciating shit, because he'd just call you, Pesci sent my money. If Rome said he was going to give him some money to where he fucking rubbed Rome the wrong way, he would bring up the money every 5 minutes. Jonathan got out of a hospital and had a GoFundMe going, and he asked him for money after he did a show about raising money for Jonathan. Jake, in where in that story do you get Pesci's a bad guy? And that thing about the dance, I used to, like I said, I pumped that into his head because I didn't want him to think I was unappreciative for the people he introduced me to. So in the beginning, before I knew he would turn it to this, I go, yeah, Jake is the one that introduced, I wouldn't know that guy. And then like really oversell it to where Jake took it as, I brought all these guys to the business. They wouldn't even be able to breathe, which is not even close to the truth. I wouldn't know this computer shit unless it was for Frank. Jake was just one of the original fans that I used to be really nice to. Let him back on my show. Bolin never had him on the show. I brought him on here where people got close enough to him to send him money, send him packages, shit like that. That wasn't because he brought me to some fucking dance. I never did his show until Marty the Moth came on it. He could tell you that out of his own mouth, and it's on tape on my channel. When he got Marty as a fucking guest, and I didn't want to see him flop the interview like I just saw him flop the last one. And he even said at the end of it, I saved him. He's like, dude, thank God you were there. Because that's when that interview thing started. So whenever he would get an interview, he'd get me. But because I turned those into relationships, and he would just interview somebody and stop talking to him. He didn't stop talking to Jake. Like, I'll talk to guys all the time I met through Jake, and they'll be like, yeah, he just, after that interview, I never even heard from him again. I remember I had Marty the Moth. He was a wrestler. God bless him, because he's a nice guy. I still talk to him this day. The first question Jake asked him was, I heard you had Lyme disease. Now, Marty was cool enough to explain that, but that was what Jake opened up with was, what was your disease and how bad was it? So when he sees me with these guys, if he knows that he met him through me, he will make you know. Even though I've done nothing wrong. Like I said, I've overpaid him for that because I didn't want somebody taking advantage of him. No, Jake, that's why I was always nice to you. Because I knew I was getting perks through people you'd introduced me to, even though you were already done with them. Because I'd want to learn computer shit. He doesn't want to learn how to edit. That's why I was like, you can't act like you're like a full-time show guy. You're much better as a co-host. Because when you're doing a full thing, you got to have shit going on. You can't just have laggy streams, typing, people going like this for half the thing. It looks like he's got like one of the first streaming cameras ever known to man. And dude, he asked me for money the other night and I gave it to him. I thought it was funny because I could see the picture. Can I have some money? I said, yep. And then he unblocked me from Twitter. And then the next day he unblocked me from this other thing. But if you ask him, we're stone cold enemies. So, but like we said, we love, we're not but love. He's the one that wants to create new communities when he had a solid one. And a lot of stuff you guys didn't see was, there was like a strong 40 days where basically we didn't say anything and he was causing a ring of chaos. And some people would even message me like, why don't you say anything? And I go, I'm not the guy's dad. To where he turned that into a line. He said, did they hear you? You're not my father. Jake, who said that dad shit first? Just like when he says dance. What did I say? I said brought. He referred to it as the dance. That was smart by him because that was clever. Because I used to always call it something else. But he could always come back. But I'm not reaching out like, hey, man, I'm sorry, let's be friends again. No, you told me to fuck off, and I never did a thing wrong to you. Right there, that's like a red flag to me. Like, yeah, do I need to be around somebody that I never did anything wrong to, and I'm painted the villain like I was with Bolin? Bolin painted me out to be Hannibal Lecter, and all I did was a show about the Punisher with a guy that didn't even mention his name one time. And all I ever gave the guy was money and help. Look, to where Schmidt's not even allowed to be on my show anymore. This is who Schmidt is. He has to completely hide his fake names because if Bolin drew a line in the sand, said, if I see you over there, I'm blocking you. Now, Spencer Green said, I'm not letting you choose my friends. Now, Spencer Green didn't get blocked, but he's on thin ice. But if you guys are running where Rusty Shackleford is, it's Chris Schmidt hiding from Kenny Bolin. Test results came in. Pesci, you are not the father, says Nemo Boss. No, he says I did a show with a guy that was his stalker. And he got mad and he just blocked me. I didn't even have a chance to defend myself. And the guy I did a show with is, I mean, really harmless if you ask me. Yeah, Schmitty's Rusty Shackleford. He's hiding. See, what happened is Kenny wanted me to block somebody. I didn't block him. In his world, if you don't block certain people, he will get rid of you. Whether you were good or bad. Whether his information is being fed by bad people. But like I said, I'm glad guys like Bob, who was in here tonight, didn't block me. That's Kenny's biggest donor. Came in to say hi to me. And like he put in my message, he goes, I know you're a good guy. He goes, I get, what's going on. But I'm not going to put him out there. Like Kenny would want that put out there where he would threaten, Because I saw the messages he sent to Boston. And if he sent one to Boston, then he had to send a replica to Schmidt. He thought Schmidt was under here in Kenny's name. And Kenny thought I was promoting the fake Kenny Bolin on the show and thought I was highlighting some fake stalker's comments. Meanwhile, it's Schmidt. I can't do the pick friend thing. If I was on a payroll, I'd make sure I go talk to the guy that I would have to not be able to talk to anymore and explain to him it's a money-driven decision. Well, now he's done with me. It's a wild relationship. It's fucking over. And some of the shit he believes, like that I'm really this guy that did harm and harbor all the people he got rid of when it's like 1-2 people. No, this is Schmidt. This is not Phil. Don't put that shit, Schmidt, because they'll believe that. Somebody will go send that. Dude, he's bringing blah, blah, blah. Oh, this is Kenny Bolin's right-hand guy that's not allowed to do shows on the Pesci Power Hour or he'll get blocked. I wouldn't be able to look at see, why I couldn't do that is put the people aside that I just met. I wouldn't be able to look a guy like Nemo in the face and tell him, oh, yeah, I got this guy that tells me who I can be friends with and can't be friends with, so whatever he says goes. I couldn't look at these kind of people anymore. You're on a show where you kiss some guy's Dion, not the Sanders, and you don't even have to. It's the boogeyman. We'll do a tribute to you, Schmidt. You know what I mean? We understand your current conditions and everything. But and Pat was just Pat likes when you're on the show too. He's like, damn, Smith's a funny guy sometimes. Waters will still come on. Schmidt's not allowed to do my show anymore because the guy that blocked me said he'd block him. It just sounds funny when you're at our age. I'm like, damn, when? I'm trying to think even when I didn't even block the girl that told on me. She blocked me when I was trying to ask her why she snitched on me. Yeah, but I was asked to defriend somebody. Basically, I was asked to defriend somebody when I didn't defriend them. It wasn't something I did of militia. He goes, you got to block this guy. And I was just like, If it would be one thing if the guy he's not perfect, but it wasn't the time for that. This makes zero sense. The reason why he put something like this is he's just trying to hide who he is. I don't do shows unless it's JJ and Brian Danielson. And you know the sad part is, Schmidt, look at this. Let me show this guy fucking something real quick. Let me show you I'm not mad at him, but I'll show you what a piece of garbage is. All right, now fucking Schmidt get this for his goddamn dad. It's a Pete Rose autographed baseball with authenticity sign. Straight out of you guys. Help him get it. And now because some other grown man told him he can't be friends with Pesci, he's just not gonna. I'm gonna still send him the ball because I'm not a girl. But he's not allowed to be friends with me because I don't even know what the fuck I did. But I just couldn't imagine being like, even if the person was like some guys, yeah, you could get rid of, but yeah. And I got bowling a bunch of shit. Signed autograph bats, baseballs. I don't have some like tent set up here at the house where I'm like, all right, this is how we're going to get Kenny 101. Here comes a dime a dozen up here. He goes, I'm not doing any shows. What I'm saying is, how did you go from the show guy to just doing 0 shows? I'm not doing any shows. No, that sounds like scariness. I didn't even have to, I just knew that was going to happen no matter what. Anybody like Rusty Shackelford? He said, LOL, this guy. Jacob, like I said, it's one thing if it's like Servat putting weirdo cream, but I don't even have that guy come on here. The guy I had on my channel was a guy Kenny was cool with a couple months back. And like I said, one night, they're just not cool, like a Jake situation. Not because of something that was done, like, wow, you can't come back from that. And I've had problems with the guy he had problems with, meaning I just smoothed it out. I didn't see eye to eye with the guy for a while over something different, over something that he wouldn't have understood why I was mad, because it was something to do with just, you don't tell on people, period, whether they're bad or good. Like I always tell people, if I could destroy you, I probably wouldn't do it because I'm not a tattletale. I'm only doing shows with JJ's the Boogeyman. No, what I was just saying, Rusty, is you could just go from talking to somebody like the way we talk, and I've never even done a wrong thing to you. But then you go, well, this shit happened with Ken, that nothing did happen, and you know that. To where you go, you know what, I can't even talk. I'm scared to talk to Pesci, even though he's done nothing wrong to me. Exactly. Well, I always knew because I knew one day I was going to have to see those guys again. Like I said, I was no tough guy. You know what I mean? Like when I would see kids at my certain parties tattle and the parents would condemn it, I'd be like, why do you teach them that? Why don't you at least tell them, even though they're going to tell, why don't you tell them why that might get them smacked around? And then tell them what things they shouldn't tell on and what things that should be told about. You know, some things you shouldn't hide. Like when that girl, the cops think now there's a little homicide talk with the chick and the guy because he got OD'd and they're probably blaming her. Yeah, but even if it was JJ, what do we give him? What do we say that he can't hear? Be one thing if, like I said, if we were saying something that's not true or blah, blah, blah. But you're not answering my question. Why does that mean you have to stop talking to me? If you deep down know the guy didn't do something. Like that would be like me blaming somebody for stealing and I knew deep down they didn't steal. I wouldn't even have the balls to tell my friends that I did something like that. That would ruin everything I ever stood for. See, that's good. Now, if someone's going to, like, your kid's drowning in the lake or something like, yeah, you better. They're around. I still talk to a few of them. Those girls will always be there. That's their thing. Internet money and Asian girls is like it's a big time faction. Well, we'll see about this. Because we haven't seen you in days. Like I said, when you're locked up, you don't get no chance to block someone. So sometimes you got to deal with shitty people. And the guy they were telling us to block, like I said, not perfect, not great, but not a where I have to physically unblock, block somebody that I just recently smoothed out problems with. Because I did a show talking about the Punisher. Gone like the wind, says the Gaming Alpha. I'm glad you're here. But at least if he's not going to be on the show, I guess we still got Rusty Shackelford. Fucking Kenny messaging Boston. Heard on Pezzy show they were talking shit. Wasn't even talking shit about him. I was doing a show about I'm not going to bring him up anymore. And he goes, he lets the fake Kenny Bolin in there? That's Schmidt. That's why I was like, Schmidt, you got to tell him that. This guy thinks that I'm harboring real stalkers. And meanwhile, it's Schmidt and a couple other guys fucking around. Stephen Mann, did you get your tickets yet? I wonder why I wasn't offered the tickets yet. I was supposed to get floor seats for wrestling. I only go if you're on the floor. I would never sit in the stands. Like I said, the fucking last one was boring, and I was around a smelly-ass motherfucker. And that's what they said a lot of these fans are. These, like, smelly dudes, unwashed. I couldn't believe it. I was like, damn. I was like, dude, you brought a kid and a woman with you. I was like, I know they smell that. I was getting up acting like I couldn't smell it. It was like they had a bonus match, like not on air, where like John Cena came out. I was out. Yeah, I needed to smoke weed. But at the same goddamn time, this dude fucking stank. Like, bro. I can understand smelling bad, but you smelled like a straight pile of shit. We're on the floor. You can't smell that? You have to be able to smell that. That's shit I was thinking. Just try to sit in, and it was like the seats, you're kind of close to them. You'd get up when the wrestlers came out, but this dude was just sitting down, and his odor just owned that area. Well, Rusty Shackelford, at least Bob Hazelwood had the balls. And so did Boston. And so did I, but I've always had those. To come in under his real name, considering the stuff that has happened. Because Bob said to me in a message, I know you're not a bad guy. Because we've always talked. Bob was one of the first guys I ever talked to on Kenny's show about Twitch. Jake just happened to be there. To where, I'll do this, Where I was like, all right, you could be the manager of Twitch. Like, I called Jake that, and Jake turned it into, I'm God and shit. Who would tweet, I made you? Made me what? What the fuck? Well, Bob told me, he goes, I told Kenny, I don't get involved in your other relationships. Now, if DJ Eric was probably floating around right now, no disrespect to DJ Eric, Bob's probably not going to come in there. He'd feel uncomfortable. The guy owes him money. I'd feel uncomfortable too. I was the one that told DJ Eric he should pay Bob back. I don't even like that shit because I actually like Bob. I don't hate DJ Eric, but I like Bob Hazelwood a lot better than DJ Eric. I've talked to Bob on a human level. DJ was calling Bolin dad. And your father blocked you eventually. And now he's running around with Danielson. Well, I didn't even want to get blocked. Like when I was doing that show with Harry, I was like, yeah, Kenny's probably not going to like this. But I like doing those Marvel shows. I'm trying to put a portfolio, and there's not a problem on the show. And his name wasn't brought up one time. Harry even once did a show saying, it was a stupid show, but they said, we're not going to let people come in the chat and bash people that we're not associated with just because we're not associated with. And look, they did that to Poochie. Poochie came in there. He said, I didn't even think what Poochie said was bad to me. They got rid of Poochie right away. What up, Rev Sauce? I got a new speaker hooked up. They said shit's been coming through loud as fuck. But it's good to see Rev Sauce. This is another guy that I met through Jake that did a lot for me on the Streamlabs side. Like I said, Frank did a lot and he did a lot. But when Rev Sauce did it, he did it in such a short amount of time. At 4 a.m. my time, which is still 1 a.m. his time. And I remember we were both tired because we just both did a show and he was coming off streaming. And even though there's still shit I got to get done, the gist of it, a lot of the stuff he told me, I would have never knew. Like downscaling. Like Frank knew some of that, but I didn't realize there's a set, there's two different settings. Like even though the resolution says it's coming out on this screen a certain amount, it's what's being broadcasted is the number I go by. Is that right, Rev? As long as I go by what Streamlabs is pushing out, even if my monitor says 38 by blah, 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 it's giving out what the downscale is. And Rev Sauce is on Twitch and Trovo, Straight Gamer, and full time at it, really. And he's in Cali, so he's a couple hours behind a lot of us. But a lot of nights I want to play games. I just can't do it on this shit, the StreamYard. And sometimes when I have people on here, I don't know how to have them on Streamlabs and have a guest. I mean, I kind of do. You'd have to do it through Discord. I know there's a way I could open up a source. But it's so much easier when you have guests here. But the gaming part here, it always lags, especially when I'm maybe some shit game. And there is a way to shrink it. But at that point, when I'm shrinking my 49-inch monitor to make it small, what was the point of buying the monitor? I've learned ways to stream with it. There's more info out now than there was, but it was a hard monitor to stream on. And you probably will run into lag even if your shit is all set up right. Because I thought all my shit was fine, and then one day there's another little issue. And that's because the screen that I'm trying to play the game on, as good as it is, when you're broadcasting it, you're not playing solo. When you're broadcasting it, it's such a strong screen. half the people don't even stream with monitors like that. So it's like when mini disc players came out. Yeah, people own mini disc, but it didn't become a thing where it took over CDs, even though they were sweet. Because my dad had a mini disc player in his Cadillac, and nobody had those. So I don't know if this monitor is going to be one of those where, yeah, most people are not going to stream on that. But for gaming, it's great. I'm thinking about downloading Rocket League. I can't do the one Pokemon game you do because it doesn't look like one I would like, the one they got set up like Legends. But I want to do Rocket League because you can play with a lot of guys on there. And I've been playing Halo. I got it downloaded. Yesterday it wouldn't pop up. It wouldn't load. I don't know what was going on with that. How to stream myself gaming. It's not easy because what happens is on my game might look perfect. But when you're pushing it out through the screen, broadcasting it, you could get lag or some shit. You know what I mean? Especially when I'm trying to do it with a game that's known for some lag in Fortnite. And I'm broadcasting on a monitor that there's videos out for this monitor, but not like, hi, I'm a Twitch streamer streaming on the blah, blah, blah. And they all teach you the same thing where you got to shrink it. There's some shit, where you could just put it on this monitor that's right in front of me and just play the game. And probably not deal with lag as much. But I fixed it the other day. It was a long night fixing that. I mean, I remember I was up to the crack of dawn where I just kept resetting stuff. Starting a stream, not like this, but starting a stream on Trovo or Twitch where not many people were going to follow, just to see if I was getting missed frames. And it bugs me so much because I don't have cheap shit. So when you don't have cheap shit, you're like, dude, all I'm trying to do is play one silly-ass game and I'm getting a fucking lag. Looks perfect out my view. But to your view, I fucking deal with lag a lot. Now, I'll get to the bottom of it one day. But I even saw when Rev was playing Halo on his screen, they were coming out a little funny. Some streams just come out funny. I also have a $1,200 PC. They make more expensive ones. What's crazy is, think about this. You buy a $1,400 to $1,300 computer. In 6 months, you're like, damn, I should have bought the $2,400 one. Because now I want even though I could probably get away with this one, I want to get the one that's like $1,800, $2,400. They got it at the Micro Center. That way you just, hey, no more questions after that. Fortnite don't work on that. I want my damn money back. That's why I said, Jacob, a lot of times I wish I could just boop, throw the game on when shit gets boring or the stream gets low or people aren't in there, because you'll meet people just from that. But I get really pissed off when it starts lagging, because then I start moving like this and I'm like, Jesus Christ. You buy all the shit you think you need. And there's only limited people that, like Rev Sauce figured out a way to make it lag free. Frank figured out a way on another way, but you'll still run into problems. And I'm trying to think what I learned from, because you type up YouTube, they don't have on those YouTube videos this monitor and what you guys did when you shrank it in the labs. They just make it, some guys will actually shrink the 49-inch. They'll stream on just the 49-inch, put the stream on one side, and make the other one part of the stream. Because instead of figuring it out, how can I stream? They got to go by the majority person has probably $1,000 PC. But as soon as I bought a PC and I was a console guy, dude, I love having it. There's a lot of games that I would play, but I feel like if I'm going to play a game, I might as well stream it. You know what I mean? Especially what it could lead to. I remember playing with Rev. We played Fortnite a few nights. I wasn't getting no lag then. But that was half the battle. If I could do it all over again, I still would have kept this monitor, because the only one that I wanted better than this was $1,400. This one was $9. It came out to $875. It's $1,000 now. But I wanted this one at Micro Center. It was $1,400. Now, it wasn't a curve, but it was a really like tall. I don't know if you've seen this before, Reb. A tall square one where it's massive, and it's a PC monitor, and it's something else. It's in front of you like you think you can land an airplane, and I don't exactly know how many inches the screen is, but it's tall. I remember I was like, man, that's the one I wanted when I was first getting my PC. But they're like $1,400. I'm like, just for the monitor? That would have meant I was spending $3,000 on the whole computer. And if I would have knew how important that shit was, I probably would have coughed the money up because I just put it on a credit card anyway. But I was like, dude, I should be able to do what I want to do on the $1,200 to $1,300 PC. I'm not trying to like do a lot of crazy shit. I just think at times I got shit running that ain't running, and I got one setting that's just off a hair. And if I could just tweak that, sometimes, like the other night, I had a great stream. But then 2 nights ago, it was not. It just kept lagging in all the shitty spots. No, it is. I play some games offline where I just record, but I'm trying to stream. You get affiliated on Twitch, you don't want to fucking go closed door things. I did play a lot of old Madden games, and I would still play sports games to this day. It's about getting a group together. I don't usually like playing against the computer or even sometimes online guys. They always quit. Sometimes a quarter in, like Madden fucking online became a fucking joke. Because obviously if you're not playing MUT, which could be fun, but if you're not spending those $100, and eventually the packs become jokes to where you're really just like, what are you doing? And then like you're trying to find competition to play those rosters. Either you'll find a guy that will back out, or you'll whoop, he won't play the whole game, or something will just happen. That's why I got sick of Madden. But if I got people I would stream with, sure. I wish they would remake Blitz. But yeah, I definitely had my sports runs. I just do Fortnite because a lot of people stream it, and you can have team games. It's fun to play. It's a battle royal. I could do Call of Duty. I didn't know if I wanted to download the new Warzone. I always like watching Warzone, though. Daisy, get that mouse. Mouse is back. We got another one. Yeah, you can, but I said I don't like playing the computer. Like, I hate playing the season. I want to play against friends or people I know, but I said the online's broken to where the 1 year I played MUT and got my guys together, it was more harder finding a complete game. You'd always find somebody who would back out because they were a pussy. Like, if I was getting my ass whooped, I'd play the game out. Yeah, I can't find one. And even though I got a PS4 and an Xbox, I don't want to game on old consoles. I know that sounds fucking crazy. Now, I really want to game on just my PC, but I will buy a new Xbox. I will buy a new PlayStation. I do have the hookup that hooks it up to here, my PS. Frank gave it to me once upon a time. Frank, who you guys haven't met yet, he hasn't been on for a while because he's starting a new job. But he sent me this. This basically hooks up your console. Only problem with my monitor, I probably would play the console games on my smaller monitor because the resolution if you plug up a PlayStation on that curve, it stretches it out. It doesn't fit the screen. Meaning I'm playing my game when it looks clear, the PlayStation, on half the screen, probably 16:9. But I am looking at 3 monitors, like I always said. I think this is 27. This is a 27 curve, 27 just dingleberry, and that's a 49-inch curve. I just always said I didn't know how to use it when I bought it. But I go, dude, if I'm going to do this streaming thing, I'm getting the shit I want. Oh, if that's the one I want, yeah. Maybe my one regret is getting this curve because the $1,400 one was a better monitor, but I don't think it has the problems fitting a outgoing stream. But you never know. I might have it figured out. The other day it wasn't lagging. Now there's some games that are not ran like Fortnite that there's 100 games that I play and you probably wouldn't see no lag. Fortnite is a fucking high-powered running game. And it's like up to date with the computer. So when you see Fortnite on my 49-inch, and I remember Rev Sauce like, you might want to switch to a lower monitor. I'm like, dude, I couldn't imagine not gaming on this bitch no more. You can tell the difference too. If I take it and put it on the smaller monitor, there's a difference. If anything, I might buy a graphics card to make that stronger. But get this, a graphics card, anywhere from like 1,800 to above, if you can find them. It's not like, oh, yeah, you got the 1,800. Yeah, you'll find one, but a lot of places sell out. Daisy, you hear him moving the goddamn stove? Daisy, go get those motherfuckers right now. Said you play on a... Dude, I never knew what a PC was. That's what I said. I started using it. Let me turn that down. I started using it. I'm like, damn. And I do this podcasting. So for me, I couldn't do this on everything. It's much easier once you have it like this. You know what I mean? I got my camera here. I was a console guy for many years. This is my first year ever owning a computer with a stand-up. Like I had a laptop that I just put pictures on. No gaming at all. Yeah, he says just get a second PC. I'm trying to think. So, Rev, explain that to me. What do? I just put the Fortnite and the OBS on the one PC? How does that work? Are both PCs on at the same time? See, when you say two PCs, I'm thinking just graphics card or get the 2400 guy. Or the 18. The 24 is probably 18 now. But I cannot tell the difference which ones are stronger or not. I just go by what those guys say at the place. No, I'll send the ball tomorrow, old friend of mine. Well, yeah, what do we got? 20 to 2? All right, I'll go till 2. Fuck it. There's 12 in the build. Some people are on Cali time. It is Friday. Wish I was higher. But yeah, like right now, as I said, I might end stream and go, are you playing games right now, Rev? I might still do some gaming tonight. And the other thing I wanted to ask you is, the one stream I ran that was perfect, I just turned off all the other apps. I was just running it to Twitch because for some reason Twitch is locked on. It was like the one you couldn't turn off. I don't know what that, you probably know what that is. But my thought was, I just ran on Twitch. There was no lag. When I do hit the on button for YouTube and Trovo, am I running it harder to where lag's more possible to pull up? Or it doesn't matter the amount of platforms? You're following me. I'm at Always Smoking. On Twitch, it's Always Smoking 420. Always with, oh, look, I'll put it at the bottom of the screen. Hold on. There it is. On Trovo, it's just Always Smoking. Twitch made me put the 420. I never used to put the 420 on the end. Because when I first got that calling card 10 years ago, yeah, it was for weed. But I say when I play Call of Duty, it could also be you're always smoking from shooting a gun. They had one of their best years before I went to prison. I forget which Call of Duty it was, but it was the hot one where you can make your own emblems. Remember the one where you can make your own emblems and gain emblems? And people were making creative ones. You'd have people that get canceled for making racist ones. You send it through your main PC. Yeah, I was just wondering how the plug situation worked out, because when you turn on this PC, you turn on another PC? Or you just make sure that PC's hooked up to this monitor, this PC's hooked up to another monitor? Like you're running electric? It's not like both towers are going to be going to that same monitor? I probably know what it looks like if I saw it done. But I'm going to see what graphics card does. Maybe I get lucky, come across a graphics card, which buying another PC, like you said, it might be cheaper to do it that way. I wonder if those $500 ones you always see on Facebook, not at Micro Center, the ones you probably know come from China, I wonder how bad those are. Because when you see fucking PCs for $3,200 in fucking Micro Center and you go on fucking Facebook and then there's this app and they show you the same exact PC, almost what you have for $500. And then you start doing your homework, you figure out it's Goomba shit. See, I don't know how to read the terminology. Like if somebody asks me what my graphics card is, I don't know. You gotta like search the settings. I'm a learning product. Well, I just wanted to stream PC. Most games that I'm streaming right now are on PC. I'll have a PlayStation hooked up. There's going to be PlayStation games I want. Know what I mean? If I knew where to buy one right now, even though they're not making many games for it, I'd buy it just to have it because I want to get the new Xbox or the PS5. I don't want to pay $7 Fiddler. Those are the only ones I found because there's nothing exclusive to PlayStation in my book right now that I need to pay $750. Yeah, there's a couple things I can do that they say it's built like a PC almost. Rusty Shackelford says I'm made always smoking. Yeah, the 420's on. I don't know if you know what Trovo is, but I'm on Twitch and Trovo. Trovo is more of a gaming platform, but you could do what I'm doing now on it. I just don't have StreamYard hooked up to it or I would be live on it right now. Yeah, and Rev Games. Different hours because like last night when I was going to bed, even though it was late, I was going to bed at 4 a.m. You know, it's still like hot hours for him. I remember when I was in Vegas, people were talking about it's 5 a.m. over here. You're just starting your night over there. Now, Doc claims, though, it's hard that you guys got a lot of computer problems out there. He says he has lag issues. He's always playing on low ping because he says everybody in California is usually partying. They're not all video gaming like people on the east side. So one of the things the professionals will cry about is their internet isn't moving that fast. Even though they got a $45,000 PC, they're talking about how fast their internet is. I never understood that. And I'm eventually going to get a green. I have the screen. I got to have it set up properly where the video game's just going to be my background. You won't be able to see my rooms or nothing. I want it to be the whole background. Similar to what Dr. Disrespect has. The guy whose logo this is. The first streamer I saw. That's why I said, Jake, if anything, Dr. Disrespect showed me what the dance looked like. I just didn't know. I was like, damn, this shit's cool. And I always talked about Twitch. But Jake had like a little community started in Twitch. Where the first stream I ever did, it was a test stream, 30-minuter. There was only one fan that showed up. Because people didn't even know I was starting my own thing. It was literally a test. I had few people followed. But Jake showed up to that stream to where he was able to show me where the echo was coming from because I never could hear it. And I'd always be like, tell me when you hear the echo. And then when he would stay for a few minutes, I'd send him money. I have, I think like 85 on Twitch. But most of my followers have always been from YouTube. That's what sucks. Like I'm Twitch affiliated to where if you were watching on Twitch, you could probably send like emotes and shit like that. And I have people on Twitch, but they're not, usually I'm not gaming. That would have been fun to play in a tournament. And then I remember you learn Discord. And it's like as much as I would have loved to have just said, all right, I'm learning too much. I don't want to learn Discord. You got to learn Discord. Because you're like, oh, shit. And especially when me and Marty eventually do the Mario Kart stream, the point of Discord will be so you could hear everybody, all the racers. You know what I mean? So once you hit, and I was like, wow, you gotta learn. That took me a minute. I've been on streams where I didn't know how to set the mic up. The mic wasn't connecting. The voice. I was new to the voice mod. But yeah, Frank got the voice mod hooked up. He showed me how that worked. I couldn't figure out why there'd be a million mic settings. I'm like, this is so dumb. You'd have a mic setting here when you're dealing with voice mods. Everything's mic settings where you're like, God damn. And they don't save it. Every time you reboot, you got to like switch the settings. Sometimes shit will, I had a voice on. Sometimes the app will be picking up your microphone and you sound like you're in water. That took a minute to get used to all that. Like, what setting do I look at? And then I eventually started learning the jobs. I couldn't figure out why you couldn't plug a phone into your monitor. You had to actually get a cord that plugs into your monitor, and it came with the monitor. I didn't even know what it was until Frank showed it to me. I was like, wow, I own one of those. You plug it into there and you plug it into the tower. It gives you 2 more ports to plug in phones or whatever. And I can't really show you guys because this is on a plug, but I bought one of those things where it's like 20 of the USBs. Because before you know it, you're just plugging a million things in there. And I wanted to go, I was like, oh, I'm going to go wireless mouse keyboard. But sure enough, you never have control of the mouse. Like, it'll work, sure. But the way I'm on a computer, I need to click this, click that. The fucking cordless mouse was a joke. And sometimes you'd be say you're typing in the word fuck. It would always miss one letter. Like, Jesus Christ. I got to go back and do that? And I don't know why I don't know if you got to pay for it, but my computer doesn't automatically spell check. Like the iPhone one. He has said that. You would think he wasn't. I mean, Dad, we did shows for so long. What do you mean which emblem on gamer tag? Let me get some. What do you mean emblem on gamer tag? I'm always smoking. You should be able to find me on Twitch. You'll see the videos. And I wonder why that is that less people watch on Twitch. Like when I watch people, I'd always prefer to sometimes watch on Twitch. Some guys like Doc and shit, yeah, watch on YouTube. But Twitch, if you're watching or Trovo, you get like points for watching. Like I'll get points that I don't know how it works on the currency side, but if I send RevSauce shit, stuff that I received for free. Yeah, you can buy things that you could give to the streamers. And it's like cheap to where it's like not that much, but you could earn things like little gift things that lead to shit. It's like on Twitch, you have all these dumbass, it says add spin wheel, add this, add that, add donation goal. No. Forget your phone? I gotta plug this phone in. Yeah, I'm the one that doesn't have the number. See, what I like about that one, Nemo, the one you found, the always smoking with a number, that's not, I've had this gamer tag so long that I got it like in the beginning days when there wasn't a number. There's a number on here because somebody already had that on Twitch. So I was like, fuck. They didn't have it on Trovo, and I had to put I never wanted to add the 420 on there. Not because it was like, oh, it says you smoke weed. I just thought it was kind of lame. Because my shit was always smoking no 420. Where's Kane? What game are you playing right now? Plus, sometimes when we were on, you could ask Schmidt about this when I would have lags or streams are going successful. If you do get, like nowadays, people are in Discord in their own chats. Sometimes you'll get put in chats where you'll be talking to people, and just because you say you're streaming, they'll just give you a follow for that. You know what I mean? Come your epic friend, even though you're not much, but they'll be like, yeah. Oh, Overwatch? I wanted to get into that. I keep thinking they're coming out with a new one. So I was like, I'm going to play the new one. There's 2. Mine's the one without the number. with that fucking Gears of War red logo next to it, where it's separated. It says always smoking. Yeah, that's Xbox, not Twitch. No, I know. The one that has the Gears of War emblem, not the one that says 93. And on Steam, my name's Future. That's one of my other nicknames, but I wish I could switch it to always smoking. Epic, for some reason, it's hard to change your name. But Epic has me under its 23 Future. All right, somebody get rid of this person. This is definitely a fake. %, fake, bad person, not even a cool troll. Because you know we respect the cool trolls. Give me 1 second. That's why somebody was talking about what's cool about a lot of the followers and a lot of the people I talk to on this channel. A lot of the people are returning people. That's why I'll see some of these people with shitload of followers, but they're like low view count. So I always say, yeah, it's one thing to have a lot of followers, but I think if your concentration is the goddamn... Why did I hear that noise? My computer just made a noise. But I always say you can concentrate on the relationships. Like, I'm not getting paid for view or by that, and I'm not set up like that. But if you meet people like Red Sauce that you talk to, you know what I mean, or have them come on your show, the relationships will come a lot farther because a lot of these people will be there that when maybe one day you are that guy, well, at least you still got them in the fan base. So like I said, when somebody's like, yeah, I got like 5,000 followers, but they don't got like a reoccurring, you know, community or something. They just, no one's there, or they're just getting like, I don't know what I want to call it. It's like a follow just to follow, which is cool because not everybody's going to watch every streamer or have time. But I would definitely, the weed side of me, selling weed, you like to meet the person. Because you never know when you might have to do stream with them or do business with them. And that'll go a long way. To even if they didn't watch you, they'll always pop in. You know, not everybody has it set up where you can stream and then watch a streamer and, you know, 3 screens where I could have football on one. But I've always been a screen guy. So when I saw computers, yeah, get this guy out of here. You could read the name out loud and just tell by the name that he's trying to be funny. And I saw your patterns yesterday. You act like I don't watch shows. This guy's a fake. This guy. He said, have a sense of humor. No, I just know who you are. It'd be one thing if you were just like some random troll. We know who you are. This is the guy that has numerous accounts, 1 million of them, blah, blah, blah. I saw him on a show get blocked yesterday. He said the magic words. Sometimes I always say, look for the magic words. Like I used to tell my buddy, when he I caught this kid stealing once. And he tried to lie. And I go, I heard my bag crinkle. And he tried to show me what was crinkling. No, this is what you heard. This crinkle sound was so distinctive to where I was mad at him. I go, hey, if you heard your mom screaming in the basement, you would know it was your mother, right? This guy I've known for a while. And I go, you would, and what I meant by that was, you would know the voice so well to where if we went down there and I said, yeah, that guy in the corner made the noise, you would know if I was lying or not. But this dude was going through a bag, and this bag made a certain noise. It was the guy who was working with me. He was going to take a piss. And when he would grab the bag, he would steal shit that I probably wouldn't notice stolen, but enough to be like, you could have probably just asked for that. You didn't have to fake trip over a bag. Now, this was a close friend of mine who I obviously saw was falling apart because of dope. So I was like, I had to send him off eventually. But when I caught him stealing, I kind of, made him feel bad, but I didn't fucking destroy him because I knew he was fucked. He didn't even know what he was doing. He said, I saw it. Now, what was I going to say? Rev, if you're out there, how hard, if I set up Restream, how hard is it to implement the Streamlabs on the Restream to where, say I'm on Restream right now, you're on this show with me. Me and you are just bullshitting, like when you used to come on. I get a follow. It's funny on StreamYard, Rev, it pops up in the chat. The Streamlabs, when I have it open, it pops up in my chat notification, not on my screen. When I broadcast off Streamlabs, which I do a lot, but you can't highlight comments on there, and I think there's a way, because it's like a thing you choose in your dashboard. He said, who stole? It was my buddy William Riddle, everybody calls Rasta. He was going through I bag up Ace, obviously they're in the little medical bags. And he was walking to the bathroom. And I had this bag up really high, and his bag made a distinctive fucking noise. Very distinctive. Meaning very distinctive. And I'm dead sober. So, like I told him, hey, if your mom was screaming in the basement, you know what that sounds like, right? Not meaning I was going to put his mom in the basement, but I was trying to tell him how sure I was what I heard. I could have been like, damn, maybe that was Pablo. No, dude, I was already being alert when you went and took a piss, because you take so many when I have him working upstairs, they go to the bathroom. And I had these sacks up high because I always knew he was getting to that point. He was never like that in the beginning. But he's a guy that would steal enough to where you might not be able to call him out that night, because it would be an amount that I probably wasn't paying attention to. I would have probably gave him for free if he asked. Like I said, he called me one night, wrecked his car. I go, what happened? This is a drug addict's response. The car in front of me hit their brakes. Hey, buddy, we're on our I'm almost 40. What did you just say? You said, wait a minute. The car in front, I'm thinking he was out in the middle of the night, driving high as dope. Turns out it's 2:30 in the afternoon. His stepdad, who's a piece of shit, meaning I can get along with the guy, but he's like a scumbag, like not on drugs, but he's just a loser. And they live in this guy's grandma's house. This guy was so pissed that this guy started doing like heroin again, that the piece of shit stepdad was able to kick your ass out of a house that's not even his. But because you're on, and that's why when the stepdad piece of shit kicked him out, I'm like, oh, you're falling apart. I was like, because that guy, how much credibility could that guy possibly have? That guy's a jokester. If he had the ability to kick you out of the house, you were doing some funny shit. And his cane is still here. He left his cane the other day. Rasta, he got there, or Rasta, Nemo. I'm going to start having him come watch the show. He always goes, oh, dude, I watch your shows. I comment all the time. Dude, you're so high you don't realize you're probably commenting on a show that's not live, dipshit. And I've been friends with him so long that it's like, yeah, I know he's like, he does shit, but I also know how to watch him. That's why I said sometimes when you learn people's problems, analyze their problems to where, yeah, sure, I could get rid of you for stealing the 8th. But you do A, B, and C so well. Let's just eliminate you getting the 8th. Live and learn. Now, if you're a thief that can't be around, like you're bringing danger, trouble, people, cops, that's one thing. But like I said, if you fuck up with me, depending the fuck up, I always said you can learn more about the person to where this person might be good money. He might only fuck money up because you put him in a situation he can't be in. But as long as you do A and B, I promise you'll get C. Sometimes you got to experiment. Ross's problem was one of my closer friends does the same thing he does and is not on drugs. So it was easy to replace him. And the fact that he kept blaming on memory loss, like the cane, the reason why look how piece of shit this cane is. Like, dude. Duct tape on the cane, bro. Give me a fucking break. Sad part is he came in caneless. And he goes, damn, you haven't had enough money to get a cane? Because he's on Social Security. And what happens is, you would think these guys would almost die from, waking up in a hospital. Like I said, I told the story earlier. This guy, I was picking him up from a halfway house, being nice. Like, dude, you're out of jail finally. This guy bought fake dope in the halfway house that made him seizure out to where I was the last person that dropped him off the halfway house. His daughter, who is not a saint, by the way, a drug addict, and he's not father of the year either. He's just cool with his kid being a fucking... That's why when he used to talk about being a dad and shit, I'd be like, don't be in my house talking about dad shit. You're a goddamn drug addict, Narcan, fucking... You don't care about being a father. You just say that shit to fucking look like you do. I was like, dude, you're about to leave my house after I pay you, and you're about to go get high as a goddamn kite. You definitely ain't about to call your daughter. So wipe those fake tears off. You've been partying with that fucking girl for years, and now you're going to try to play father of the year? Well, anyway, this guy did drugs in the halfway house, a drug I don't fucking do. Obviously, bought it from... It's like everyone's known for selling fake pills in this sector he was in, this halfway house. Hey, bro, maybe you might not want to just dive straight into the dope. Okay? Especially someone you don't know. He was in a bunk bed, top bunk. He rolled out of there. I don't exactly know what he hurt because, he explained it to me, but I don't remember what that term was. But he fell out of his top bunk bed where he somehow ended up in a coma to where his daughter thought I killed him. I gave him the dope, bro, because I was the last guy he was physically with on the street. All I was the one guy that he could call at the halfway house that was normal and lived by it and go pick him up. And I pick people up from the halfway house all the time. I wasn't even allowed to get a goddamn halfway, Nemo. They didn't even let me get, because they said they weren't giving halfway houses. Tell me this makes no sense, Nemo. This is when you know prison is money driven. This is a guy I know from the streets, by the way, for the people just tuning in. They fucking, oh my God, I just lost my train of thought. See, that's marijuana, right? Hold on, what was I just about to say? Oh, the prison thing about money, I remember now. I got a year. They say, yeah, when you're 100 whatever days in, you could fill out a halfway house. A halfway house is a place, let me tell you what a halfway house is. A place where you could get sent to where you could get your relationships back, make some phone calls, start working even. They have groups and buses that go out. I write to get in this halfway house, right? I get a no. I'm like, no. And I'm trying to figure out, they're like, we don't give it to short timers, and it depends how your behavior levels were in jail. Now, my behavior levels were always fine. I would get in trouble for items I wasn't supposed to have, and they always fucking are harder on inmates that fuck with both races. It's just how it is. Because they always they shouldn't be together. Even though sometimes I was with a guy that I was legitimately friends with. You know what I mean? Or got cool with because of a certain situation. The cops just always go, nope, there's trouble there. There would be guys that would say, when this cop's on, you can't talk to A, B, and C. You can't gamble. You can't do this job. If you do, you'll probably get caught. And some people were in such good situations, they didn't want to go to the hole. Because the hole means you were losing your rack. If you were on honor side, who knows how long it took you to get over there. They might never let you go back. Because I remember when I went to honor side, I was like, damn. Because one side was like, goddamn fucking new people coming in there, people screaming. The other side's where it's like, it's kind of hard to explain, but there's like an honor side and then there's another side. And the one side was like, oh, okay. You could go to at least sleep. You wouldn't be dreaming of making the noise or make it on the other side. And that's just how that was. And the guys from the honor side never cared about how loud it was on the other side because they were moving shit over there. And that usually took. And if you got caught, that's how gay prison was. You couldn't go in another sector. They would like ticket you hard. You know, hey, go to this guy's rack or whatever. No. They had more petty tickets, you would think, for grown-ups. I'm like, you get a ticket for that? And the lunch ladies are fucking shitty. But anyway, this guy, his daughter was coming to my door, thought I gave him the dope that killed him. I've never told him. We told her what he does here or whatever. So I was like, look, for starters, I didn't kill your dad. Your dad does fucking blase blue. I do not. You do blue, blue, blue. I do not. You guys are the ones that are fucked up. You guys should, be helping your dad out. You're blaming me for killing him. I've never even done the shit that you're accusing me of doing. I'm the guy that picked him up, gave him a couple bucks that I'm assuming he bought his coma with. He came out of the coma with this and a limp. And this is a guy that used to have a little always a drug addict, but he used to go to festivals and kind of walk around normal. Didn't like claim like he's botching out memory. Like he would blame so much shit on memory where I'd be like, dude, your memory doesn't remember if you could steal or not. Like one time I caught him going through this weed that it was not even ready weed. He was just, I put a towel over it. Now what's funny was I didn't even know he was stealing at the time because that wasn't his MO. Never a stealer. But when people start getting into a certain point of dope, the one thing I've learned, you can't ever say they won't do that anymore. When it comes to that, well, that sickness or whatever. Because that's why I always said, the drugs I was doing when I was younger, you could get off of them. Yeah, you might have had a coke high the next day, and it was a fucking bitch. But that bitch went away. I heard when people were starting to say, wait, you're doing perks and it's leading you to heroin. I didn't understand that. You know what I mean? It took me a minute. Now it's everywhere. But I used to talk to people that were in the beginning stages. If I took a pain pill, it was when I was waiting to get a tooth pulled. Now I have insurance to where I'd get it fixed, but I remember getting a tooth pulled and I would always wait. And that bitch would get to a point that if you didn't take a Vic or something, dude, the tooth pain just sits there and it drives and it drives. And I remember how bad that goddamn tooth pain was. I'm thinking about what these motherfuckers are going with in their body. To where, sometimes in jail, the ones they put in jail, when you see them get flushed out where they can't do the drugs, the cycle that they go through from not doing drugs is such a disgusting thing. It's like, dude, how could you ever, you know what I mean? I'm not perfect. I did a lot of coke and ecstasy, but we weren't dropping dead off coke and ecstasy, and we were able to quit doing it. You know what I mean? I remember when I got tired of doing coke because I would be at a party and it'd make me antisocial, and I couldn't do that shit no more. You know what I mean? Because I like being out there. I had to fucking end up doing coke. We'd be in some guy's room, end up talking about old times. Look, I remember when I hated you. You know, I don't even ask. I'm not one of those guys that ask people for money because, some people are always like funny with their shit. I was never like that. Like when people say, oh, let's match on weed, those words never came the fuck out of my mouth ever. I'm smoking no matter what. If you roll up some weed and smoke, that's fine. And that's why I was saying, Jacob, when you were saying you could outsmoke me, I'm not saying anybody couldn't outsmoke me. But I smoke all day from 5 a.m. to, it's 2:10 a.m. As I said, all I do is smoke weed. And I put dabs in it. Only reason why I don't do straight dabs It's because I don't like being tired. That shit will have you laying down like this. Same reason why I don't eat edibles. Because it shuts my body down to where I just don't want to do nothing. You know what I mean? They come into play sometimes. Like if you're like stressed out and you really want to sleep. But I'm not an edible guy, even though I'm going to be making some here soon. That's one of the hottest selling things right now out here. The weed slowed down a little bit because it's everywhere. That's why I always concentrate on exotic strands. Like when I went to Cannabis Cup and I saw that High Times tent was selling their good shit for 50 an eighth. What that showed me was 400 an ounce, which I'm not selling ounces for. That showed me that if you got the real deal and you got that Jeremiah was a bullfrog, well, then they'll pay. Price isn't an object for the real smokers. There's some guys that aren't dealers, like Snoop. Snoop pays prices for weed that I was listening to and he was talking about on Twitch where I was like, holy shit. Like where these guys are hunting for weed. Like it's like a job, not a job, but a hobby. Yeah, I just paid blah, blah, blah money for this. Money that you would never hear for, when people were like, dude, I'll get you the best deals. I always say, don't tell me a price. You're going to have to physically show me a few things because the price is never going to intrigue me. If the quality is just subpar or shitty or whatever, or 9 out of 10 guys have it. Now, if you had something that 9 out of 10 people don't have for low, sure, the price is going to be a thing. But if you call me on the phone and you're a random guy, hey, man, some cheap shit came in, $1.75. Unless I'm like blood brothers with the guy and I know he knows what I like, I have to physically see the shit. I remember going to a dispensary when it was in the middle of COVID just to see what they had. Not because they sold shit wacky. And I remember I'm looking at the shit and the stuff that you would have wanted to get, they already were out of. But a lot of the stuff was like subpar. And they're selling you like shorter sacks, but calling it an 8. Like they were giving people 60 sacks, 2.8. And just because it's at a dispensary, people think it's all great and it's in these bottles. Meanwhile, I'm able to look at some of this weed and know I'm getting shit that's way better than this. But a guy that smokes like me is going to be able to know about that type of weed other than somebody that smokes on a schedule. Like, you know what I mean? You're going to be able to push off a lot. So you smoke 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, this, you'll be, yeah. That's all I say. I smoke in my high, I'm more just not at that aggravation point. You know what I mean? Because if I don't smoke, I get like real moody. Where I'm just like short with people and just have to smoke. That's why I was like, damn. When I'm going to SmackDown, I couldn't smoke. I remember an hour in, I was like, even if this show was good, I need to smoke weed right now. And there was not enough adults around for me to just blaze in there. It would have been too obvious. Yeah, you could say bring a pen, but I never did the pens. So I don't got pens laying around. I got them for sale, but I don't have the batteries. Once they started giving us marijuana cards, well, I learned about edibles at Cannabis Cup. I fucked up. I didn't realize you eat a bunch of edibles and then all of a sudden your body's like, you don't even got control of your body. You have to get carried out of there. I'll show you this picture of me. It's me with my arm around this guy and we're taking a picture. I'm doing a peace sign. But it's just some random guy. And the only reason my arm's around him is because I couldn't stand. Because they had weed Kool-Aid. And I've never taken an amount of edibles where I didn't realize it really will shut your fucking body down to where I remember I was going like this to move my arm. Like this. Like, dude, do I have to control my arm? You know what I mean? And I remember we were walking around Cannabis Cup and I was pissed because I was having a blast. I wasn't finding shit I wanted to bring home. Like all the shit I wanted to bring home was top dollar shit to where, yeah, sure, you could get it. But it's like the High Times tent. You think High Times was like, we got cheap shit. Yeah, they had some shit that was the bargain burners. But the real smokers knew what they were triggering there. And they were if you see a tent at a fair selling their expensive shit for expensive, that showed me as long as you get that shit that people want, price isn't an objective unless they physically saw that. They'll smoke certain kinds to where they'll go try to go do that. Oh, my buddy's got cheap weed. Eventually, you're going to be like, man, you remember that one shit? Sometimes I would sell weed that I wasn't smoking. They'd be like, you're not smoking this? Yeah, don't take it personal to the people I'd sell it to. I'd be like, there's only certain kinds I'll smoke. Or this is just going to make me want to, you know, I'm just going to smoke it all day like a Newport. But there's so much goddamn weed around. Now, if you had a tolerance like mine all day, I'd probably have a lot more people get it. But the average person doesn't smoke like me. And if 1 million people got weed, oh, well, Jim Crick's got this. Even if he doesn't know the difference between an exotic to a blah, 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 his tolerance is going to be at a level to where if you give him that Jeremiah middle, he's going to get high. Like I said, I know guys that only smoke once a day, but they've smoked for the last 5 years. But you know that part of the day when they smoke because you can just tell they're high. Like I said, I've been smoking all day. Speaking of that, let's get one more joint. I remember when they first announced weed was going to be legal in a lot of places, I was kind of nervous because I didn't know how dispensaries would be shut. I thought the black market would be eliminated, like alcohol. But then I realized, oh, there will still be a black market with green. It's going to be way different. Now, only the true players will be able to play. You know what I mean? But, especially if you're not a festival goer. Like, they got some festivals up here I would go to. But I would only go if I was going with a group, and I would let them be the tour guide. I mean, I'm not going to be like, hey, I got this and that. What I would do is I would make sure I trust, somebody I trust and go, look, you're going to be the guy. I don't need to be the guy. And usually the guy I'm going to say that to is going to want to be the guy that night because he's going to make money doing it. But this guy is going to be somebody that knows the turf. Okay, I can't talk to this guy's security. Sometimes at these festivals, yeah, they do look the other way. Like that cannabis cup, I didn't even see a cop unless it was at the exit. Craziest thing. A festival that had no alcohol, just weed, not one fight was there. And Snoop was there. You know what I mean? There was no fights. It was like, you'd think like, you just look around, everybody's high. And nobody's on liquor or getting drunk, blah, blah, blah. You're eating edibles that are slowing you down. I remember I'm like, dude, I'm dizzy. This guy handed me 3 pills. I didn't even look at him. I took them. I thought it was something to make me get rid of the dizzy. He goes, no, you're not supposed to take all 3. These were weed pills. Before you know it, I had to be carried out by my Jewish buddy who had a long beard. And I was the one always saying, oh, I got the best tolerance in the world. I didn't realize edibles, you eat enough, they fucking paralyze your body. They take it over. You don't even have half control. I was like sick to where I wasn't throwing up, but everything was like hot. You're like, ugh. And my buddy's like, dude, did you see how much shit you took in a minute at a time? Because when you're doing it, it's not like an instant feel. It really does take it. And when it came, dude, it came like a train to where that was the last day I ate edibles at a level like that. I might eat an edible on occasion. But after when I was doing that with my arm like this in my buddy's side of the car, like that just to make sure I had my arm, because I was like, dude, do I got feeling in my arm? Everything felt like really slow. And not like I was moving, slow. It was like I had to concentrate on moving apart. What happened was I'd never seen weed Kool-Aid. And I was just smashing the shit because it was hot out. And I was just like, weed Kool-Aid? I thought if anything, if you were to get drunk, you'd be drunk like drunkenness off the edibles and drunkenness off beer are 2 different things. 2 different things. The dog had to piss. Good night, Jason. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm ending soon here. I did 6 hours. Pepper tree rolled up, passing lines. See, I never did guns. You guys always did guns. I thought if it got that serious, look here. I'm not going to shoot at you in manner and then If I hit you with the gun bullet, Menner's not gonna. Hey, he was defending his weed bag. You're gone. I just didn't think weed was worth life. You know what I mean? Here's the problem with the cocaine. The stories start off good, but the next day always sucked. And my problem with cocaine was whether it was decent shit or bad, there was always something it was cut with, because it was never like he did pure. That would make me antisocial, and coke was a sociable drug. Maybe I'd be sociable for a minute. But I was like, I remember times where I'd be at spots where I'd be like, damn, I want to go out there and talk to these group of people. I don't feel like myself. Something would make my hand shake. I'm like, I'm not even doing that. You know what I mean? I was like, dude, I can't just be. People are like, that was always the worst feeling. Your fucking hand was shaking. And I would always be like, you would think you did a lot of coke. No, it was like something was in this cut to where, yeah, you might feel a couple lines, but after you started doing like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines, all you started thinking about was the coke. And you're almost like, dude, am I even getting high? You're questioning if the coke's getting up your nose at this point. We're like, damn, get the straws out. No more using the dollar bills like Nemo would. I remember I remember one time I was on coke and I was so sick. Like I was doing it, I was like, dude, I don't even feel good. I'm out all night. I fucking didn't have my ID. I couldn't even get in this hotel. So here I am on coke. I'm driving in Mayfield, but I'm strung out as fuck. I remember pulling up to the bathrooms with that lock and going in there. I'm like, dude, where am I going to do this coke? They had the fucking pull down changer thing. And I had a CD case. I didn't put on a pull down changer, but I remember how hard it was to smash coke in these bathrooms. And I remember I was at a place chilling that I didn't have to leave. But because I started doing coke and it just started making me all weird, I got the fuck out of there. So usually sometimes I was able to say no to coke, make a couple bucks on it. Ecstasy I could take and be in public and, tripping. But I wasn't a heavy tripper. Like if I tripped one day, it'd be like a month before I tripped again. Only time I tripped back-to-back days, the trip doesn't feel the same. But I remember I was at Bob Evans and we were eating breakfast. And we just left I don't want to say a festival, but it was my buddy's campground. And we got toast. And I had to eat the mushrooms on my fucking dick. And I remember mushrooms never made me feel like shit the next day. That's what I'll say about mushrooms. Certain trips, yeah, your back might have felt like shit. But I could eat mushrooms, and yeah, it might be a while before I eat them again, only because sometimes the trip's intense. To where sometimes I'm telling the truth about shit I don't even want to tell about. Like I was telling my dude when he was with this girl that he's not with anymore that it wasn't going to work out, and he thought it was because I was high. He's a fan of the show, Eric Roman. I'll have him tell it one day. 6.5 hours. Well, I'll stay until 2:30. Bar closing. It's 2:24. Yeah. I'm doing fine. God bless America. Now, me and Nemo have done coke a few times. I did coke with Nemo once and then went to broadcasting school with Pearl. Drove me out there. And it was when Nemo was at that hotel that you were there for like a week. And you just had, this guy had boxes of beers stacked up. Because he was paired out to leave sometimes. He'd only do a beer drop at some points. In one of the hottest hotels in Menor. I can think of, I don't know if you had your own whip then, but I'm trying to think of a million hotels with the money you had then I would have stayed at before that one. Especially near the bowling alley. And that's where I used to always sell shit. Yeah, mushrooms, and they're just too intense for me. But they're not, I don't hate them like coke. Coke was always Jesus Christ. That ended up just ruining the whole fucking night. For me, at least. I knew guys that religiously loved it. Sometimes I wouldn't do it until I had alcohol on me. I rarely would go, damn, I'm sober. Let me start with coke. It would be 2:30 before I even knew, what Addie's did. Look how dumb this guy is. These are guys that don't know anything. I wish you'd break away from bowling. Bowling blocked me, bro. Pick up a newspaper. You're not being banned. He's fucking with you. That's Jake's line. Your problem is, Brian, you're always worried about that dumbass shit. We're past that. The mushrooms they got nowadays, Nemo, and they're supposed to make them legal. They're made. I know a guy that's got them. You probably only eat a gram or two. You eat 10, you're gonna be fucked. There's kinds now. They got, how the weed got better with the dro. Mushrooms are like that now. Certain ones where you're like, mushrooms are mushroom. No, they got ones that got gold caps, platinum caps. There's ones that'll make you think you're doing this, doing that. But my problem on mushrooms was you get in that one part where you enjoy it. But then you get in this one part where you're sitting with your buddy and you're telling him all the shit that you really don't want to tell. Okay, man, listen. That girl you're with? You know what I mean? And you're like absolutely right. And you're like, dude, stop being that honest. You're not even being an asshole. You're saying all the things you almost wish. That's how I get on them. But like I said, with mushrooms, I usually don't want to be thinking about much. I remember I tried to answer my phone on mushrooms. Sometimes I'd eat too much of the phone. I couldn't even concentrate. And I don't like to be incoherent to where I can't make any money. That's never been me. I had to have at least, that's why I was never a shot drinker. I was a designated driver, even though I was drunk, was because I was the guy not drinking shots. So it was like I was the least drunk. And Uber wasn't around then. I'm trying to think when Uber would have came around when I was in my 20s, I would have definitely attempted to move drugs in those Uber cars. This is how I would have did it. Briefcase, like a suitcase, like you're going out of town or whatever. Sometimes you'll get nosy drivers, sometimes you won't. But every driver that I ever had my tote like that, an Uber driver, they always, you want me to put that in the trunk? So how I would have did it, obviously, you get a sealer. I didn't know what those were in the beginning, but everybody had them, and I never used them. But that's how I would have did it. Sealed it, double, spent the extra time. If you had to get a large amount from one county to the other, just have whoever it was, drug dealer yourself, take the Uber. The chances of the Uber getting pulled over are slim to none. Now you got to make the meetup points somewhere where the Uber driver go where he doesn't know any difference. Or don't call the Uber until you actually physically have the drugs. So get dropped off at the dope man's. Yo, I'm going to get an Uber from here. All right? I'll go outside or go across the street or wherever. Try to make it in a neighborhood where a white guy's going to stick out no matter what driver you are. But think about an Uber driver, you get pulled over. Cop might just run his shit and go, oh, he's the passenger, and let him go. You know what I mean? I almost think Uber was invented by a crook. Because I'm thinking of all the illegal shit you could attempt. If people go, oh, you get caught. No, you could play some shit in those Uber cars. You got to know how to fucking, make it look like you don't got jingleberries. You know what I mean? Like we used to have the Swiss Miss cans that it would have looked like if a kid was holding that, he was really eating a Swiss Miss. Meanwhile, it was never open on the top. The bottoms used to come out. But how we would do it is we would buy real groceries. And we would put the groceries in the bag, so it'd be real grocery, real grocery. All right, that's fake. Now, if a cop wanted you, sure, he'd probably start pulling. Some of them knew about it. But sometimes on a routine, they might let that shit go, or sometimes I even pop trunk, and if they did, they might see the groceries and not really dive into it if it's just like, don't pull the... I'll show you guys something sick. Hold on. It says there's 9 wild. I'm going to show you guys something I've had for years. Before I tell people what this is, can anybody in the chat tell me what the fuck this is? What's it for? What's the reason for this box? When I found that box 10 years ago, and I mean now they're a dime a dozen everywhere, I was like, that's the most genius thing in the world. Well, we'll give a couple people a couple seconds to guess. Where does it go? Stash box for your car. Where does it go? Is that a tackle box? No, Rev Sauce. It's a box with 2 giant magnets, industrial style on the thing. They make many boxes like this, all different styles. This is what this thing does. Bingo. You attach it to the bottom of your car. People are like, damn, who would risk that? These bitches are so strong, you don't lose the fucking box. You know what I mean? Certain cars have awesome sweet spots for these. To where, sure, if you were a criminal and they were investigating you, yeah, they might find a box and strip your car to this point. But these boxes go into places to where if your car's not reeking, they might just do a quick, you're good. Because every time my girl got pulled over and she had one of these on, I rarely get pulled over because I'm not really a bad driver or fucking around like that. But the couple times I did get pulled over and had this thing, it was never a thought. Now, if you were in Mexico, yeah, this thing doesn't play no part. They have the things that go underneath the car, and that's normal down there. You know, I was getting these before the small ones. I said, man, I wish I would have had these in the Coke era, because the Coke one, you could put like 2 ounces of Coke in a small one, and you could put these magnets in a spot to where a cop would almost had to burn his fucking hand to get that bitch. You know what I mean? You put it in that spot while the car was not on. Once you turned it on, got hot enough not to burn what was in there. But when you turn the car off, you might have to wait a minute or two where you're fucking sticking it in there and grabbing it. Now, there is bad parts about it. You wear decent clothes, you got to go underneath your car all the time. But my theory was, I'm going to probably get searched no matter what because of my record. Even with my plate being in my boss's name, when they eventually see my ID, they'll get a little curious. I never did DMT. When they were trying to explain what it was, I was like, there just wasn't enough. I didn't understand what the fuck it was. And the people that were on it, when they would explain it, I'm like, okay, why would we do that? But everybody has different, you might be thinking of something different. You know, some people think certain drugs are, like, I didn't know what people considered angel does. Is it the shit you dip in the cigarette, or are you talking about something you snort? Because we always called it coke. Well, also these things are limited on amount. So it's like, yeah, the big time guy isn't going with this, but the street guy could get away with this. Yeah, they make ones that you can put a pound in, but you don't always have the fucking car. And the box is so awkward, it only fits in certain spots. Now, if you had a goddamn fucking nice, those new work trucks, these things are sweet. And you got to have a trailer. Because you have a trailer on there. Throw some stickers on there. Like if I got pulled over and I was smoking in the car, this was under my car, I would just give them this. I had no problem with giving them an eighth. In my mom's city, yeah, see, there's always two kinds of something. When I heard this one guy explain to me what DMT was, I just thought this was something that him and his boy created. I'm like, what? You do what now? Yeah, see, now this is something I did a few times. Didn't like it. But like I said, I got a tattoo to prove it. Waterboy and Chinese lettering on my back leg. I didn't pay for it. Gary did. Trust me, I would never get a tattoo again. But we smoked sherm one week and did mushrooms at the same time. That's why the mushrooms fit in with this story. We were smoking woo, the guy that was passed out here, and eating mushrooms. Now, I regret smoking the woo. That shit made me feel dead inside. So I quit that shit quick. Well, we know a bunch of guys. Mark White killed himself on woo. Ended up burning himself in a trailer. Waterworld. This is what he's talking about right here. There's a city called Huff down here in Cleveland. They call it Waterworld. It's nothing to do with Kevin Costner. It's where you'd be able to roll up. It's not like that anymore. Because, I mean, it's just, they do it way different. You could just roll up and 14 guys would run your car, and everybody wanted to give you a cigarette or give you a deal. And you had a better chance of getting dope than getting robbed. Now, he got a car stolen, but that's because he got out of the car, went and smoked sherm with some random guy in the middle of a neighborhood where no white guys were, and he was the only white guy. He was sitting on the fucking porch, shermed out, where he couldn't even run. These guys ran in his car, took his car and left. Now, Mark's dead now. That's what sucks, and he was a close friend of mine. Mark Whited. That's why I was like, fuck woo. I remember this one guy smoked woo, and he was taking a baseball bat, one of those mini ones, and for some random reason, we were in a basement, and you know how the walls are concrete? He was smashing these baseball bats and shit on the wall. And he's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? That shit would have you fucking... I remember when I was there was this part where I was just laying in the carpet, and they're playing Fear and Loathing, and I'm like, am I dying? Yeah, that shit was fucked up. 82nd. See, Nemo even remembers the street. And Nemo was 93rd, my man. 93rd was where the real clicker was at. 82nd, yeah, you probably knew a couple of Billy's guys over there, but 93rd is where they built the castle. Yeah, I know nothing about DMT. Like, people would think I'm like this big drugger. Yeah, what's up, BC? Yeah, I'm about to finish this. It's Saturday, isn't it? Friday. I fucking slept all day. You know what I mean? I was lazy this morning. Nemo, when are you coming back to Ohio? Or you banned up here, or you can't do it? I don't hang out I don't do zero Lake County. Zero Lake County. If I do, it's because of the car lot. And I'm going out there and I'm a civilian, but make people cross that border now. When my neighbor's fucking a prostitute selling a Yale bag, he's not worried about my dime bag. Like I was trying to tell, what's his name? Yeah, dude. He goes, cops don't just park outside your house? Well, I live in not a great neighborhood. Sure, if I was living on my mom's street, there's actual fucking people that got serious problems on my street, bigger than a weed problem that's now medical up here. But that card don't mean shit. That means you need to have the packaging. You can't just have a random bag and go, I got a weed card. I got a weed card, but I don't buy from the store. Well, right now, weed's moving slow as fuck, bro, because right now, if you're just picking up weed again, there's a lot of weed around. There's a lot. It'll speed back up, but there's not a lot of room for people to make a shitload of money unless you got an exotic kind that people are hunting for. That's why I always hunt for shit that the other person doesn't have. I'll pay extra. That's why I said, don't tell me a price on the phone. Because if you tell me something cheap, that doesn't mean I go, oh, I found the cheap guy. Now, my first thoughts are going to be, damn, he's just going to give me something I can already get or something. You know, the prices never made me dance. It's always how good, how often, how many people around me. Because there's a guy that, for instance, he doesn't buy weed off me. But if I have a certain kind, that's not a kind I'll get all the time. But if I have this kind, even though he's a weed mover and he doesn't need to get weed from me, I have a kind that he wants to smoke where he's like, damn, I need that for me. That's the kind of weed I'm trying to get going for. Not the shit where someone's like, damn, I got to sell it to my buddy. I need to make a couple bucks. Yeah, I got that for you. But if you're searching that humdinger, that's the goal. Now, I've done well with that for the most part. Right now, it's just a little different. When the buzzing I don't know what, I must have missed something there. You're talking about wet? Oh. He just made me move slow as fuck. No shit. I remember watching Fear and Loathing on that with Gary, like, why do I feel like this? Because Mark never looked like that when he was on Woo. Yeah, he looked slow. But like I said, that was like a 1 week, that wasn't like a month thing. That was like a 1 weekend with that shit, promise. Then I hate cigarettes. I tried that fake weed. Yeah, let me tell you about this fake weed. So when they started selling this, we didn't know what the fuck it was. These guys brought, let me tell you how crazy this shit is. Someone's like, dude, it's this weed, it makes you trip. They sell it in the stores. Dude, I swear to God, it makes you trip. We were drinking at a Cavs party a decade ago. This is before I even went to prison the first time. I'm in this place. I'm like, it's sold in the store and it'll make you trip. My biggest regret ever is I hit this bowl of this stuff that was sold in a store legally. It literally makes you hallucinate to where, not in a good way, to where if I was outside, I could have, at the end of it, I could have just been in the middle of the street, got hit by a car, and nobody was by me. It like takes control of your body where you almost look like you're in a, I remember it looked like I was on the wheel of fortune wheel and all I saw was the wheel. But meanwhile, your body's moving around and you're doing things and you're trying to get the fuck out of this. You're like, what is happening to me? Now, it doesn't last forever. But this shit, now I don't think it's in the stores anymore, but that's what he's talking about. I wouldn't even call it weed, bro. They used to call it like Sylvia or some shit. Never again. This shit freaked me out. Spice, Sylvia, whatever. This shit freaked me out. What kind of noodle would do this shit and have a fun time? This wasn't fun, Trick. This wasn't like, yeah, you're laughing. No, you were like, or the amount I hit, I'm like I said, I left the body type shit. You're like, where are you? And you're right there. When I came out of it, true story, because I always told it a million times, I was like sitting on a floor going like this, like I thought I was driving a car. And I remember coming out of it. And my buddy's like shaking me. He's like, dude, what's wrong with you? And I'm literally by a sink. I don't even know how the room I hit the shit in was way over there. Apparently for 15 minutes I was moving around. I'm thinking like, damn, if I'd hit some shit like that and people weren't around, I could have just walked down the street and got nailed by a car. So that was a one and done. Did I see that? See, I don't remember shit like this. He said, I was crying. I was see, I told you. Dude, I swear to God, it went like this. I hit the shit, and all of a sudden, it was like, and then I saw my face on a wheel going, it was like a wheel. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And like all this shit, like, it was like, you're not walking. You're not even seeing anything. You're like, all of a sudden, you come out of it, and people are telling you what you were doing. I was like, dude, I'll never touch no shit like that ever again in my life. That's why this is not seeing dead. Yeah. I didn't see any dead bodies, but I definitely was in a world of craziness. Yeah, I'll never do it again. Store bought legally. Now, I think they eventually have got this off the shelves, but this shit was on the shelf. People were calling it weed. And then this kid brought it over. He goes, dude, this shit makes you trip. Like to where he enjoyed it. Some people were able to hit it, dude. Hell no, that was scary. Yeah, give me COVID over that any day of the week. Over spice. And I said a cocaine high. I was like, you know what? The next day, I said COVID was easier than dealing the next day when you didn't do coke. When you drank all night and you were drinking Grey Goose and Red Bull. And you think it's half the coke. Meanwhile, the Red Bull's fucking about to make your brain. It took me a few years to realize the Red Bull was playing a lot of tricks on me that I thought was all the drugs. Sometimes I'm like, I'm about to die. It was a damn Red Bull. Yeah, it's all no, it should be. Like I said, dude, that shit is dangerous. You know, Mike, all the drugs are dangerous. No, this shit, that was dangerous. That was store-bought, and it takes your body over completely. Not like you could trip on mushrooms and you might see some shit, but you're not seeing dead grandmothers. You're not being tortured. Like, what's going on? Yeah, you might have bad trips, but those are usually people who just don't know what the fuck's going on, period. Painesville is the city I smoked it in. Pearl's house. Cavs party. LeBron, before he won the ring. That was always a thing when LeBron, the bars were packed, and that's where he went. Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of Coke either. Red Bull and Grey Goose I liked a lot. Champagne. I drank probably more than anything. Weed and smoked weed, of course. Because the momos never worked. They would put momos, they would just roll the Coke up with the weed. Yeah, some people call it this. They call it spice up here too, Rev Sauce. Oh, dude, yeah. I would never do this shit again. It was scary. Like I remember I was scared after the fact, like, how long was I out for? Like I told you, I came out of it, I was like, eh. I remember coming out of it, seeing my hands going like this, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? You know, you're a little bit different than being a goofy drunk. I was like sitting by a sink thinking I'm driving a car. But meanwhile, I was just in a world where it looked like my face was on a goddamn wheel. Like it was just spinning round and round. And I'm not even making this up. You just heard Jason Robbins talk about dead grandparents. I don't know what this shit was. Oh, it's going good. 6.5 hour stream. It's almost 3 a.m. Probably end at 3, the usual. It's Friday. Bar time. Oh, so the idea for the show I wanted to do is I need 3 volunteers. They don't even have to be good cooks. We're going to have 3 random people cook on the show. They're going to explain what they're cooking. You know, fans can interact with one or say, you know, which one they think's the best or not. But I think that would be for good content. Just have 3 random, even if you're not a good cook. Yeah, me too. Like I said, when I quit drinking for so long, if I wanted to socially drink, I could. But I quit drinking for so long, I was like, dude, I never even wanted to pick it back up. I was like, why pick it back up at this point? And when I was drinking it before, it's like now I just go straight to headache mode. And I'm not drinking Miller Lite. I'm usually drinking Christmas Ale. Because I always said if I'm going to drink beer, I'm going to drink a beer that I don't got to drink 50 of. I wasn't a Coors guy unless we were desperate or something. Or underage. Yes, the acid was around. I didn't do it many times. That's what's. I wish I would have did acid more than Coke, for sure. Problem was Coke was something that was always on me because I sold it. Like I said, I lived in a county where sometimes I get pulled over. I didn't even get my ask for my license. They were like, out. I'm like, what? Sometimes when I wouldn't even be doing anything. Like I knew I was driving at an hour a night where they would be looking for guys like me. And usually Menor was not a place if after 10 o'clock you drove with shit. But we hung out at a lot of bars there. Yeah, you had your nights where you had shit on you. But more times than not, I was smart enough to know if I was going to be the designated driver from a Menor bar, they're so thirsty, they're looking to pull you over. Especially the age we were at then. He said I'm scared of needles. Well, it's not that I'm scared of them. I was never into that kind of shit. That's like too much. That's why I said, you look at that girl across the street, she used to put that damn bandage on. You're like, Jesus Christ. And then now her fucking dude died. She started a fire over there. I remember when it's like, you're not hiding it. Everybody knows you're on drugs. When you started the fire over there, why don't you tell us what happened so we could like get smarter? Don't like it. I don't know how her house caught on fire. Something with the dryer. To where they had no windows, they had boards on them. And since he has no money, he literally just went boarded up. Any money he did get, it all went to the dope. They were just living in there. She tried to pretend he dropped dead of COVID. Meaning she didn't say he died of COVID. She goes, I don't know what happened. He had his shots. It was like so obvious. It was like she was just trying to hide that she was high. And the cops freaked her out. She didn't want to explain. Me and my boyfriend were about to get high. He just OD'd. Because she was crying in and out. Meaning the cops were catching her attention where when you're scared like that, it's kind of hard to cry when you're scared. I mean, you'll get some crying out, but you could tell she was like in and out of the crying to where she was trying to see if the cops were focusing on her because she probably didn't want to tell her side. So she was like, I don't know. She thought the cops would just go, okay, he was doing dope up there alone. Have a good night. They came over here looking for her because she said she was coming over here to use the phone. Well, I wouldn't really consider it rough because it's fixed up a lot now. I just said it's very active. To my mom, it would be a rough neighborhood. To a guy in East Cleveland, it would be a very easy neighborhood to live in. That's why I said it's not dangerous, but there's a lot of shit going on down there. Like I said, there's prostitutes on the end of my street. But you also got to know how to fuck around with. I don't make friends with a lot of the people that live around here. It'd be one thing if I meet them and I don't start a relationship that's drug started, and then you get a feel for them and you know what you can pull out in front of them and you can't. Or you could be what's called like a fake dealer. Hey man, I don't really sell weed, but if you need like a 20 sack or like a 30, like you don't want to give these guys certain amounts to make them think you're the person. But shit, if you could get a consistent small guy, and then you never know, if you get to know the guy well enough, you can be like, damn, I can actually put some trust in this guy. And then that's when you can kind of let them know who you are, but not really. That's why I said, no need to brag about being big, because that means they want you. If you play humble and broke, you might not be a target, or you could learn that somebody's shady and be able to get away. To where they're like, hi, we just met. Can I get a blah, blah, blah amount? And you're like, yeah. Even if you could get something, and you learn this early, you should get a feel of somebody. When it's amounts, especially felony amounts. Sometimes word of mouth will work for certain vouchers, but I've had a guy get vouched for and he ended up being a snitch. Grease Lake is a city named East Lake. Timberlake. Now, Timberlake, I never went, Nemo. They pull people over for a living there. That was the most dangerous spot. I hated driving through there, passing through. I made it so you didn't have to, but I knew a guy over there that I fucked with a lot of people over there, but I hated that cross through. Timberlake was Daisy, get the mouse. Timberlake is definitely not where you Daisy, get the mouse. Yeah. Any gambling, week, college, NFL? No, but I found out how I'm getting a PA to cash my tickets in, and I'm going to put bets in. There's no gambling up here. Ain't no neighborhood for rough, Nemo. West Side would be good for you, Nemo. My aunt and uncles live on a golf course. But my parents live in a neighborhood where the guy 5 houses down, you may never have interaction with him. But these guys watch you out there. They're the type of guys that they might just know you're selling pot and go, you know what, I want this guy out of here. Let's just call the cops and say he's doing this. They're not going to come over here for that. Let's say he's got like a Ewok in the, That's how they were in my mom's neighborhood. Well, I'm probably not going to be watching that there what happened in Ohio State. If I was gambling on it, sure. Daisy, get that mouse. Did you see that motherfucker? Jesus. All right, we got 5 minutes. The final countdown, the last 5. Might go get some Denny's. Only thing open. Make sure to tell the guy, well done burger. You can't get Uber Eats anymore. Uber Eats is a joke. They've lost control of that. They even have a button you can press and it's supposed to deliver it faster. No, they don't deliver it any faster. The button's fake. Dude, let me ask you this, Jason. So I bought AMC. The problem was I didn't get it as low as you. I got it the day it turned 24. Now it's getting low again. Is it ever going to go to a bowling set? Believe it or not, Boston, I do. It's just not on stream usually. I'll usually be fucking snacking throughout the day. Like I did big breakfast, extra sandwich, but the pancakes taste like shit. I'm like, fuck this. But I wanted something quick. I didn't want to go sit in a diner. But I remember when McDonald's breakfast, you'd eat the hash brown, you're like, oh, this tastes like gold. I remember now you're barely making it to a hash brown. You're like, geez, why does this shit taste like shit now? Yeah, fuck Fabio's. You don't even know about Fabio's. Fabio's is open for another hour, but I wouldn't dream. He probably has his fingers crossed that nobody calls him at this hour. Or he has it all directed to the app. Man, I stopped taking calls. Buddy, I'm looking for an apology. You know, you fucked up my order. These guys don't even apologize. They say shit to where I shouldn't let it get to me, but they're so rude and idiotic to where I got it. I have to. They get me every time. Where I call this guy, and I have a video on there where I've had longer arguments with that guy than that. Where he would be like, he'd put me on hold, and then I would recall. And I'd be like, hey, man, it's me. I'd do a fake voice, and he would know it's me again. Get your mod sticks. Yeah, they fucked me on that. And when I said, hey, buddy, you forgot my mod sticks, we're not taking no more orders. No, dude, I'm looking for maybe a future freebie. Why did you forget an apology? Why did I make a comment about how your mod sticks taste like shit and you forgot to bring them, dude? You don't know how to talk to people. Go look at your Yelp reviews. I'm not alone here. Your Yelp reviews are almost comical to where I thought, I was like, damn, are all reviews like this? You go on other restaurants and none of them were like this. This guy had a Yelp reviews, with mine being one of them, of some of the funniest shit listening to these fucking customers explain the problems they had. And then I explained the shit that I did in such like I never did a Yelp review again. I did one on this guy, and it was always a nice page or two. You know what I mean? To where I remember I even called one night. I was like, hey, I just reviewed your place on Yelp. You might want to read the review. Or you'll say something like, yeah, someone's putting on Yelp that you're putting blah, blah, blah on the pizza. And these guys go to that shit. I should just call them just to see who answers. It's always, the drivers beep the horns. Even though they find the driveway, they still beep the horn. And you go, hey, man, why didn't you just wait till you got in the driveway? Why beep on the street? You know, it'd be one thing 3 PM. Or maybe even 7 p.m. It's 2:30 a.m. You're beeping your horn like a goddamn, like you're afraid that T-Rex is out there. Probably thinking they get robbed. Multi-label. But yeah. Well, wait a minute. Now, hold on. We got breaking news. It says 6 hours, 42 minutes. If I do 18 minutes on the nose, I'll have a 7-hour stream. So that we will do. Because the number 642 is dumb. Yes, we have Marco's. Not a fan of it. My direction with pizza is I've been spending more on pizza. You'll find these places where guys were like, you'd never pay that for a pizza. No, there's a couple restaurants where these guys put certain love in this food where you're like, damn, I've never had it. Like, there's this place, I never heard of a $25 pizza until I came here on the west side. I was always used to Pizza Hut and shit. And there were some of these pizzas that you'd get like a 4 or 6 piece. It'd be like 20-something bucks. But I remember I would eat these pizzas where I was like hooked on them. Get them all. I remember Uber Eats first came out. I get from this place called Crust. David Portnoy ate it in a couple places down here, the One Bite guy. And he always says if his rating's 7 or better, go give that a try. That means that's good food. Yeah, but the amount of pizza he has, you'd be like, well, why does he give it 8, 9? No, when he gives over a 7, he did 2. Johnny Gordano's dad, for you wrestling fans, Johnny Wrestling, his grandpa owns a Pizza spot 10 minutes from here. It closes at 5 p.m. all day, but he has one of the cheapest pizzas, and it's one of the best cooked ones. It's not like a little like Little Caesars, those $5 pizzas. I don't like the taste of them. They're very bland. Sometimes they taste like shit. Yeah, if you were in a pickle and a broke bum, sure. You know what I mean? You know, Domino's, I had my problems with them. They gave me a good pizza once, and then it's probably the Domino's over here. They just treat the food like shit to where by the time it got here, it's like, dude, how could you even? I remember one time I got 2 different items. They gave me the item. I remember I'm opening the thing, and the items looked exactly the same. I'm like, to where you had to like physically break this thing open to see which one was different. Because they fuck Domino's. They're pieces of shit. So if I get pizza from the expensive spots. Or Johnny Gargano. Where his dad lives in a spot where he sells so many pizzas that he doesn't need to go expensive. And he's been around so long. This pizza's good. And he closes at 5. You don't even need to stay open at night. Fabio's opens at night. And they did good off that. Now Uber Eats probably took a lot of money. But that place made a fortune before these app spots. And a lot of people probably down by there aren't really Uber people. Where they got a credit card set up and all that shit. So Fabio's was the thing I always got because I paid cash on a lot of shit. You know what I mean? And Uber Eats, the problem is sometimes the restaurants are so far to where that food sits. You get it, you're like, and I'm not a microwave guy. I remember I started watching Gordon Ramsay and I saw he didn't put microwaves in his restaurant. I'm like, yeah, I'm going Gordon Ramsay. Gordon Ramsay don't got a microwave. And that was the guy who I was a really big fan of one time. That's what I think about doing this podcast right now, 7 hours. Like a few years back, I probably for these 7 hours would have been either watching sports or watching like Hell's Kitchen or something like one of those shows. I used to fuck with all the cooking ones that he was in. AMC is big banks. Now, let me ask you a thing, Jason. Why'd you sell them all? When what's-his-name was saying it's going to go to the moon, why didn't you just sell a normal amount? Like when it went to whatchamacallit, Kenny got it at $2 a share. He got it at the price to where, yeah, Kenny, you probably could have sold a good amount. But I could tell when he talks about it, he's just literally going with advice. That's me too. I don't know anything about stocks. But my thought process was if you weren't rich and you were looking at a button and all you had to do is press a button and you had $500,000, even though that you could, like he said, technically triple it, why would I take $500,000 when, well, bro, when you have no angel and you could get the dust, wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Let's get it. Let's not like half it. You know what I mean? If I had nothing and I'm looking at $1 million button, yeah, we'll figure out what to do with that million. I'll keep a couple danglers around to make money. It's not like you have to sell every share you got. But then it went down from 70 to where that money is not the same amount anymore. And it's like, damn, who knows if it'll get to that amount. If it does, I'm going to be the happiest camper in the world because I got stock in it. But sometimes you got to look at your profit. If you can make quadruple and you got nothing and you're looking at an amount of money that could last you for the rest of your life, I'm taking that bet. I got a button. I got a bank account with $2,000 in it, but I'm looking at a button that I can just hit it. I got $500,000, but I'm making comments that I can be up quadruple that if I just wait. That almost sounds like a gambler at that point. There's no such thing as get rich, do this. In an aspect to where it's easy, where everybody could have just bought AMC stock when it was blah, blah, blah. Now, sure, if you're a rich guy and you're like a condo maker, yeah, you'll get rich. But there's no such thing as, hey, do this and you're a guaranteed. Because usually the guy telling you that, why would he ever tell you that? Wouldn't you go make that Mildred first or, I don't know. That's what you got? Yeah, I would have been out at 60 grand as well. You damn right. Fuck yeah. Now when you said you were up, I didn't know if it was a situation where you won a couple grand. Like I only have 20 stocks or 20 shares, but I got them at 24 a piece. The night I wanted to buy them, they were at 17. They literally jumped up $10. It's the lowest it's been. But this was the first stock I've ever bought in my life. I've never bought a stock before. I only bought that because Ken said, but then I ended up buying some Doge to where if it does hit, it hits. Like I got 500 in Doge, but I barely got 200 invested because it's a 20-cent stock. So it's like, yeah, it sounds like a lot of shares, 500, but I got them at 20 cents. And if it does make it, does something, fuck, at least I'm ahead of the game. And it only cost me $1.50. Litecoin's at 200 a share. I got that one at $1.50. So that one's been moving up a lot. The other two have been going down. I bought Disney. That went down. And I hate Disney. But I thought they were going to go up because I listened to one of those websites. I should have knew. Guys, I expect Disney to be at 300. I'm like, I remember I looked up Disney. It was at 180 a share. I bought like a share. I only have a share and a half. I didn't go spend the bank. But what you learn about that shit is it's almost not worth it unless you're spending thousands to where you could get 100 shares. Because when that shit's about to drop, you know, you only got 2 shares, you're going to make shit. But if you spent that extra and have 100, that's why a lot of people just kind of are like picking pieces. Hey, they can make $3 grand, They go on to another stack. But it seems like right now, I'm looking at my whole list. I'm down in all of them. Let me see what, yeah, holy shit, it says investing 1,100. I was investing 1,400 last month. So that means 300's gone. So AMC, I'm down $102. Sundale Wheat, $5. Golden Nugget Gaming, which was up. So this would have been a stock if I had 100 in. When I bought it at 13 and it went to $23 and I had 100 shares, that would have been worth selling. I only had like a share and a half. It went to 23. I was just trying to let it ride. Went back down to 13. Disney, I'm down $28. I have a share and a half. Doge, I got 547 shares. I'm down $62. Not bad for 500 shares. And Doge is at 30. Wait. Doge's at 16 cents. Holy shit, I might buy more. I haven't seen Doge that low in fucking forever. Erythrium Classic. This is the one that when I did buy it, it was at 61. It's down to 30. I wish I would have bought it now. I'll probably get somebody like that. And this is the only one. Now Litecoin's back down to 150. It was at 210 the other day. So I might buy some more Litecoin because I think Litecoin's one that always goes over 2. And one day I'll have the right amount to just sell. But yeah, that is the final. Everybody hyped up. Well, I thought it was going to do what GameStop did, at least. I wasn't believing when Dude goes, man, it's going to go to thousands. My thought was it starts to approach the hundreds. Yeah, I'm going to sell it. I might keep one in there in case it goes to the moon. But now we're to the point where I don't see that happening anytime soon, unless I'm wrong. The guy that told us to buy the stocks keeps claiming that it's about to go through the roof. I just couldn't imagine people having that info. You know, they might have an idea. But the money in the stock market around the normal stock market guys is like hundreds of thousands. To where if they had a tip, yeah, they're going to buy hundreds of thousands of that shit. Now, it did get to a point where, think about it, I mean, it was at $2 and it hit 70. The question is, does it ever hit that kind of surge again? Now, I don't have enough money in it to be mad. It was either a win or, like I said, I'm down $100. But Doge at 16 cents. Damn, I might have to grab me some of that. Some people said it's like a fakie. But shit, who knows? I buy it enough time, maybe in a year or two, even though it's still at 16 cents. That day it goes to 30 cents. By then, you could have maybe 5,000 shares. You got to put 6 G's in? Yeah, I agree. I just was getting on this because it was like a lottery ticket. This guy was saying this stock was going to go to thousands, and I had a chance to get in on 20 shares, which it wasn't that much. But it quickly went over 30 to where at 24, I would have bought more. But it was at 70 and it hung around 50 for a while. But I didn't have enough investment where it's like, I'm trying to make the big come up. You know what I mean? Let me get this final Daenerys over. Here's my clipboard that we use for the audio. I walk around like this, like I'm doing something. Like, hey. Oh, now, if you're just joining us, don't do drugs from a halfway house. And this ain't mine. He'll roll out of a bed. He goes, I miss that cane. I'm like, you missed that cane? What have you been doing since then? You didn't even go get like a $5 hour? Limping like a motherfucker. One time told me Laurelwood, they fix people. If death didn't fix you, how the fuck is a hospital going to fix you? Death didn't fix you. A coma and close to death. You were pretty much dead. Your daughter thought I killed you. She was at my front door, you piece of shit. You know what I mean? The daughter, too dumb to realize he's getting drugs in a halfway house. She thought I was the killer. Because she got his phone and I was the last person he messaged. I lived 10, 15 minutes away from the halfway house where they send a lot of people. So I used to pick up a lot of people from there, take them out to eat. I didn't get a fucking halfway house. They told me my time was too short. That made no goddamn sense to me. If it gets you a job, why is it too short for me to go there? Because some people will get hooked up with at least a little job when you got out. Instead of when I got out, the only job I had was that one time with Frankie. And that was only because Frankie worked there, changing oil. And I ended up fucking up that royal to where I didn't even want to go back to one day. I remember I looked at the check. I'm like, damn, I was there forever. And that's what they gave me. And it was becoming harder to sell weed up there because they were changing management. That's where they put that CO that got busted fucking the girl and lost his CO job. He got his job first out of the jail. This CO up by us started fucking inmates. You would have never thought it. Because these bitches are nasty, too, that they lock up in county. Most of them are. This guy was banging them or doing shit with them. They eventually all rolled on him. He got busted. Next thing you know it, I'm driving to the car wash. The guy that used to fucking make you line up was working at a car wash because, he's on probation. And that case is much more serious than me selling weed. Fucking a women inmates while you're a guard. And then what they started claiming he was doing. How could you ever think you were going to get away with it? I'm trying to think that this county is... this guy had at least a paycheck. What the fuck you need the county? Or these girls were usually drug addicts. They usually had pretty girls were usually taken care of or put somewhere. Hold on, let me get that. Daisy, get that motherfucking mouse! Hey, mouse! Hey! Goddamn mouse! Get that motherfucker! Can't believe all the dead ones I got and fucking are still a mouse, man. Fucking hate this house for that. We have we're almost to the 7-hour point. I'm not calling Fabio's, dude. I don't like being that. This guy, it looks funny after the fact when I'm yelling at this guy, but the anger he can bring out of me. And I think his policy's different than when I fucked with him. Now he's hooked up to where Uber Eats, where he cuts it off. If you watch that video, at a certain time, he stops doing his own deliveries, starts running them all through the app. I'm not a microwave guy. Sometimes they give me free food or cold food. Some fries you can't eat cold, and a microwave makes them taste like shit. I don't like cold pizza, but they got great pizza places down there that do these flatbreads. Like pizzas, you like not like a pizza with like sausage and it's like they got like a name to it, like a ball player's name. Shit that's not normally on a pizza. Like I didn't realize what specialty pizzas were because I was always just a plain Jane guy. Eventually, I learned what white sauce was, and I haven't ate red sauce in a while. I will, but dude, I'm a white sauce if they got it or the garlic butter. Well, we got a few, Chris. That's what's sad about this. If you would have looked at all the ones I caught in the basement when we were down there yesterday, when last year I didn't have them like this. I've always had like all mouse. But I was like, damn, I think I hopefully got them. And the fact that there's still one running around, it's like, Jesus Christ, what hole are they getting in? And it's like, yeah, I can pull the dog food, but there's not much dog food in there. And if you put the dog food out, the mouse is going to get out of the fridge. They climb at a very crazy speed. Where you're like, damn. When Daisy catches them, that's because usually they're sick or something happened, or they might already have poison in them. Daisy will catch them and kill them. I don't know what makes her kill them, but she'll catch them and instantly kill it. She's a hunter. She climbs in trees. I got pictures of her in the tree. Daisy when she chased squirrels. I've never seen a dog go in a tree like she does. Philly cheesesteak pizza you need to try. It depends who's making it. A lot of shit too. It depends where. Like for instance, Burger King had this commercial for that marinara. I'm thinking of that marinara chicken sandwich. I bet you $1 million you go to the Burger King over here, you try to order that thing will taste like straight death. You will think you ate a prison chicken sandwich. Hold on, let me get a little piece. But yeah, the Burger King around here, I would never call corporate and go, hey, this place tastes like shit. But I remember one time I got the nuggets from them years ago. I got nuggets one time. And I remember I ate it was like the 10 piece for $1. And I remember I ate one nugget. And for some reason, it tasted like such shit where I was like, if you were a guy that ran this place and you came down here and you ate this food, you would say, dude, there's no people aren't going to eat this shit. It's almost like, dude, how do you have the longest line? But somehow by the time I get to the window, I'm getting like a lukewarm fry. Sometimes they're hot, sometimes they're not. But it's like, you were just packed. What's going on? Are we taking them under the light? What's going on here? You know what I mean? That's why fries have a shelf life. I like some cheesesteaks. Like Mr. Hero I like, but I'm getting tired of them. I got to go back to getting groceries. I used to get a food card. I've been so lazy. I know I could just go up there and reapply. Because when you're a former convict, they usually hand out food cards. You just go in there and you're like, hey, I'm a convict. I live here. And yeah, shit's not going great. You usually get like a $200 food card. And I remember with that food card, I used to eat real well. But then they took it from me for no reason. They got something wrong on their end to where I have to reapply, but I'm fucking so lazy to do it. Because it's not just as easy as walking in. You know you're going to be in there for the day. Take a number. Yeah, you could go there 10. If you want to wake up at 6:30 a.m. and fucking go there an hour and a half before it opens to make sure you're in there to grab a number early. You would have thought it was Black Friday at the food cart place. Or, where you get your assistance and shit. Because the two things I was going to try to get on because I thought it'd be genius was electric assistance and food cart. I was like, shit, I'm not asking for much. You know what I mean? And then you tell them my story, which means I'm not going to tell them a lie. I'm going to tell them about my past. They're not going to be like, all right, this guy's like a scholar and everything. I'm going to be like, all right, look, I'm a convict. I got 5 felonies on my record. I'd like a food card. Cars are slow sometimes. I'm not the head guy. And most of the shit is true. And then most of the times I get the card. Only time I didn't is when they misread a tax form. Meaning they thought I made a certain amount that was a split amount between me and my partners. And they're like, you make too much to get food. Now, they don't know about my other income. So it's like, on record, it shows I'm fucking Eric the Ewok. He said, I did mine. Pat said he's going to teach me online. I should have been did it, like I said. I should have been fucking did it. I love getting a food card. When you first got out of prison, it was $2.50. And then they started lowering it. I'm like, why are we getting it lowered? And then all these food card people started selling their food card, which is stupid. I mean, they'd always be like $250 worth of food for 70 or something because they were just drug addicts. So they would sell their food card to people. And most of the drug addicts here have a place to go if they go sober. Like, they have a shelter. The only reason why people are on the streets is because if you're not in by 10, they don't even want to see your ass. Because they know you're out cutting turkey. Like that guy was outside and he was trying to get your attention, like he was saying weird shit. It's what some of these guys will do around here. They'll walk up down the street saying weird stuff, hoping that when they walk by your house and you're talking weird and you're outside, you might say, hey man, who are you talking to? You just act like you don't have that. Sometimes I'll pick up the phone. These guys will come down the street. You can tell they're high, but they're talking loud to where they want you to comment. Energy pays my electric bill. Wait, give me $2.50 a month and Dollar Energy. Who's them? Who's Dollar Energy? I need to get my they fuck me on electric here. Like really bad. And I run a lot of shit. Like in the summer, what's funny is the AC, my AC will keep my house cold, but it's not like my parents' house cold. To where sometimes you have to have a window AC. My dad would never have to run 2 ACs in his house. The fucking main AC would make it bone chilling. The AC doesn't even cool up the upstairs. That's how old some of the vents are. And it's a ran through the house. Yeah, it gets a little tolerable. But unless I had a window unit in, which I do on that one, you couldn't sleep upstairs. Hell no. I'm not sleeping in no 90 degree. Fuck no. It already doesn't hold the cold as it is. It does its job. This summer it did well. But Cleveland homes and the AC, it ends up running all day, so your power is crazy. And then you get all these letters that you were getting fucked and then you got your money back. Like, there's these people that'll come to your door and they really are energy sellers. But they will give you these lines to where, no, they're trying to show you a mistake that they made on the bill, and we're going to get you paying this amount. Like the guy who showed up the other day, he goes, free Spectrum. He goes, you're going to tell me to leave? I'm offering you free Spectrum. You just told me you paid $30 for your internet. I go, bud, I got kind of a different power type of internet, and everything's not free for, like, you're giving me this with that, and I just don't want to go through the process. Like, nothing that great is that free to where you came and hunted me in the ghetto. And your opening line was, you were a customer that they chose. Hey, buddy, you know who I am? They didn't choose me. This is what they send you to do. And you work on, like these energy people. They don't get 2-3 people a day. Then they get rid of you. Because you got to get like a certain amount of signatures because these jobs are paid. Because they're supposed to ride around the neighborhood. $149. You know what mine was? $250 to $275. I can't really go into detail when my electric's a little bit different than others, but let's just say I got a PlayStation like no other. And like I said, everything runs double down here. Like I said, you turn on the damn fan, it's You turn on the AC, it's not even cool in the house. It's cool in the downstairs where it just runs all day. And I have multiple screens where I might have a game on. This is even before the computer shit. Hold on, let me roll this up so I can end the stream. Remember, kids. Get out of here, mouse. Shout out to the 10 in the build. Get the fun. You know what? We will end on closing time tonight. We'll queue up closing time. This one's dedicated to Chris Schmidt, who got bullied. Let's put it on screen here. So many goddamn screens over here. Queue up closing time. I'm going to try to make sure it does not play loud. Problem with my headphones is they're so expensive. They're fucking huge. They feel like you got a goddamn warp shuttle on. Now, this will give my stream a copyright, but not a copyright strike. Basically, it would matter if I was making money with YouTube. This would keep my video from not being played, period, if I was monetized. I'm far from that. So it's playtime. I should start doing that more. I know what you're talking about. There's a couple places, and I always wondered if I should close that back vent, if that does anything. You know, when people say, when you put something over a vent, does that make sure it pushes it out the other way? But dude, upstairs, it does. In the middle of the summer, if I went up there and tried to sleep with the house AC on, it would be hard. It would have to have a window unit. And I like sleeping with a fan in the dead of winter. Something about the noise. Even if it's not pointed at me, I've always have a fan on. Like, it's rare that it's not on now. Good night, Jason. Hey, I'm out of here now. I'm playing closing time. Let me make sure it's not loud. Let me know if that's too loud.
Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out.
7 hours and 11 minutes.
Closing time. Turn all of the lights on over every boy and every girl. Closing time. One last call for out.
Damn right, Jason. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Nemo, how does the sound real quick? Is it tolerable? Liar? Rasta! R.I.P. You're walking. The guy one time stole and blamed it on memory loss, meaning, oh shit, I forgot. You forgot what? You're not allowed to steal? I remember I almost laughed at that. Probably Robbins. Thank you, Nemo. I'm surprised you're still up, Nemo. What is it, Friday night? What are you over there fucking? Now, Nemo, you can understand it though, right? Can you understand the song? Let me know. Oh shit, my dumbass didn't broadcast on Facebook tonight. That's probably why I was a little bit more quieter. Let me know if you can understand it. And now when I start playing music, that's when I gotta get another song in. All right, hold on. Let's go with